16 teams came into this event knowing they're the best from their respective regions. But the question is, who's the best in Americas? And that's what we're going to find out today here, as it's day 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship Spring 2023. Not only is there $25,000 on the line for that first place finish, but so is a slot into PMWI for the main event. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I cannot do this alone, as I have two decent-looking gentlemen to my left-hand side.
Hey.
One of them looking better than the other, but I'll let you decide at home who that's going to be. We got Seven Rose Gaming and Cameron Davis.
Vote now. Who's the more attractive one?
Hashtag PMPL Americas, please.
Yeah, well, you could vote. You can also check out all of our sweet social media channels as well. Here, it's going to pop up on your screen. Everything there on the screen behind me or below me depends on where you want to look, as long as it's near this face. You guys at home, also make sure to get your votes in over on the YouTube chat to let us know who you think who's going to win the event and who your favorite team is. They could be both. They're probably going to be both, I'm assuming. Yeah. But they also might not be if you're a North American fan.
Whoa, hey. We're still in the mix. We're still in the mix, okay?
When you were saying that, I was like, yeah, it's not if you're in North America. I mean, unless you're an N-Hyper fan, right? Then you have a chance, but all the other ones are, it's not possible.
Yeah, well, it's not looking possible. I'm not going to say it's over just yet until we're into that final match. It's knocked out. Possible. That's the type of person I am. You know, it's not over till it's over. But let's take a look yet again here at what they're playing for. If it's not that first place of $25,000 and the slot to PMWI, there's still a lot of money to be won here. $19,000 for second place, $15,000 for third. And if you're one of those teams in that 9th through 16th place, well, you still technically can move up $1,000 depending on where you are and if you perform.
Yeah, and you know, there's still an opportunity for a couple of them in the 9th to 12th to get up to 8th to 7th potentially. But really, we're going to be looking at essentially the top 5 here, because that's really the only position that we truly care about at this point in terms of a chance of winning the entire thing and making it to PMWI.
I think at some point we will see those bottom teams as a spoiler role, where they might be able to kind of just make it a little bit harder for those teams at the top that are trying to get those extra points. And it always happened, like somehow, some way, on the last day, one of the bottom teams just decides to pop off.
Well, we'll find out if they can do so, but we haven't seen them do it really quite yet, to be perfectly honest, but I hope there's a chance. So let's take a look at the schedule, though. If you guys have not been with us these last 3 days, then you probably don't know the order of the battlegrounds. But you can see it right here on your screens. We got Miramar into Sanhok, into Erangel, and then once again back to Miramar with a final Vikendi of the event, followed up by, of course, the best battleground to end an entire event on, of Erangel.
Oh, just thinking a different one.
Sanhok? Livik?
Yeah.
Erican?
Oh, the flashbacks.
Well, let's take a look here at the overall standings, because this is what's really about, right? This is how we determine, obviously, which teams will be going through to which team will go through to PMWI and where you're going to place. And honestly, Cameron, I think yesterday really set in motion the amazing finals that we're going to have right now, because we finally have those gaps that were there really closed in on. Yeah. And a lot of teams in reach of first place.
This top section is looking very, very similar as the relationship between my budgeting skills and my bank account. It's tight. It is really, really tight. And as I said, we're looking at the top 5 here. The only reason we're not sort of including INCO Gaming in the teams that have a real chance is because they had a really good day 1, but they've only been slipping since then. Everyone else above them has either been steady as she goes, like Loops, or on an upper trajectory, looking at Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN specifically for that. So, I mean, you know, there's always the chance that INCO, AGG, and FLAMENGO Esports sort of steps into a higher gear, but until that happens, I'm focused on the top 5.
I mean, yeah, as you said, INCO does have the chance, right? With, I think they put up, like, what was it, 87 points on the first day, and after that, they had a massive drop-off. Yeah. Even into day 2, after day 2, when they didn't perform that well, they were still able to maintain that first place because of how well they did that first day. Yeah. So there is that slight chance that they could do that, but with the way they've been performing, and with the way that now some of the other teams are performing as well, I don't see that happening for INCO. And as we were mentioning earlier, too, I'm interested to see, like, which one out of the other teams, this one's right here popping up, are going to end up popping off. We did see a little bit of an improvement performance out of YKG yesterday, which was really nice. Yeah. And then we saw Overnight being able to step it up again. Remember, Overnight at one point was in the top 5. Yeah. I felt like that was a little bit luck, and it kind of showcased that with what we've seen so far in day 2 and day 3.
Well, it showcased it because they weren't able to replicate the round that allowed them to get their 1 win on Sanhok. And ATON Esports actually below them with 2 wins, but again, them, high highs, low lows. Yeah. But as you said, on the final day, on those bottom 8 teams, the pressure is off. There's nothing for them to lose at this point. They're, you know, so there's no choking to be had. Just go out and perform, and there might be an extra gear that you can find yourself in just because you're there to play one of your favorite video games.
Yeah, as long as you don't just quit mid-event, you know, there's always a chance for
He came back.
experience. But one team we have been looking on, they were day 2 at the end of day 1, and they've been able to actually take first place at the end of day 3. It's an intense game. We're going to take a look at their stats here as well, because the player stats from this team have been pretty strong. Adrian has been one of the most consistent players, I feel like, this entire event so far.
Yeah. He was in the mix of top fraggers on day 1, and that wasn't even like their best day, I don't think, or at least it wasn't like a standout day for an intense game. Coming into this event, Diego was the star player in my eyes, but the fact that Adrian has been there to step up, and it's not even that Diego's doing bad numbers, but the fact that there is an even better player on the team right now is just showing that they are able to deliver all the numbers, get all the eliminations, leading to all those placement points that is putting them in such a strong position right now to be the team to beat.
Yeah, what I like seeing out of this is that everybody else is at least over 1 elim, and that's kind of what we're starting to see now with PUBG Mobile, right? How the game has evolved. Everybody needs to be able to perform, and it's good to see that McGrillen's being able to put out that damage. We have seen with some players, even though they are not the top players in regards to most damage or most elims, they can still open up a path by causing some of those elims, by causing some of those knocks, and giving a chance for Adrian to start shining.
And this is the really interesting part for us as well. We talk about teams dropping off, teams on the rise. Intense Game just had a little bit of an interesting day 2, well, obviously off the back of a phenomenal day 1. Then they started to bring it back a little bit when it came to day 3. I think for me, looking at it, the most impressive part is the damage they've been able to do, even with the drop-off of eliminations between day 1 and day 3. Still netting around that 1,400 mark is pretty strong.
Yeah, and I think in a similar conversation of INCO's Gaming's really strong day 1, wasn't able to follow up with that, is that we're looking at a lot of the other teams that we're going to be talking about in a little bit, though, as having a really bad day 1 and then finding their groove and then stepping up. So it's not so much that Intense Game has had a worse day 2 and day 3, but it's that the lobby has gotten even harder when the other teams have found their own footing. And so really, the fact that their numbers were as close as they are looking at day 3 to day 1 just shows that these guys are not giving up this first place spot without a really big fight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough for some of these teams that we're going to start talking about soon to actually overpass Intense Game. If Intense Game comes out with that intensity, right, that we've seen out of them, and that consistency too. Yeah, they had that drop-off in day 2, but so far, they're being able to maintain that first place. And I have a couple teams that we'll be talking about here in a little bit that I think might have a chance of actually being able to pass them.
Well, what's really scary, but also kind of amazing about Intense Game is that, to me, they're not a team that has a very specific play style. They are so run-of-the-mill, so down-the-middle average. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but in terms of like looking at conservative versus very aggressive teams, they are banged down the middle. They don't like favor center, but they also don't favor edge. They will play whatever comes to them. And the fact that they are delivering such high numbers when they barely qualified to this event in the first place, just like, I have no clue if they're like, I'm sure they're going to be able to continue because there was no sign showing that these were just like one-off days.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot of confidence in them, actually. I think for me, I'm a little bit nervous for all the teams, to be perfectly honest, because we saw quite consistently yesterday that a lot of our top 5 teams were generally in our top 8s when it came to the actual match finishes. And if you're one of those teams who unfortunately doesn't finish there, you could be saying goodbye. But as we've been talking about, teams improving, teams falling off, whatever it might be, we're taking a look at our 2nd through 5th place teams, and there's quite a few things you can break down here. I mean, Alpha 7 has to be the first 1-7 because they have been getting better every single day.
Yeah, and that was the scary thing that I've been kind of pointing out about this team is that, yeah, they didn't have a great performance in day 1. In day 2, they were able to improve that. Even though I remember we showed a graphic of which team was able to pop off even more, they weren't there because they were just being a little bit more consistent. They didn't have to make up that much of a margin, right? And then yesterday they were able to have a great performance as well and improve on what we saw today too. And I felt like yesterday, especially towards the end in that final game, we saw a bit more of a pace out of them, being able to pace themselves on how they were going to be taking fights. Something I would like to see to improve out of Alpha 7 is finishing those fights a little bit faster. Now, when we go over to N-Hyper, you can see a little bit of a drop-off when we get to 3rd day. And something that we've been mentioning with N-Hyper as well, Cam, is that when they end up having all their 4 players alive in a top 5 situation, that is a scary team. Well, yesterday that wasn't the case because on the two times that they ended up in a top 5 situation, they had their 4 players alive, but they weren't able to convert it, and it came down to they weren't able to set themselves up in time, and I think that hurts them in a big, big way, and hopefully they're going to be looking to get to what plays and set themselves up a lot faster.
Well, I think looking at NHyper, one clear reason why their day 3 wasn't as successful is because even though they have really strong fundamentals, they're really good at putting themselves in winning positions, the teams that are arguably mechanically stronger, Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN, have only been getting better and better and better, and making it harder for a team like NHyper to post up a really solid end game showing. So there is the real concern that NHyper lost their window to put themselves in a winning position right now. However, you can look at what happened from day 1 to day 2. They've also been one of the best teams at making adjustments after having a sort of mediocre day. So I'm not counting NHyper out by any stretch, but just looking at the trajectory from Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN specifically, it does worry me as a fan of North American PUBG Mobile.
Well, look at what we do see here, right? We have Alpha 7, who are consistent in improving day to day. You have Loops Esports, who's just been consistent between like 40 and 50 points. Then you have Influence CHEMIN, who's had these massive leaps, a little bit more volatile with the performances across the days. I'm curious, do you favor one of these teams over another, ignoring the fact, who they are in terms of more the consistency they've had?
I favor Alpha 7 because of the consistency that they have, and also I feel like Influence CHEMIN yesterday on the first 2 matches, they, especially the first match, they definitely got fed that circle, although I will counter my own point because they were able to take advantage on certain situations where they were given the circle, and that's kind of something I wanted to point out in regards to all of the teams that we saw there. Maybe especially, I guess I'll throw in Loops as well because Mythic is having a great tournament so far. If any of these 4 teams gets blessed by the circle, all of the other teams need to be careful because they are going to be proactive. They're going to be looking for those eliminations. It's something that they have proved over and over again, and I feel like that's why they are currently in a top 5 situation.
I'm the opposite of you here, Seven. I actually favor Influence CHEMIN right now, looking at that trajectory, not only because they keep getting, like, the growth is even stronger from day 1 to day 3, right? But also because Alpha 7, even though they've been getting better and better, they always have 1 or 2 games that they go out with virtually 0 points on the day.
They didn't have any yesterday.
What?
They didn't have any yesterday.
They had a couple of ones that weren't as strong. They're not as, like, consistent across the 6 games every single over the entirety of each day, right? And there's only 6 games remaining, so if they are unable to convert the strong rounds, there's going to be at least 1 round, I think, just looking at the days so far, that's going to be bad as well. And I think Influence CHEMIN have shown more of an ability. This could just be recency bias. I'm fully aware of that, but they've shown more of an ability to deliver something routinely, consistently.
Yeah, and to counter that, like what I was hinting at, and the reason why I was picking Alpha 7 is because I noticed that too, right? In day 2 especially, they had 2 games where they had 0 points, and that was a little bit of a worry yesterday. But yesterday, I think they didn't drop below a 7th place, and every single time they were able to get more eliminations, and you can see that reflecting amazingly here. As you can see, the most elims as well, the most knocks, and the most damage too. I feel like this team is finally coming into themselves. It has taken them a little bit of time, but it's good to see that the eliminations, and something that Alpha 7 is usually known for, is starting to showcase that they are improving on that.
We know what's scary about Alpha 7 that you guys have, well, you haven't really brought up today. You did bring up quite a few times yesterday. We have Revo doing well. We have Senna doing well. Mafioso doing pretty good. Carrillo's been almost non-existent, and for me, that's like the X factor now. If he plays well today and everyone else is able to maintain the status quo, Alpha 7, in my eyes, will win this event. Any of you guys care to disagree?
No.
Can you disagree with that? I don't know.
No, you can't. No, I mean, it's Korea.
Your argument
disagree with Korea.
Your argument is essentially, if all 4 players play well, then they're going to win. Like, yeah, obviously. The question is, can they, though?
Well, not even that. Like, if one of their players drops off, let's say Mafioso for some reason starts having a bad day, but if Carrillo steps it up, like, that's such a player with such a pedigree that he will definitely make a big impact for that team.
Okay, well, you know what? We've had obviously the breakdown of the prize pool, right? Alpha 7 could win $25,000. They could get a spot in the PNWI, even though they're technically winning their vote as well right now with the All-Star vote, so they would get in twice. There's still an MVP award.
Yeah.
$1,000. So let's take a look here at our top 5 MVPs at the moment, and we do have Adrian currently leading right now. But Mythic, that's the interesting thing, Seven. You brought it before. Mythic's been playing well. He's been playing damn well here, currently sitting in 2nd place.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the opposite, right, of what we're seeing Alpha 7. We have seen mostly just Mythic being able to have those pop-off performances, and the big question mark for Loops becomes if Mythic doesn't have a good day today, they're just going to start dropping off in a big, big way. By the way, Little Boy has been amazing. I think we saw him get the MVP yesterday for how Influence CHEMIN was able to play, and a big surprise for me so far this tournament, I will have to say, is number 4 and number 5. GK first for N-Hyper. I feel like a lot of people, especially myself, I thought it was going to be QCC out of N-Hyper or maybe Kindness, so it's great to see that GK first is finally starting to feel comfortable here with this team to finally be able to put up this kind of numbers. And with Tanab, I mean, for a team that hasn't, for a player that hasn't really played that much with this squad in over a year, for him to be able to come in and make such a big impact when some of the players, like you were mentioning, Carrillo was kind of falling off, that's a great to see him there in a top 5 situation.
Yeah. I just think the fact that all 5 teams in the top 5 have one player in the top 5 of the MVP race, which just doubles down on our whole point of this opening segment, which is, sure, there is, you know, teams have more points than others, but it is a very, very close race at the top.
Very close indeed, and I hope for all the team's sake and an individual player's sake, they've been able to take their Monster Energy today, because it's our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. They got to obviously focus up here because, again, as I said before, 1 player dropping off, well, you got to have others to carry the weight through. Yep. And right now, we got to bring our commentators in to carry the weight here of this broadcast as we're heading into our first match of the day over to Miramar with Hot Jukes and Zute.
That's right, baby. I love that little delay right there at the end. What's up, everybody? Of course, it's Jukes with Zute. About to kick this bad boy off. Zoo, are you ready? It's called Come Down to This, baby. Last day.
I am so ready, Jukes. The way the games have shaped out, the rankings on the leaderboard, I couldn't ask for more like picture perfect story to begin the very last day of the PMPL Americas Championship.
Let's go. We're heading straight on it into Miramar, the desert. These teams are super used to this map rotation. I hope we saw some squads do that homework today, you know, and I got a chance to talk to a few players. They're excited. They are hyped up. You got some squads that really have nothing to lose going into this tournament and everything to gain, right? You know, I'm looking at the squads at the bottom. Their chances are slim to none. They're slim to none. You're talking about some teams need to win 6 matches in a row. Near impossible. But hey, you know what?
Yeah.
If you believe, Zute, right? If you believe in yourself, there's a 0.1% chance, right? But if you don't believe, there's a 0%. So who knows what we'll see today. Hopefully, we see something surprising.
Well, back to reality, Jukes. The main thing I'm looking at, and I gotta agree with the desk, is the top 5, okay? They specifically mentioned INCO Gaming. You know, they're definitely in the running, same with All Glory Gaming, but, you know, INCO has just continued to fall off, like the desk said. But the top 5, those are the teams that have really, you know, either hung in there consistently or have risen up from a huge deficit. So, you know, when you get really high up in the leaderboards, when you start off really low, that's one key word that they have going for them: momentum. And it's all about seeing if they can keep that momentum into the final day. So this Miramar game is going to be huge. Plane path straight down the middle, Jukes. Pretty fair for everyone, but we've seen the Miramar circles. Those are a different story.
Yeah, you know, these Miramar circles have been pretty brutal. And, you know,
oh, that's a new one. That's a new one.
A nice circle all the way to the top. That's going to make things interesting. And, you know, I heard Jason, he said that he expected Alpha 7 to win this tournament. With how they've been playing, it's been pretty insane. So with this zone, though, they got to be pretty pumped up because this one is right on point here. Whoa, you can see right there, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's freaking out right now. I think the telestration is just as hyped as we are. It's trying to get ahead of itself. Not sure what's happening. But the main thing I want to point out, though, Jukes, is Alpha 7, dead center of the circle that popped up, and they are in 2nd place position. Now, Alpha 7, they always play from the edge in. We rarely see them, you know, flourish when they're just dead in the middle. So I think this will be one of the few times we see how they decide to play the circles when they're dead center. Are they going to be like a little bit aggressive on their defense, or are they just going to hunker down?
I don't know. When it comes to Alpha 7, I think they have to keep playing the game that they've been playing, to be honest with you. That's what's got them here so far. I think aggression is where Alpha 7 really thrives. You know, hunting down squads, taking those fights, those third parties. And I think if they continue to do so, I think we'll see them possibly end up on top here. You know, for a lot of the other squads, though, you know, and we talked about INCO, right? INCO had the craziest day in a tournament so far. I think them with Influence CHEMIN, right? Influence CHEMIN had the ridiculous day yesterday. But for a squad like INCO, I think it's really down to this game here. I think they need to set the tone straight. Get a good game, big points, and if they could do it here in game number 1, I think they're in the running for first place. But if they don't do it here in game 1, I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I think INCO's got to pull a Influence CHEMIN, right? Remember, Influence CHEMIN, they weren't even in the top 8, and to remind all the viewers, from 8th to 9th, there was like, what, a 30-plus point drop-off? So Influence CHEMIN, their names were like barely mentioned coming into yesterday's matches, and oh my God, Jukes, they absolutely crushed it yesterday. And now all of a sudden it's like they could be number 1. So INCO Gaming, they have a much nicer points, you know, buffer compared to Influence coming into yesterday. So they don't have as much work as they need to do, but they definitely needed to pull off something like Influence CHEMIN did yesterday if they want to take first place.
Straight up bonkers performance that Influence had yesterday. I mean, we talked about the difficulty of being able to win 2 games in a row. And Influence CHEMIN just said, hey, you know what? I don't care how far behind. You know, a lot of people predicted us. You know, we've had a lot of support to get here, and they proved to everybody, you know, why they are one of the top teams in the Americas. And they could steal this tournament very easily. Yeah. It's so close in that top 5. We're going to keep stressing about that all tournament long, unless, of course, we see one team at the top just pop off, and that'll seal the deal early on. But I think we're going to see some different strategies here, Zute. What is some things that come to mind as we start off the circle?
Well, this first circle, it's a circle that we haven't seen yet on Miramar, and same goes for all of these teams participating. So we're going to see something different, I think, out of all of the teams. Alpha 7 right now, they're doing a 2-2 split. We see All Glory Gaming, they already rotated far to the left side. You don't even see them on that mini-map screen. So there's a lot of things that, you know, I'm going to be in a surprise for. And these teams included, you know, there's no VOD review going into this type of circle.
That is for sure. But you know what? When it comes to these types of circles, the high ground, I think, will always favor you. And we can see a ton of squads hunting it down right now. Intense Game's going to be one of them. Diego all the way up top. Got the bird's eye view of all the land. And it looks like they're going to be creeping up possibly onto Stellar. You're definitely going to need a vehicle to get up that high. Maybe if Diego spots them out, could you imagine being Stellar? Just all the way up there thinking, oh, yeah, no one's going to see me, and then just getting absolutely dominated. That'll hurt.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Even though I don't think Stellar has made visual or audio contact with the team of Intense, he's pretty aware. He should be pretty aware there is definitely a player on the other side, because, like, this position, who's not going to be here in a circle like this? At least one team's got to be here, you know, using its vantage point for sight lines into the next zone. So Stellar, he's definitely got to be careful. Other teams still rotating in right now. I'm looking at the map, Jukes. The center of the zone, somewhat filled. Definitely more teams on the eastern side of that middle point, but that's, of course, all the teams rotating in from the east side. The west side of the center completely empty. There's only one team, All Glory Gaming, on the west side of the center.
Yeah, hopefully we can see how those rotations come to form here in just a little bit. You know, what we really didn't talk about, the Destiny. Really, oh, sup, pig. Goodbye. Just like that. You know, one thing we didn't really chat on is, you know, teams all the way at the bottom. What is their plan coming into today? Because, like, the Chosen, there's zero chance, right? No matter how good they do, they're not going to make it to first place or anywhere near there, right? So what do you think their strategy is? Like, are they going to go for those spoiler roles? You know, just play the game they have been doing? And Zute, as we look at this next circle before you answer that, right? Why don't you break it down for us in these rotations?
I mean, one team I'm looking at rotation-wise is right here, Hyper, the third place team. They got to come in from the far eastern side. Here's Influence CHEMIN as well, the fourth place team. Of course, Alpha 7, you know, they're dead smack in the middle. We don't have to worry about them too much for now. But those two teams, Hyper, Influence CHEMIN, That's number 3 and number 4 on the leaderboards, having a huge rotation that they got to come in on. And Intense game, they're already kind of close to the center. We saw them earlier. So these rotations are definitely going to be tough. And Hyper's probably going to try and wrap around, I believe, to the western side. Influence CHEMIN, looking at them, they're taking a similar pathing. So that might be a conflict waiting to happen between those two teams in particular, Jukes.
Yeah, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Is, you know, for everybody that doesn't know, when you have these hard shift zones like this one was in the first circle, a lot of teams, you have to assume that that hard shift side is completely empty, right? All Glory Gaming, they knew that, so they had there first. And it looks like Hyper and Influence CHEMIN are kind of dealing with that same trend, just trying to find an area of freedom. And this is a really interesting side of the map, Zute. There's so many different hills, a lot of real estate here, and the zone centering up dead center. It's going to make things interesting.
Oh, I was hoping there'd be some sort of hard shift. If there was a hard shift, it'd give more teams like room to play with, in my opinion, right? The fact that just centers up, dead in the middle, I mean, all around the center circle, you have high grounds. Everybody coming in from the edge, like I mentioned, in Hyper, Influence CHEMIN, they're essentially like cut off from being able to do any more rotational strategies because everything is just blocked at this point.
Oh, GK first, catching a nice little point right there from Overknight. Take that one to the bank here, and Hyper's going to start off with 2 eliminations. That's good for them. You know, we always see, you talked about this so much times, Zute, right? And Hyper's difficulty when it comes to end game tournaments, right? We've seen plenty of times where Hyper is dominating the leaderboard, always on top, and then the last day just not be able to really grasp their hands on that trophy. But heck, starting off with 2 eliminations is pretty good, but like you mentioned, I think they're going to have a tough time in this zone. Hopefully they can clutch it up.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, starting off with 2 points, that's a confidence booster that they need. You got the Chosen and Dope crashing up on each other. Quick little 2v2 skirmish about to pop out here. Stellar with the nade, throws it in. No connections, though. And these two teams, I mean, they're both so far down on the leaderboards that this fight is almost inconsequential. Whoever gets this position, though, will be in a great spot because that is pretty much center zone.
Well, this is also a big opportunity for a team to third party, right? And pick up all those points right here.
Ooh, beautiful nade.
Oh, a nice nade from Han Ying. Gonna definitely help them out. Here he comes in with that S12K and does finish off Hayuya. That nade, not a real worry for now. And so the Chosen gonna pick up a nice little squad wipe onto Dope Slayers. And, you know, one thing that's always interesting, Zute, that really piques my interest, is teams at the bottom on the last day, since they have nothing to lose, all their nerves are gone. And we've seen it, right? Where teams at the bottom just start popping off. And that could really just make the game that much more difficult for squads in desperate need of points on the leaderboards.
Oh, yeah. I think the Des mentioned a lot of these teams near the bottom can play spoiler, even if it's not intentional, right? It's not like they're trying to target a top team, but when you run into a top team and you're near the bottom on the last day, you said it perfectly. They have no more fear, no more pressure, and they just play loose. And sometimes that's what they needed all along as we head into the next circle shift. So look, Influence and Hyper on the northeastern side. If it goes anywhere away from that position in the northeast, that is a tough rotation down towards the center or south.
Ooh, speaking of rotations, Zute, a lot of these teams at the bottom, right? You may have a superstar really put themselves out there and possibly get picked up by some other squads in future stages. So you might see some lone players looking to make some plays, and they're going to have the chance to do it here because we got a Crater Fields finish. That's going to make things...
circle.
This is a really good zone for these teams.
Yeah, that's a really good... not the teams on the southern side, of course, but for everyone else, which is a huge number of teams. Huge number of teams are on that northern side of the shift. They're going to be able to get a nice rotation. And Hyper actually managed to find center zone now with that shift. They are dipped down into the Crater Fields, hunkering it down. So we'll check on them in a little bit, see what happens. But man, things are just starting to heat up now, Jukes.
Here we go, everybody. First game of the last day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championships 2023. We see Influence CHEMIN looking to kind of have they would hope to have the same day they had yesterday. If they do, they are winning this tournament. but it's hard to have repeat performances here. As a matter of fact, we've seen a curse where we see a team do really good one day and struggle the next. So hopefully Influence CHEMIN can break that curse right here, right now.
Well, they're going to start breaking that curse by maybe getting an elimination points. Oh, barely makes it over, but I don't think he's going to get much further. You see Hyper right there already in the center zone waiting. Overknight's not going to take that position, though. They're down to a 2-man. This team has just been falling off since day number 1, and it looks like the trend is going to continue.
Yeah, I think Overknight have really proven that if they get that center circle and the zone really locks onto them, that they can get it done. Sometimes, right? Not all the time. And especially when that zone doesn't favor them, they really seem to struggle. Hopefully they can kind of, use the rest of this tournament to kind of possibly fix up some of those issues and get ready for the next season coming up. By the way, guys, there's, of course, those votes. Who knows who's going to make it into PMWI via that route. So if you feel your team struggling a little about here, tell your friends, right? Make sure you go ahead and vote for the squad. That's going to be huge.
Intense game. Not in the zone yet. Definitely has to make one of the toughest rotations. All these teams in front of them already, just in position, defending their spot. And I don't know if they know YKG is down here. This is the first place team. Intense game. About to suffer some casualties, potentially. You do a nice little wraparound. And definitely going to get shot at. Oh, actually, they probably know there's a team here. That's a setup for a full-on fight.
Big battle here. Intense game. Cannot go down. This is the first place team. If they go out here, it's going to open the door for so many different squads to pass them up on the leaderboards. This is against YKG, a dominant team in North America that has been struggling all tournament long, only having 80 points on the board. They're one of those squads that needs to literally win every game today if they want to get first place. So not a lot to lose. Everything to gain. Do you see Diego with some nice pre-fires there into that smoke? This is going to be an interesting fight. 24K, going to have to make a play on this yellow. If he catches him, that's going to be really tough.
Adrian and Chica right now cooking in the blue, both playing the off angle, trying to use that blue. Diego opens it up with the opening right there. That's going to be a huge one. Quick trade back and forth. 2 of Intense down, 2 of YKG up. It's a 1v1 now. Fierce versus, I think that is Cielo. He's behind the wall. It's Intense here. He's getting the revive though, Jukes, and he's got the TPP advantage. Some pre-fires force that player off. 1v1 for all the marbles. And Intense game showing us why they are in first place still right now with a clean finish. But Jukes,
Third party.
I don't think they're making it out. I don't think they're making. They could get the full reset, Jukes, but look at this position that ATON has on them, and they have the zone too.
Well, it's going to be huge. They got at least 4 points, right? That's going to help them out on their leaderboards here. They do have a little slight buffer above Alpha 7, so maybe that could be enough to hold on. But A7's already got 1 elimination. You can see Rebel trying to get some nades onto All Glory Gaming. And not to mention, A7 has the high ground, so that's going to make them even more of a threat. They make it at 2 eliminations. They're already starting to rack it up. And it does look like ATON Esports has their eyes on Intense game as they are absolutely ripping them apart.
Ooh, at least for Intense game, they managed to find the points onto YKG. I don't think they're going to make it too much further yet. More knocks onto the side of Intense game. They are getting picked apart. I mean, with the spread that ATON had on them, not much they could do. Carrillo trying to pop some shots, and oh, the taps! Almost.
The single fires are ridiculous. Yep, the entire squad of Intense game just getting absolutely demolished there. And that's the struggle. Every time you take those early game fights, that third party is always there in this tournament. And Intense game is going to suffer from that same trend here. You can see Fran trying to hit a pretty insane nade. That would have been crazy to watch if they hit that. That would have been nuts. But we got to watch INCO. INCO, that's what I say. INCO, they will jump on you if they get the opportunity. And you can see them trying to hunt down Jaguars. Only 2 members up left for them. Very close together. 1 nade, and that will spell disaster for them. It looks like, Rebel from Alpha 7 is going to get a knock onto Becker. That's going to shut down that push.
Yeah, nice long-range knock right there from Alpha 7. Oh, almost getting another one onto Vitali. He's got to be careful. Heal that right up. That's last first aid kit, too, by the way. So these damages that are being pounded into these players, even if it's not a knock, it could become a huge important factor because you're eating away at their armor, their meds, the util, and, you know, just time, honestly, because when you're down that low HP, you can't make a move.
Well, speaking of importance, Zute, looking at the mini-map, right, you got to look at Alpha 7. They're all the way to the southwest side. I wonder what their rotation is going to look like. Love to hear your thoughts on that. But right now we're looking at the Panthers taking some shots onto FLAMENGO, and they're going to get that finish. All right, 3 eliminations for the Panthers.
Yeah, FLAMENGO, 8th place team. That's not a good start for them. They needed to win this match if they wanted first place potential. So they are out. Hard shift to the north. Ooh, that leaves Alpha 7 out of the zone. So they're going to have to make their push in. And Hyper, man, just getting that circle. They are getting blessed right now.
Devastating zone shift for A7. Like you mentioned, they're going to have one heck of a ride trying to get into that circle. But yeah, Alpha 7, they've trained for this, right? They thrive on having to push in from outside of the zone. INCO, all in one vehicle, about to get blown up. The vehicle's on fire. They hop out. It explodes, but they are just getting pieced up by Alpha 7. I believe that was Hyper as well.
Yeah. Hyper popping off huge shots. Look in that elimination feed. Hyper picking up points. By the way, Hyper have the high ground of all high grounds right now in this final circle. It is just points being rained on top of them.
Well, you said it, Zute. If Hyper does have the high ground, they have a 99% victory rate. So that's going to be the team I'm going to predict to win this game, since they do have that real thick high ground. We'll see where that zone goes. If it goes off of them, that'll make things a little bit more difficult, though. Alpha 7... they don't really need high ground, Zute. I'll tell you that right now. As long as they have 5.56 in their M4s, this is a team you got to watch out for.
Definitely so. The one problem with that high ground, though, if one of those players get knocked, that is going to be a tough revive to go ahead and grab. And QZZ, the single fire, M16 only landing one shot. Trying to hit the toes. Oh, tickled the toes? Oh, got him twice there.
One more. Little angles. David from All Glory Gaming. Man, All Glory Gaming has had a go at it here, right? They've had some really nice pop-off moments and then just seem to struggle constantly in these kind of circles. And you can see David just trying to hold on for his team. The last one up for him, but he's going to go out to the blue zone here, most likely.
Well, he gets the first aid off. I think QZZ is thinking the same thing. He's going to deny the point. So focusing on Alpha 7, that's a good team to focus on, especially if you want to take first place. Alpha 7 still with 4 up, but their vehicles are looking a little bit beat up right now.
Yeah, definitely not looking too hot, but, you know, they are on the hunt for loops. Mafioso, he's got that high ground. He's got those angles. Especially,
he's got to be so careful, though.
Yeah, he does, especially for, he knows that there's a player up on top of him too, so that's making him a little bit nervous.
He's also the anchor point for the team. He's the one furthest into the zone on the next potential zone shift. So if he does make his presence known, it's got to be worth it. It can't just be a knock. It has to be at least a point confirmation for him to make the risk of shooting and letting his position be known to QZZ.
There goes David from All Glory Gaming. He's going to go down. Next zone's about to pop on over. This is going to be a huge circle, especially for a team like Hyper. They do not want to have to give up that high ground. But if that circle goes north, it's going to make things really interesting for them here. Look at that. Rolls of War getting some shots with him. Mafioso got caught! He was worried about it. He knew that there was a player above him, and QZZ finally spotted him.
Yeah, the rest of Alpha 7 did manage to make it in, though, so now they have 3 people right underneath this hilltop. The circle does center up, giving Hyper Alpha 7 the zone. And we can't forget about Influence CHEMIN. They're still in this match with, I believe, 4 up. Yeah, they haven't made much noise because they're just chilling in the crater fields in that compound over there.
You got to also give it up, you know, for Alpha 7. I'd love to see that even though their player did get thirsted, the smokes were almost instant. You know, it's so crazy to see how well they cover for their teammates in those situations. You see Rolls of War here, pretty insignificant on the leaderboards, just looking to make something happen here. Influence CHEMIN, though, this is a big fight. Influence really needs to win this one. They had a great day yesterday, but due to how they performed at day 1 and day 2, they still got some work to do if they want to make it into that first place spot.
As far as the momentum meter is concerned, Influence CHEMIN's coming into today with the most momentum out of any of the teams. Their glow up yesterday was phenomenal. So let's see if that momentum will carry over. Right now, they're playing defense. Unfortunately for them, the Panthers are in the zone as well, so the Panthers won't be forced to push just yet. So getting these knocks.
That Molotov was
doing too much? Yeah, that's a great Molotov.
That was right on point, little boy. He's going to shake that one off, though. You know, he learned that stop, drop, and roll early on in his PUBG Mobile career. And Band-Aid up here. You can see Loops on the side of the mountain. This is always a really good spot to hold because it's so difficult to get naded here. Like if you want to, if someone nades you, it has to be perfectly placed. Right on top of you, perfectly cooked. Otherwise, it's going right over your head. And, yep, looks like Alpha 7 got those down.
Yeah, if anyone can manage to land hard nades to do Alpha 7, they've got the mechanics down, landing that one. Not a point confirmation though, but definitely, you know, making Loops use their meds up. GK First also wants to throw at things. QZZ has actually went down the mountaintop, and they find an angle. Chief is knocked. Oh, Chief is knocked from the Loop side though. You see N-Hyper, they really want to take care of this A7 team right now if they can.
That's the time to do it. Nice and early, force their position, make Blue Zone your buddy here in this situation. The longer they keep Alpha 7, they know that they're going to get picked away slowly, bit by bit. Look at QZZ looking for those angles. Senathexa hugging the wall, Mythic! Breaking the top of that mountain and absolutely shredding Alpha 7. It's really only Senathexa up for his squad. Just stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Man, and Hyper having a run at it right now without 7 and Loops. They are damaging both of these teams with barely any return fire. Up to 8 eliminations now. Ren finds the last player of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 out in 8th place with only 4 elimination points. And Hyper now looking at Loops. Looks like Loops know this is a losing battle, so they're going to try and wrap around to the north side, and Circle is about to shift here.
And Hyper are having a go at it right now, picking up monster points from this position. And taking out Alpha 7 is a huge threat now out of their way. Influence CHEMIN. Definitely a squad to watch, though, as this next zone does pop. Sute centers right on up. Influence doesn't have to move a muscle.
Yeah, now the Panthers are forced to push the Influence team. The Panthers with 3, and it looks like it's going to be a tough push for the Panthers side. Here comes another team rotating in. ATON, this could help out the Panthers potentially. No, ATON rotating into the other side. Influence CHEMIN. The only team they have to worry about is the Panthers. Meanwhile, N-Hyper and Loops both have to move into zone. N-Hyper has the high ground, but it's not in the next circle shift. Same for Loops.
Yeah, Panthers are pretty much done here, especially when you got N-Hyper on that high ground. I mean, it is just going to be that much more difficult. Here comes Loops, though, with the monster trucks, with a big rotation on over, right to Overnight. And we see him hanging out and getting absolutely shredded immediately. So Loops dominating Overnight and taking this position right from their noses.
Yeah, that was a huge rotation. They had all of N-Hyper looking at them, but they managed to find a way out. Here comes that push we were talking about. Not looking too great. I mean, it was a 2v4 or 3v4 for the side of the Panthers, and they are getting cut down. ATON actually even chiming in and taking one of their players out.
Yeah, just stuck in a really terrible spot here. It's just Quan up left for his team, and Choco's got eyes locked right on him. That's going to do it there for the Panthers, eliminated pretty early on here. Let's see what Loops is looking to do. They're trying to hang on in this tournament. They were in 5th place going into this match, and they are literally tied right now with Influence CHEMIN. So this is a big battle here.
Yeah, and Hyper did lose one player on rotation. That's pretty decent, honestly, rotating down that mountaintop and wide open. Here comes ATON, though, on to Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN already with one locked, and you can see ATON getting the angles. Can they find the second opening here?
Choco with the M16, single tapping his way, trying to take it to victory. What a nade from Kayovsky! That's going to shut down the push onto Zohan. Choco only with the M16, but his teammates are right there on point, but so's Kayovsky. Trades going back and forth. Loops comes in the fight and shuts down ATON Esports. Loops helping out their Brazilian brothers.
Oh, man, that was a huge third party. Influence CHEMIN had a chance of being completely wiped out there, but now they'll keep 4 up. The battle ensues, though. We got the Titans of the lobby still in N-Hyper, Influence CHEMIN, and Loops. Royals of War they're still in here too. Where are? Oh, okay. They're just hanging out over there on that eastern side. New circle shift, definitely not in favor of Influence CHEMIN. They have to keep moving.
Oh, yes, they do. They do have their Brazilian Brotherhood right there on the side of Loops. Both looking in similar directions here. You can see QZZ trying to open up a nade. He knows that he has that blue zone to his advantage. So using those grenades are just going to help stop that push second by second. Look how tight these peaks are right here. Just trying to thread the needle. And he does with some nice shots onto Loops. And Royals of War, very aggressive here, Zute. Very aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Very, very aggressive. They're just looking to take the spoils of war, hoping all the teams here eliminate each other out, and they'll come in at the last second. Influence CHEMIN, I think they were like barely in the zone, but honestly, the next circle, I mean, we're going into stage 9. Oh, yeah. So it's going to be a 4-way fight. And Hyper, they're dead center, though. So everything's going to be crunched in on them, which might work out as their shots are looking on point right now.
QZZ's looking deadly. Nice shots on the Mythic. Now you can see M2M from Worlds of War looking in that similar direction here. 12 seconds left on the clock. The zone is going to thin on down just to that zone. And then, like you mentioned, Circle 9, it's going to go all the way down into nothingness. Nice knock from Carlosen onto Influence CHEMIN.
Using the roof, using the smokes to cover that rooftop angle.
What a nade.
Man, that's a finish. That's great for the side of Loops, picking up another point. Here it is.
Oh! Ayala with a huge grenade right when it counts. And then here comes some more Molotovs. And they got more in the bank here. QZZ helping out Influence just a little bit with that knock. And look at this. I mean, there's Molotovs all over the place. Somehow Influence has avoided them.
Teams are pushing in. Circle is closing. Royals of War have to make their first move on to Hyper. Can Hyper hold the defense? So many points everywhere to be had. Kindness not even sure where to look.
Oh, the second he peeked up, he got right back down. And little boy focused on Loops. Everybody's just focusing on every single squad, but Loops is in big trouble. Little boy trying to get these confirmations. It's just Ayala. Last one up for Loops. Trying to get that first aid off. The blue zone is closing. He's got no choice. Kindness goes down. And that's it for Loops. Little boy,
Loops is
last one
out.
up. Is it a 1v1v1? It's a 1v1v1.
And Hyper's getting that revive, though. And Hyper's going to get this revive. And if they stall long enough, they could get the third one. Royals of War, they need a push. Little boy, no revives to be had. He's got to do it all on his own, Jukes. Circle is still closing in.
Creeping. Federal trying to go for that res. This zone is creeping in so slowly. It's allowing for these resets to happen. Royals of War still there, just hiding behind that container. One nade will do it, but by now, these teams have used all their utility, and that's exactly what happened. Rin's throwing a nice offensive smoke there to shut down that angle, and gonna focus on one team at a time. And Hyper, stuck in a really bad spot. Little boy's gonna have the angles. That knock on the Kindness and Thirst is going to be devastating for Hyper.
Now it's down to a 2v3v2. Circle closing in. It's going to come all the way down to the center. Little boy with the DBS through the smokes. Doesn't find the shots. Gets it on QZZ. Royals of War on the other side. And Hyper is out. No, it is Royals of War versus Influence CHEMIN. And it's about to go down. Federal, last one up. Shot through the smoke, Jukes.
Royals of War.
And Royals of War, yeah. Finding the spoils of war. What the winner, chicken dinner.
Hey.
You called it, Jukes. You called it.
One of the last place teams, right? Coming off the rip with a chicken dinner, and it was like 3 or 4 eliminations. Absolutely crazy. Hey, take it to the bank, right? Hey, we got one chicken dinner in PMPL Americas. That's got to be a nice little badge of honor right there. I don't even know if they're going to get first place if they win all 5 more, but still, right? You got to be hype about a win. A win's a win. A win is a win. What can I say?
Yeah, a win's a win. More importantly, the teams that finished in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So we had Influence CHEMIN 2nd place finish. We had Hyper, huge 3rd place finish for them because, you know, they picked up a lot of eliminations all the way throughout. And then the 4th place was Loops, I believe. So, man, all of these points gunning for that top one. Intense game. Went out extremely early, and that was the 1st place team. So that number crunch for 1st place just got a little bit tighter for everyone.
Yes, sir, it did. Guys, we got a lot more action here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Royals of War being cool, calm, and collected there. Actually timing the push perfectly here up against Hyper with the help of Little Boy to close things out and get themselves a chicken dinner. But honestly, with IG going out early, we have seen probably the leaderboards change. Maybe in favor of Hyper, maybe in favor of another team. We'll find out in just a little bit of time here. But that was a crazy match, actually. I mean, Hyper, I know, Cameron, you were like regretting, oh, I should have went Hyper because of the high ground they had, but Influence CHEMIN still placing higher than they did.
I did, yeah. So, I mean, I picked Influence CHEMIN because I was playing for third place to get the guaranteed 1 point. It's really hard to pick for first place. But, I mean, hey, look, they get first anyway because of the number of eliminations. Royals of War only coming out with 3 after that match. But Influence CHEMIN, that spot, I'm actually surprised they got the elimination points that they did, because once we hit that late game position and it's centered up around that whole industrial area, they were just playing really, really defensive. And that's what you want to do in that zone, because it's incredibly hard to keep all the teams out. We saw 5 teams all shoved in that little area. And so it really just comes out of being able to handle the pressure with the blue at their back, with Loops on one side, Royals of War on the other, and then Hyper, who had come all the way from that high ground on the ridge line to press the rest of the lobby, are now trying to gain control of the final zone there.
Loops. I'm impressed by Loops, actually, especially with what Mythic was able to do, because he was able to sneak up on Alpha 7, even though Hyper had visual on them. That was quite impressive. And with Intense Game, man, I gotta feel for them, because they decided to take a fight that they definitely didn't even have to take with YKG, because they were fighting at a compound that wasn't even in the circle, and that was a fight that they actually didn't even have to take, and allowed, they won that fight against YKG, but they allowed ATON to kind of come in and third-party them and ultimately get an eliminated.
If I can play devil's advocate, and I'm not saying that this is 100% the best decision for their situation, but with the amount of high ground that they would need to be pressing up at that time, I actually see the value for going for the 4v4 and, you know, trying to get yourself 4 elimination points there, because getting anywhere closer into the center of that zone at that time, you know, where the circle was, with all the high ground, low ground situation, very, like, unreliable there. So I actually see why, if that's the reason why the decision was made, why they want to go for those guaranteed 4.
Okay, well, let's maybe switch up the topic a little bit and actually look towards Hyper and Influence CHEMIN here, and a little bit of a head-to-head here in this last match, because again, these are 2 teams trying to be taking that #1 position. I'm not sure if Hyper actually was able to close things out, because Influence CHEMIN is a little bit behind everyone else, but keep in mind, we talked about at the start of the day the drastic increase out of Influence CHEMIN over the course of day 1, 2, and 3. Influence CHEMIN kind of on that pace yet again, but 7, you're looking like you got to say it before you blow up.
3,322 damage. Okay, I was actually really intrigued to see how much damage Hyper had. I'm surprised that they weren't able to confirm more of that damage into actual eliminations. 10 elims seem a little bit too low with the position that some of those players had, and they obviously kept getting knocks and knocks, and it was really hard to convert those knocks into elims. But man, I'm pretty sure Hyper's looking back at that game saying we could have probably ended up with at least 15 to 17 elims.
I mean, it's possible. Usually, though, when you see a team come out with that number of kills, even if they are coming from a high ground position, it has to do with them winning the entire match, and they just weren't able to really finalize that final segment. That damage really just comes from the fact that they were on that high ground, just putting a lot of pressure onto anyone and everyone else, and you can't guarantee the confirm on all those knocks that you get in the same way that Influence CHEMIN could guarantee the confirms on the knocks that they would get in the close quarters combat at the end zones.
I actually think that game would have went in Hyper's way if that one Royals of War player didn't sit back on top of a roof and shoot Kindness on top of the silo. Because when Kindness got knocked, it kind of ruined the Overwatch position he had. He was looking straight towards Influence CHEMIN and was locking down the position if they actually moved up, which they had to. So that one knock, I think, changed the complete tide of the game.
And the timing of that, too, because Kindness decided to just pop off, like pretty much crouch when he thought the Influence CHEMIN player was still going to be up. And then as soon as he popped up, the Influence CHEMIN player went down, and then that's when he pretty much gave his position away.
Don't ignore the attempt by, I think it was also Kindness, trying to go back up onto that silo. Those steps, getting caught up by Little Boy, those stairs up there were, I understand why he wanted to get on that high ground again, because it was so valuable, not just the angle, but also the information. But the angle of those stairs, he should have known that there was a real shot of him getting taken out. He should have known that there was someone from either Loops or Influence CHEMIN, even if the kill free tracking was a bit off, which at this stage of the competition shouldn't be, but let's assume even if it was, should know that someone's going to be on that angle and those stairs. Like that was just really ambitious, and I guess just a brain fart of thinking that you could go for that for free.
But can I credit to Little Boy, right? The way he was able to put himself into certain position and the way he was able to put himself at the right off angle and also pick up his teammates. Overall, Influence came and played that so well. Yeah. I thought at one point I was like, okay, yeah, they got blitzed by the zone, and then everybody just started coming onto them, and that was going to be really hard to defend, which, I mean, for them to be able to come out with the second place finish, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, the question is, did the individual performance by Little Boy help them move up the leaderboards here? Let's take a look at our overalls to get an idea of where these teams do stand. Intense game, holding on to #1 by 2 points, as Hyper have gotten in very close reach. Alpha 7 as well, only 4 points behind. Influence CHEMIN 6 points behind. Got Loops 11 points behind. INCO, unfortunately, I think you're right. What you said earlier on, Cameron. They're pretty much going to be out of contention with the decrease in performance across the days here. But we have 5 teams. Any one of them could come out the victors of this event.
And again, I guess we should say it's not decrease in performance of INCO Gaming, it's more of an increase of performance of everyone else, because Hyper, Alpha 7, Influence CHEMIN, and Loops are all powerhouses from their individual regions. So not to say that INCO are just have completely gone missing,
but they have.
They have.
But they have.
I just want to make clear that the lobby has gotten significantly harder from day #1 when it seems that our Giants were still a bit asleep.
INCO pretty much became non-existent after day 2, and then do absolute drop-off. By the way, between first and 5th place, as you were saying, anybody can take it. 11-point separation. That's just so wild to me.
My one concern is Loops, because they're close enough, and they were close enough at the start of the show to be in consideration, and they had a really good game here. But Miramar is, I believe, their best map. They're definitely the best team on Miramar. So this was, in my eyes, the map for them to really come out with a solid performance, and I don't know if that was enough. I'm afraid that they're going to be there in the group, but they're always going to be just behind the line with everyone else chasing for that win.
I feel like with the way Mythic is playing right now, they might be able to take advantage possibly of Sanhok and Vikendi if they become a little bit more aggressive too. And I'm hoping that Lubes realizes how well Mythic is playing at this point, that they try to kind of like serve it up to him, trying to put him in the right position so he can frag out.
Well, we're talking about like how Miramar is their best map. What about Sanhok? Who's the best map that's for? And we've actually seen Intense Game and Alpha 7 be here towards the top, which is, again, 2 teams are really laser focused on, as well as Influence CHEMIN in here. So 3 teams in our top 5 who have this as the top performers on this battleground. This just makes it even more intense and put more pressure, I feel like, on these 3 teams, that when you already know this is one of your better maps, if you don't perform here, that's one of your opportunities out the window, like you're talking about with Loops and Miramar.
Yeah, it really is. And for, I feel like Intense Game and also for Alpha 7, I think they're going to try to put themselves in a better position, especially, I mean, going back to that past Miramar that we just saw, right? Alpha 7 didn't really have to rotate much right up into like those final circles where they just found themselves super handicapped.
Okay, well, it is time to head into our next match, but not before I remind you guys once again about our All-Star vote currently going on for PMWI. Remember, there's the All-Star event, then it leads into the main event. You guys can head into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. And some teams out there have a massive lead, whereas in other regions, it's extremely close. Just like how close our finals are right now, currently in the Americas Championship. So let's head back to our commentators here for map 2. It's going to be Sanhok with Hot Jukes and Zute once again.
It's crazy close. It's getting even closer by the second here. What's up, everybody? I'm Jukes here with Zute. Yo, match #1 in the books. We're heading on over into the dangerous jungle of Sanhok. Zute, what is on your mind, bro, going into this next one?
Top 5. The top 5 teams right now, because the top 5 teams right now are looking really good to take that top 1 position, and that's the ticket to PMWI as well, and that $25,000. By the end of today, Jukes, someone's winning $25,000, and they get a nice little plane ticket ride all the way into PMWI, which there is even more crazy, ludicrous amounts of money to be had.
Yes, sir. Take it to the bank. And honestly, it's really just 25 grand, right? You look at second place, got a really thick prize pool as well, but that ticket to PMWI is the goal. So if you know that you're looking at your team right now and you don't think that they have the capability of what's going to take it, right? Still cheer them on, but also, like Jason said earlier, make sure you go vote, right? Get them in that all-star match, and maybe we might see them move on another stage from there. This is getting crazy. And Hyper, almost hitting first place, okay?
This is perfect.
Dute.
I don't want them first place yet.
Okay, I was about to ask you that. I was just about to ask you that. Did you want them in first already, or you're saying no? Just stay in second for now, all the way up until the end.
Yeah, I think here, okay, going out on a limb here, right?
Okay.
Cinderella story right
All
now.
hypotheticals, by the way. Let's hear it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for N Hyper, at the end of, let's say, the third game, all right, they're going to drop down to third place. At the end of fourth game, they'll be third place, hopefully, right? And by the fifth game, they show signs of like really strong life, right? And they shoot up to second.
Okay.
That's the perfect, you know, kind of storyline for them to get that confidence. And on the very last game, they take first place, right?
Okay.
Like, yeah.
I'm going to hope.
That's what I'm hoping.
I'm hoping that we see a nice southern western zone in this game, right? So Ed Hyper
Sanhok.
don't even have to move, right? Get a big chicken dinner here, and then just one more in the next one, and the point lead is so thick they don't got to worry, right? Because
they'll definitely choke that then, Juke.
no, but no, I don't think so.
I
don't think so. Because you said, right, they have a struggle choking right at the end. So I'd rather have them have so many points now that they don't have to worry about choking at the end, because that's even more pressure, Zute, right? If they're in second, third place on the last game and then have to clutch it up. That's like, then again,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
but according to your logic, as we head on over into Sanhok, right? If they do get that chicken dinner right at the end, Zute, and do clutch it up, then that, in my eyes, means they're ready for PMWI. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, there's 5 games left. Points are so tight with each other. So right now, Jukes, what I'm looking at pretty much for the rest of the day is the top 5 teams. Where are they starting off in each map? How close are they to each other? And more importantly, when that first circle comes up, what do each of these 5 teams have to do to potentially, you know, secure that chicken dinner and get the first place at the very end of the day? So right now in Hyper, all the way to the southwest, you can see that down there. Let me make a little better circle. And, oh, hold on. There we go. Click the circle right there. That is N Hyper's position. Second place team, Intense Gaming, always starting on that northwestern side. We have a really nice spread too. Influence CHEMIN right here in the middle. Alpha 7 all the way to the eastern side of things. And look at this, all the top teams spread from one another. And Loops, the last team that we're looking at right now, kind of just in the middle of everyone. Question is, Jukes, first zone, and that is an Intense Gaming zone. So immediately, all of these teams just have to go in towards this way. And Alpha 7, is this a good zone for them? I mean, they love working in from the edge, but on Sanhok with a circle like this, I don't know. Alpha 7's got a tough task for themselves.
I mean, this is the strategy that they employ, right? They're one of the only squads here in this lobby that just loves clamping that edge and just beating their way into victory. But it's just so hard to do in this lobby as INCO. Oh my gosh, Squash got knocked. This
The Chosen.
This could be the nail in the coffin for INCO here. I mean, they're down 30 points pretty much from first place. 28 points to be exact, and that is not the start that they were hoping for, especially going down to the Chosen. That's gonna hurt here in this tournament. But Intense game, right? This is their dream scenario, to be honest. Right? We only play one Sanhok here. Intense game love going into that northwestern island, and if the zone goes into that island, we've seen it historically. It is almost guaranteed a top 3 finish, because they're going to have complete oversight of every player coming inwards. And as long as they don't make a mistake here, they should be groovy. Wow, what a knock there from Vitali. No, Iron Sight AK. That's the meta.
I was just gonna say, AK Iron Sight, it's probably one of the most satisfying weapons to get a knock with at distance, right? You can barely see anything with that Iron Sight, but you just laser focus in and you get that knock. Fight's not done yet though, because there's only 2 of INCO left, and the Chosen, they may be that last place team right now. Ooh, that's in Hyper. Third party in Hyper. Or are they gonna just rotate? I think they're just gonna rotate. This is a team that
is sick. And Hyper realize that they need to get into this island faster rather than later. They steal a quick point, and they use that knock, right, to their advantage, so they don't have to worry and just take off here. Oh, influence against YKG.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, that's...
And YKG. This happened before.
We saw the same thing happen before. Yep.
Yeah, on day 1 or day 2, the same exact zone, the same exact mistake out of YKG. No adjustments whatsoever.
Absolute madness here. All right, we got 2 little insignificant fights here on the leaderboards, at least. Jaguar and Dope Slayers going at it. But, you know, when it comes to... Oh, this is big. Yeah, look at that. That was that knock right there between the Chosen and INCO. And that was the mental... That was the fall of them right there. So INCO going down to 1 player is rough. They're only going to have 4 matches after the Sute to try and make their dreams come true.
Ooh, that's tough. For the team that was doing so well all throughout, you know, day 1 and onwards. I mean, they've been slipping. This is probably the worst way to, you know, end a tournament. Starting off in first place almost, and then just not being able to do anything on subsequent days, to be honest. It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, yes, it is. Let's see what Loops is looking to make that same rotation that in Hyper did. They're going to be going through the water. Joey's going to force to swim it on out, try to make his little pathway into this next zone. Every single team has already left their area and have full sent it in this direction. One team in particular that is still doesn't have anybody even close, right? It's Alpha 7.
They're like in the blue by now. All the way on the eastern tip of Sanhok, just now making their rotation. The top 4, the other teams out of the top 5, I mean, they're all on the northwestern island already. Intense game in Hyper, Loops, Influence, CHEMIN. They've all made a successful rotation in, but they're all right next to each other as well.
And Hyper, they love this zone too. I mean, they land in a particular spot, and their speed just proves that they already had a strategy, a set play in case the zone did go in this direction, and they've executed it really well so far. They got a lot of high ground, but they got to watch out for teams circling on in. QZZ on that off angle is going to probably head over to his squad because All Glory Gaming is mighty close, circling, trying to find a spot where to go, but they're getting pinched big time. Actually, this might be a vehicle explosion. 1 shot left. Ooh, barely make it out alive. Wow.
Yeah, they were pinched between Loops and in Hyper. Really surprising that they managed to do it without losing a single player. But good, kudos to them, making good rotation in. That just makes things a lot more hairier and sticky for the teams around the center zone. In Hyper, Loops, all crunched close to each other. And look at that split by in Hyper. It is the finals. The last day, they're in second place, and they're still pulling off some wild splits. So sticking true to their guns, I just hope it doesn't end up with QZZ somehow getting knocked and thirsted.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to hurt them so bad. And it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it works out beautifully, and other times it's just devastating for their squad. So we'll see if it ends up paying off after all. All Glory Gaming, they're in a position where they really need to win this game. I mean, they have 121 total points on the leaderboard. A dub here would really set them up well to be in that contention for top 5. But they had a really rough rotation in, and Kindness gets knocked. Oh, that's going to make things interesting. I'd really love to take a look at that again, as we see 2 squads pretty low on the leaderboards right now, just trying to figure out what their option is. Intense game right above and Hyper. This is why we talk about this island so much, right? This is their zone. This is their map. All they got to do is stick to their guns and make sure they don't get knocked, and they should be able to steal points like crazy.
Yeah. This new circle shift, by the way, huge. It doesn't look like a big change, but it is actually a huge shift, in my opinion. Immediately, the western side of that northwestern island not much in play. So you see these wild rotations coming out, especially from InHyper. They realize there's a good chance it's going to end around the eastern side of Intense Game. So they're making this wild rotation. It pays off. InHyper dead in the middle. So even if it shifts to the west, they have a chance at, you know, using the Death Valley to loop upwards. This shift also works out for Alpha 7. Gives them a little bit more time to work their way in because it's shifted towards the east. Influence CHEMIN, dead center of this new zone almost now.
Got to give it up for InHyper here. I mean, they seem to even out-rotate, you know, the speedy Brazilian teams. I mean, we've seen them rotate quicker than we've seen in the past, and InHyper were on point when it came to that circle shift. They knew the plan. Yeah. The second it popped over, they headed there, and now they're just dead centered up. And I'll tell you what, with these new circle, with the differences in how tight these circles close now, and the meta of how speedy these teams are rotating, I think center zone is the play. I mean, Alpha 7 still get it done without it, but it doesn't work out all the time. Like even in the last match, right? They got into a good spot. They had a ton of eliminations, but then what do you do? Even if you're the best team in the world, what are you going to do when you're stuck in between InHyper and a full squad of loops looking right at you 4v8? There's not much you can do, and they went out because of it. So it's a very risky play for Alpha 7 with their play style, but I mean, if any team can really make it work, it's them.
Intense Game getting a knock on InHyper. InHyper ended up doing that 2-2 split still. Two of the players went off to the eastern side, so they're split between two compounds. InHyper always pulling the splits, man. It's making me nervous, but it is a strong split, especially since they managed to get there. You see it on that mini-map right now. The Panthers pushing on to FLAMENGO, getting cut down. FLAMENGO will pick up a couple points here. OVERKNIGHT's on that eastern shore side, looking to maybe push into one of the InHyper compounds.
Here goes Chronix and Quan looking to get a little bit of high ground advantage for themselves. They're going to go ahead and hold it down right here as a two-member team. Let's see, Intense Game is who I got my eyes on here because they're currently in first place, big chillin' with the most perfect zone that they could have asked for. Let's see if they could really utilize it well. I mean, this is one of those games where they should pull off a chicken dinner with double-digit elimination points.
If the zone goes up to that mountaintop. If it shifts off, then it gets, you know, really tricky. They full committed, basically. They have everything on the western side of the half within their control. But if it goes east, that rotation downwards is a tough one. Let's see if they can pull it off. If it does go towards that east side as we do head into the next circle shift, this one's going to be crucial right now. Loops on the southwest, they look like they're in the toughest position out of the top 5 teams now. If
this zone goes down to boot camp, Sute, right? If this zone hard shifts down there, I don't know what to say. If it does, right? Okay, all right, cool. All right, the zone does go east, though. So that does push Intense Game into a really tough position here.
Yeah. They should take the Panthers position right now, in my opinion. They had someone watching over that way, Adrian, I believe, and I'm pretty sure they could tell it's not a full team that migrated up there. So let's see what they decide to do. Well, Loops, meanwhile, yeah, they're way out of zone. Are they going to commit to fights right now? Just go for the points? That's my question.
Let me ask you this, though. Back to what you were saying about Intense Game taking the Panthers position right now. Should they take it now, or should they wait, gatekeep squads on their way in, and then take it later?
I feel like they should take it now. We'll see. Influence CHEMIN making their presence known. On to Overknights. Oh, huge knock, a trade knock, and Hyper coming in, helping out Influence CHEMIN. See if they could confirm that point, however. They don't manage to. Alpha 7 finding one. That's from boot camp.
Woo!
That's from boot camp, Jukes.
Across the water. A7 just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we talk about the sniper meta and how we want to see it, but I mean, Alpha 7 have proven that all you need is M4 and a scope, and you're good from long range. Loops pushing All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming need to win this match, and they're putting some huge pressure right now onto Loops. Beautifully done. It should be only a matter of time, and that's Loops done. That's a huge fight.
Oh, yeah. Shoot the boxes, too. Loops. Oh, man. This was a crucial game for them, being in that top 5 position. They dropped the ball. 0 points. First team eliminated. They tried, though. They definitely tried.
Ooh, that's going to be a rough one for all those Loops fans out there. Hopefully they can rally their squad to make something happen in the last few matches of the day. All Glory Gaming, this is a huge opportunity for them, right? Where their position is, and set up, like if they're able to make the thick push past Intense Game and possibly pull a victory out here, I mean, they're in the top 5 just like that.
Chosen, inning with the nade. The Chosen have been playing better today out of all days, of course. You know, it's that pressure. They don't have any pressure on them now. So they're playing loose, they're playing free, and they are putting in hurt onto these teams. Blues tapping inning out, though.
Ying trying to survive, not able to do it. You can see Stellar all the way across. Gonna go down right now to Milos. Yep. And that is it for the Chosen. ATON Esports racking up a couple points. Let's take a look at the circle, though. Where is it going to go over to, Zute? This is going to be huge. And you can see right now All Glory Gaming going through that valley as they are right above Intense Game. Intense Game has to push out of the blue zone. Man, they pushed really late here.
Oh my God.
Goodness. Are you kidding me?
Where's the next one even going to go?
The island?
I mean, it is looking like it's... Right now, Jukes, there is more landmass on the eastern side of the zone than the western side now.
The Alpha 7 is screaming tears of joy right now because
they're going to farm all the people coming in.
They're going to farm everybody. I mean, Alpha 7 fans, unite. You couldn't have dreamed of a better hardship. Absolute insanity. It's technically on boot camp, Zute. It's technically on boot camp.
That's crazy.
It's on the warehouses.
FLAMENGO pushing into probably the strongest position in the zone now. Got more landmass and the high ground onto the Panthers. Panthers only having 2 here, now down to 1. Overknights are going to take the island first, it seems like, unless Carrillo, they're going to farm those players the second they get onto land, I think.
Unbelievable. What a turn of events here. Alpha 7, so hype. Intense Game crying tears of pain after that hard shift. Gonna have to push through All Glory Gaming. So many different squads. We can see right now this is their Sanhok stats. Average eliminations 9.67. Okay, that is absolutely insane. It's gonna look. It could look even better here, but with this zone, it's gonna make things really difficult for them. Look at Alpha 7. They're just giggling right now.
Oh yeah. You do have to be careful though. If they're not playing 100% on point, it could get them bit in the back. There's a lot of swimmers, but Alpha 7 looking like tip-top form right now, so they should be fine. So Hyper's still in this zone, right? Alpha 7's in this zone. Influence CHEMIN, oh, it looks like they're getting cut down right now. They're swimming, and they're swimming on the Alpha 7 side of things.
What a ridiculous zone. I cannot believe this happened. I mean, this is crazy, right? PMPL, we were waiting for some toxic circles, and we have just got them, everybody. Get some hype in the chat right here. All Glory Gaming looking to continue a good start to this game. They have 5 eliminations so far. Like we said, they really need a win here, but they have to defend against Intense Game. Intense Game having to push through the blue zone, and this one's starting to hurt.
Yeah, that's why I wish they took in that hill earlier. They would have had more time to work the zone, but now it's the blue zone cutting them out. 0 elimination points.
Wow.
It went from, you know, the best circle ever for Intense Gaming to the worst zone ever for Intense Gaming. Intense Game.
Island circle, baby. Let's go.
Circle.
Water zone all the way to the end. Who's going to win this one? It's absolute insanity. All Glory Gaming shutting down Intense Game. Strap barely making it on into the circle. Influence CHEMIN goes down. That's going to make things even more interesting for the leaderboards. And finally, Hyper comes. Kindness getting eliminated from Cielo. What a steal. They could have had all 4 up, but that steal's going to make it 3.
I'm still in shock with this zone. Hyper, they've had the most perfect of rotations. Now they're forced to get the elimination points. Crashing in. That's a good start. Oh, no, the DBS. 2 left. He needs this knock bad.
Hit these. Oh, DBS from such crazy range. GK first with the most clutch shots. He's got to hit this one against Strap. He does, but he loses another player in the process. That's still a nice amount of eliminations for Hyper, but that's going to hurt big time.
That's a win in my book. Usually Hyper, I feel like you see them lose those more often than not, but they are in another form right now. Great job for them. Alpha 7 has secured the island, and it's going to come down to FLAMENGO and Alpha 7. FLAMENGO, the 4 on the high ground to the north, and Alpha 7 on the island. Of course, We have a few other teams in here, but I don't think they're making it into this zone.
And Hyper, I don't know what they're doing. Oh, he's going to go, actually, GK First is going for the vehicle here. Oh, GC God has just got his number. Is he going to go into the water? Actually, he's going to go right into safety. Oh, no, he ran out.
Circle there.
Oh, barely.
What if the zone goes to GK First?
If it goes to hard shift to GK First, I am...
Oh, never mind.
Going... How did he go down? Blue?
Alpha 7? They curve bullets, Jukes.
Oh, they do want it.
They curve bullets.
Yes, Alpha 7 already taking a bunch of points. Swimming on over to the island. I want to see where this circle goes. You know what? Take it to the water. Why not? Take it to the water. We don't need a landmass in the final zone, right? Let's see it.
I want to see the zone shift in a way where Alpha 7 and Flamingo are in the next circle.
Revo
but,
steals another point. Crazy.
It's Alpha 7's game. It is Alpha 7's game.
Gets the zone. All right. Well, everybody at the desk have now predicted Alpha 7 to win this game, and I wonder why, Zute. I wonder why.
I remember when I was telestrating at the very beginning of this match, I was like, Alpha 7 have the hardest rotation to make, and they just, they took it slow, and the circle gods are like, you know what? This team has been chasing zone almost every single match. Let's just give it to them this one time.
This is a tough fight to telestrate right here, huh? I mean, the rotations, the plays. Revo, apply the pressure. Crazy shots. Flamengo, what do you do here? You drive off the mountain, right into the water. Ooh. Oh, actually, not into the water, into the land, and giving more points to Alpha 7. It's just too easy.
They do get one knock back, but it's going to be easy revive, and Flamingo down to 2 players. I don't think they could get the revive on that third. And, 2 knocks, though. That gives them some space to work with, but not much.
Gigante. Oh, swan dive. I give that one a 7 out of 10. Zute. Yeah, form was pretty good. Oh my gosh, form even better right there from Toiko. Could Flamingo win this?
They have to go now.
Do it. Can they get it done? They have the knocks. They have the
it's a 2v3. I don't think Senatex is going to get picked up here. Flamingo is going as aggressive as possible right now.
Carrillo forced to back off. Uh-oh. He's on fire. Flamengo. Fire. Forged in it right now. As Carrillo is trying to figure out, what do I do here? He's like, do we push this? I mean, they have some pretty decent shots on us. Gigante is sneaking up on the ridge line here with a nade. That's going to make things deadly. I think Alpha 7, they're just like, okay, full reset. Let's get all 4 up, and we should win this.
Okay, so it looks like they do have the time to get that revive. Yeah, 4v2 situation. It's gonna, for Flamingo, they have to hit that nade, and it's got to be on the off angle of Revo. Look at that. Already setting up the nail in the coffin for the side of Flamingo.
I love how Revo just decided to take this off ankle just for security, right? This is the insurance plan right here. Unless Gigante hears him. If Gigante hears Revo somehow, that would be crazy. Oh, that nade, it hurt big time though. And it's gonna go one in the same place. I wouldn't be surprised.
More importantly, it's the audio, right? Those nades blasting off in your ear makes it even harder to hear the shuffles of the snaking Revo. It's pretty much done because Alpha 7 get the zone again. Should be curtains.
Sneaky snake. Here he comes. Here, right next to each other, get spotted.
Oh.
He got spotted, and there goes the off angle. It's a 2v3. It's
Revo
a 2v3.
played that so
nade.
well, but then he got greedy.
That nade does it! Santa Dexa said, hey, all right, we'll give you the point. We'll take the chicken dinner, baby. Match number 2, the last Sanhok. Alpha 7's victory.
I think Revo, that was planned. Revo was like, I've been MVP so many times. I'm going to help my teammates out, give them some points. I'll sacrifice myself, ping out where they are, and bam, that nade lands right in.
Just straight threaded that needle. Beautifully done right there. I mean, all right. We say that, to win these kind of championships, right, you need to be playing perfect. A little bit of luck doesn't hurt. What percentage was it skill and luck in that match for Alpha 7, Zute? What percentage? Be honest.
that was like 80% luck. But, you know, like, they deserve it. They deserve it.
I mean, sure. I mean, that remains to be seen, right? That remains to be seen. But they got it, right? They got it. What more could you really ask for in that kind of situation? The most ridiculous zone shift, just hand delivering him a chicken dinner on a silver platter. But you still got to be able to execute it. You got to be able to take it to the bank, and that's exactly what they did. So big props to them. Still a lot more action, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just imagine you're watching that Sanhok play out. You're seeing the 5th zone pop up here, and you don't pick Alpha 7 to win. Cameron Davis, that's exactly what you did. Walk me through what was going through your head there.
I picked Alpha 7.
No, you picked okay.
I picked Alpha 7. Check the chat.
Pick okay?
He picked okay.
You
Check the
okay.
chat. Check the chat. There's no evidence of it.
Nope, even production confirmed. Let's take a look at the match rankings.
Minus points?
Here.
What?
As we see, yeah, he deleted it. Trying to cover it up. All right. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at match rankings, get an idea of how many points Alpha 7 got, and almost certainly, with guarantee, they have been able to take first place now.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if they don't take first place. I do enjoy, though, Alpha 7, the way they were able to kind of position themselves to start fragging out. I felt like they probably maybe gotten a little bit more eliminations, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with those 9. FLAMENGO Esports as well, being able to get 13 points. That is a team that's currently chasing All Glory Gaming, but, I mean, All Glory Gaming getting those 12 points is not really going to matter. And Hyper as well. I really enjoy what we saw out of Hyper super early on with some of the rotations and willing to disengage fights that just didn't favor them in the long term.
Yeah, they got as much out of that round as you can expect. They got 11 points overall, 7 eliminations. I mean, it's good for a couple of these other teams to grab a little something intense game. Only got 1 placement, no elims. Influence CHEMIN only got 3 elims, no placements. So as far as that race to the top, obviously good for A7 and Hyper. We have yet to have a full separation just yet, but I wanted to see the player stats from Hyper just to see how much of a performance they did, because they weren't even on the list of Sanhok performance teams. And even though they didn't win, I think this was an incredibly successful run for them.
It really was. I enjoyed the 3-1 split that they had whenever they decided to cross that bridge on the west side, north of Ruins. I feel like QCC especially, he was able to put himself in a great position to see any of the teams that were coming up. I think one of the teams was Loops Esports as well. And then as soon as they noticed that Intense Game was on top of the mountain, they decided to rotate very quickly, and that was kind of what I was hinting at in regards to just willing to disengage those fights.
Yeah, and honestly, like, you have to keep giving props to Hyper here, because they obviously had to move at some point. They had to make the early rotations, whereas Alpha 7 just kind of sat there on bootcamp side, just like, all right, we're going to pick off these elims, those elims, these elims. They're still able to put up some good numbers, and they were able to do it with Intense Game on the high ground above them, right? They played in the lip under them, just waiting for them to come down. And at the same time, obviously, congratulations to Alpha 7. I feel bad for Intense Game, because when you see that first zone pop,
yeah,
the position they have, that's like almost a guaranteed win if it continues to center up to where you're at.
Okay, but at the same time, that's another guarantee win that would have been like a circle blessed win. So can you really feel bad for them?
I don't care. It's the finals, man. That's like a PMWI slot right there, potentially, you know?
No, but like, I'm not going to feel bad for a team who who think that they're going to get a lucky win and then not get and then get
Well, look
the
at
game
Alpha
gets
7, right? What did they do? They sat on the east side. They sat near boot camp, and then the zone, which shouldn't have like gone their way. If you look at it, 99% of the times or 90% of the time, it goes their way, and they get a blessed win.
My whole point is that I feel bad for teams that like put in a lot of effort and don't get anything, that then maybe not get anything out of it. So, which is why I'm really happy about NHyper's performance once again, about being able to turn lemons into the sweetest lemonade that you can imagine.
Fair.
Do you like lemonade?
I do.
Yeah, you like lemonade?
How do you not?
It's okay. I like pink lemonade.
I'd rather have Monster, though.
Yeah, see, that's the good choice. Monster lemonade flavor. There you go. Let's take a look at our overall stats, our overall actual rankings, because again, intense game. They should not be first anymore. It's Alpha 7, 177 points. NHyper in second. And Intense, I mean, they're 8 points behind, and that's going to continue to fall off as we look further down the list here.
It is now a 18-point gap from Alpha 7 to Influence CHEMIN, and even further for that than that for Loops. This was a concern. They had an all-right Miramar, maybe not as good as they would have wanted or would have hoped, considering that it's like their best map, and then they went out with nothing on Sanhok. So with 4 rounds left to play, I'm gonna call it. They're out of contention at this point. For the way that for Loops, the way that they're playing, and it's kind of close for Influence, but we know that they can have those really high highs. I think I'm making the call for me. It's now a 4-horse race.
I think I'll wait until next match. I think with Loops, what they've been able to showcase, that they don't necessarily have to win the match to be able to get more than double-digit illims. I think they could have 2 back-to-back pop-up performances, and what we've seen so far with Intense game, I mean, we just saw Alpha 7 getting blessed, and we have seen Alpha 7 also in a way getting screwed in the first match as well when it came to circles. Anything can happen here, although something that I do kind of want to note on in regards to Alpha 7 is that win, this previous win might be very, very big for some of the players in regards to their mental state. Especially, I'm looking at Carrillo, because Carrillo was able to, in a way, even though there were easy illims, he was able to still put up those illims, and that could give him a little bit of momentum for the next matches. And as we were mentioning at the beginning of the show, if Carrillo can start popping off, now with Alpha 7 being in first place and a team that's usually comfortable in that spot, it could be scary.
Yeah. There's a point that like a team in first place this close to the finish line might have all that pressure and be like, oh, we can't choke, we can't give it up, but we know how tenured Alpha 7 are.
Yeah.
So if there's any team that would be able to just stay cool, calm, and collected, classic, and just like carry it all the way to the end, maybe not going for super aggressive plays, but obviously not being so scared to make a mistake that they just give up any points for the remaining rounds, like they are a really scary team to be in first place at this time.
One team that I will be worried with that I would actually have to agree with our caster, Sute and Hotjukes, is NHyper. I don't want to see NHyper move up to first place just yet, because I feel like that is a team that can definitely choke.
Okay, let's head over to our commentators then to get us into our very first Erangel of the day. It's our third match. It's our halfway point here of the final day. Hotjukes and Zute, take it away.
I like hearing about all the different strategies that Alpha 7 should do, all right? All the strategy they need, right, is to hang out on the edge, look to the sky, and hope that zone comes on over to them. Because if it does, it is chicken dinner in the bag, Zute. But you know what? I doubt we're going to see that in Erangel. Here we go. First Erangel match of the day. Final day of this tournament, Zute. It's now time for those teams that have struggled to get it done right here, right now.
Man, this day is going by so fast, Jukes. We're already into the halfway point of the final day, and the spread on the top 5, it is widening. Like the Desk just mentioned, there's a 20-point gap now between first and fifth. Ooh, I thought it was going to be tight all the way up until the end, but some of these teams, you know, are really cementing their potential first place and getting that ticket to the PMWI.
That's what's going to be so huge. And, you know, you said it, Seven said it, right? We don't want to see NHyper just get first place just yet. We want to wait all the way up until the end, okay? Now, the only question is, when it comes to Alpha 7, they've already created a little bit of a gap, right, between first and second. You have to really keep your eye on that, because this team can pull out a 20-point game anytime, right? They can do it right here in this game coming up. So I think that you still got to keep an eye on them. What about those teams that are in that 5th, 6th place position? when do you think, Zute, it's time to start seeing them hunt down those top squads?
Ooh, hunt down.
Yeah, because it's.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Yeah.
what you're saying is they need to hunt down the squad and get a decent amount of points to get that first place. It's no longer about just getting the win. It's about denying the points. Oh, okay. Probably starting in the next match.
Okay.
Because it's so 5th place is like a 20-point gap, meaning you just need a chicken dinner to catch up, and then you're just right there next with them. Unless if they get a 2nd place finish, right? But
Yeah.
I think at a 20-point gap, you should be looking to just getting a really good game for yourself. Once you're in that 5th place spot, and the gap between 5th and 1st is like 30 plus points, and you know that 1st place team, you know, they're a consistent, strong team. Then you got to think about, you know, the anti-strats, potential hunting them down. You know, remember their pathing rotations, set up a trap. I think that's when you need to do it. And I like that you bring it up, Jukes, because this tournament in particular, it's going to be even more important because there's only one qualification spot to the next one. Usually there's 4 to 5, meaning like you don't need to hunt down a team. But this time around, 1st place gets it all. So 1st place has got to watch out for any of those teams looking to hunt them down.
Yeah, and looking at the leaderboards, honestly, it could be INCO's time to really do that. I mean, because they are...
Oh, for INCO, yeah. For INCO.
Yeah, they're 33 points, 33-point gap. So that's going to be tough to cross, even if you have a good performance here, because with this new point system, 10 points for 1st place, the chances of even getting that are slim, right? Getting double-digit elimination points is even harder. So I think right now you're going to have to start looking at Alpha 7 if you're INCO. And it's going to be hard because they're Alpha 7. Who wants to fight that team early on, right? But you really have to do so. Like, I hate teams that look towards the end of the tournament and don't do something different according to the points. I cannot stand it. They just try to do the same thing. Let's just try to get a chicken dinner and see what happens. It's ridiculous in my eyes, right? You have to be realistic. You have to look at it and say, okay, if we have a 30-point gap, we have 3 teams later. If Alpha 7 gets another 10 points, we can't do that in 2 games. Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? So we got to find a way to, like you said, hopefully we've studied them really well. We know where they're going to rotate to. Maybe let's try to hunt them down. Even if you take out one of their players on a rotation, that's going to cripple them, right? Into the rest of the game. What?
You know what? Because you bring this up, on the flip side of things, Alpha 7, they got to be ready. Alpha 7 probably has the most predictable rotations out of all of these teams, because what do they do every game?
Yeah.
Come in from the edge. They land on the edge of any map, meaning their drop location, you can easily drive away from the center of the zone and set up a camp position onto Alpha 7. So Alpha 7, they might have put a target on their backs, right? So they need to be wary of a team looking to cut them off on that rotation. But then again, that's Alpha 7's bread and butter. They love fighting in from the edge of zone. They love taking those 4v4s. So it's a double-edged sword.
You're right. Yeah, the inverse goes for the top teams as well, right? They have to watch their backs. They're going to have to do something different and predict a team that could possibly try to cripple them, you know, into this game going forward. So when it comes to Alpha 7, this is the first Erangel of the day. It's a really big, important match. And honestly, Zoo, I want to see a team do that right here, right now. Because if a team is smart enough to try and disrupt A7, okay, you are going to put them into a free fall of overthinking, okay? Because all it takes is one time for a team to gatekeep their rotation. You knew it, right? You put the circle down right when the play pass started.
That's where they go. That's where they go.
We all know that that's where they go, right?
Yeah.
So if a team puts them on deck right now and is able to steal a point away or even put some shots on them, it's going to make Alpha 7 so paranoid. And that alone can disrupt their play style going into the rest of this tournament.
100% agree. So this is where immediately the first 2 teams that I know is dropping in their respective positions. Intense Game and Alpha 7. We know N-Hyper love dropping down into a farm split down here, and you can see that right now. That is indeed where they're going. So that's the top 3 right there and then. And this circle pretty favorable for everyone. I know the playing path is opposite, but none of these teams have a intense bridge crossing that they got to make, and there's no hard choke points for them to have to go through. Next up, we got Influence, CHEMIN, and Loops. Influence, CHEMIN, of course, dropping in the tried and true Yasnaya. They're going to have a little bit of a rotation, but like I said, this is Erangel, probably the easiest map to rotate on. Last up, Loops, taking that military base, I believe. Yep, that is indeed where they're going to go. So, INCO, you wanted to see them do something different, target Alpha 7. Well, INCO, not yet. Maybe in the next match, we'll see them do something crazy and target the first place team. So that's where all the teams are at, the top 5. All we got to watch out for is probably circle number 2, right? I think circle number 2 and 3 is where we're going to see some potential conflicts between these top teams and maybe even some traps set out.
I hope we do see it here because, for those that don't know, when you're playing at this high level, at the start of these tournaments, there becomes a gentleman's agreement between squads, saying, hey, all right, we'll land in this area, you land in this area, and then we'll fight when it all comes down to the end of it, all right? That's why we don't see too many crazy hot drops here because it's just not worth it, right? If you want to be able to get first place, avoiding hot drops is a must. Well, at this point of the tournament, that agreement has to go out the door. Right? It's got to just say, you know what? All right, I get it. It made sense at the start. Now it's over, right? Because it's all about who's going to be able to get that first place here. I am looking, and we are seeing a tense game loot up, South George, but they seem to be collecting on that bridge area, Zute. So they may be looking to knock out Alpha 7 on a bridge camp, but man, I would be really surprised to see Alpha 7 go down that bridge here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take that George Pole bridge. They're probably going to wrap over to the east. I mean, Alpha 7, they got 3 bridges to choose from for a fast rotation, right? An intense game, we have seen this team, be able to play in from the edge. So they're not like a tried and true, center zone team like in Hyper. So maybe intense game can decide to play from the edge, choose one of the bridges to camp out and target Alpha 7. We'll see in a little bit, but intense game. They're only like 14 points from Alpha 7, right? We talked about it earlier. It's that 30-point gap where you kind of got to target that team and get a big win. For now, in my opinion, they don't need to target Alpha 7. They just still need to continue to play their own game and throw up points.
Oh, it's going to be crazy to see, Zoo. I mean, we talked about how I thought INCO would be the team that should have employed that strategy. Well, they landed all the way in Novo, right? Their old drop spot. So
yeah,
that is most likely not going to happen. And, I think a lot of these teams are going to have different mindsets going into these last few games, right? Some of them are going to be like, all right, well, should we go and really try to find a way to get first place? Or do we throw our hands up in the air and say, all right, well, first place is gone. Let's just try to secure the best we can do, second or third or something like that. Different mindsets, I think, are going to be really huge to see who's going to win this tournament.
Center zone fight breaking out here between Dope and the Panthers. I feel like we see these two teams fight a lot, both NA teams. Quick shots, Nesquik goes down. Now, the big thing here is the elimination feed. That is info being blared out to the rest of the lobby. The closest team here is in Hyper, but they're still a bit of ways away. I don't know if in Hyper could piece this info together, maybe get a third party. But then again, you go for the third party, that fourth party is potentially coming, especially this being the center zone.
So Panthers securing that center zone nice and early, taking another point to the bank as well. Panthers, yeah, all the way in 14th place. Not going to be able to get anything done leaderboards-wise, but still trying to at least get that synergy together. I talked to Nate a little bit this morning, see how he was feeling. Obviously, they're really bummed out with their performance so far and said that the team synergy is what's really struggling. They just don't seem to have it in this tournament. So who knows? Maybe we'll see them get it together here at the end and hopefully rally them for future tournaments.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for the NA teams, minus in Hyper coming into this, is like they're being punished for things that they weren't used to getting punished, which is, in a way, a good thing, right? You don't know you're making mistakes until somebody punishes you for it. So now it's like a good time for them to realize, okay, what we've been doing has a lot of holes that we need to fill up. Usually this always works, but it wasn't the most optimal. Maybe our team synergy wasn't as good as we thought it is because, you know, the other teams, they're beating us down.
Let's take a look here. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, at the end of the day, you can look at, if you're one of the teams at the bottom, you can look at this in multiple ways, right? You can look at this as a huge loss, stomp your feet and walk, or you can look at it as that learning experience, right? Just saying, okay, we didn't make it this time. This is our first time here, you know, or some for people it's our second time. What did we learn from this? How can we come back even stronger next time? And I think that's definitely the mentality that you should have.
This kind of throws me back to when I was competing, right? I remember sometimes we would like get the win and immediately I'm pointing out mistakes that we made. And I remember my teammates even saying like, yo, chill, Zute, we won the match. And I'm instantly, my brain is like, no, you should have peaked here at this time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You know, you feel like you're the best team, but then you come in here like YKG, best performing team out of North America. And just, I'm sure they are learning a lot of, you know, things that they got away with were like, oh, okay, no, what we did before, not correct.
Yeah. Different mentalities. And that's really what it takes here. And, you know, sometimes you can get into your own head too. You can look at these, you know, oh, okay, I made this mistake. Should I fix this here? And sometimes you overthink and try too much. And that's we see that from certain squads, right? They try these extravagant splits when sometimes sticking together is the play. But you know what? You got to be able to analyze it, have that brotherhood of squads. And I think that's really important here because we look at a team like Alpha 7 that's dominating this tournament, right? They have been together for a while now. And I think that's something that a lot of these NA teams need to do is just, regardless of a bad tournament, stick together, fix it, and get it going. As we take a look at this big circle shift here, Zoo.
Ooh, Jukes, this is a huge circle shift. Immediately, I'm looking at Loops. They got to cross that bridge. They haven't yet. They might get camped. The Loops, the 5th place team, Alpha 7, coming in from the northwest. They'll get an easy way into that zone right there. They're pretty much right next to it. Intense game, also really close by. We'll see how deep of a rotation make. Big thing for me, though, is in Hyper. Once again, they are center zone right here. They're going to get their prime picking, but that's a lot of teams they got to be careful of pushing into them. So this circle is a huge shift. A lot of things are going to start heating up right here, right now, especially with there not being too much cover in this center zone.
It's going to be a difficult one. Pachinki Hill still available, both sides of it here. You got the edge of Gatka, a lot of little dips, ridges in play. Well, we could see an open field finish here with how this zone's looking. Who knows? We might even see a Pachinki zone. That'd be fun to see, right? Nice little urban finish to start things off. That'll make things that much more spicy. Does look like one of the players from the Panthers gets taken out as they are trying to hold that center circle. Look at Alpha 7's rotation here, Zoo.
Yeah, they're wrapping down. They're wrapping all the way down to the southern side, and they're going to push in from the south. I think that's really peculiar to me. I mean, of course, they're wrapping into the side with potentially less players, but we'll see how it plays out.
Maybe they also did their research and they really understand which teams could be here, right? So they know that YKG is going to be in this area.
True.
So for me, they've already had a lot of success against them. So maybe they said, okay, you know, intense game lands in South George. Might be better for us to go against a team that we can have more success against.
That could be 100% true, Jigs. Dub Slayer's taking shots at the Panthers right now. Just some long-range exchanges.
Very nice.
Back and forth.
Little battle between these two squads. We've seen it happen quite a bit. Both of them sacrificing a player to each other. Looking at the map, not seeing any major fights break out just yet. You got Hyper holding a very, very common spot right above this bridge. They're going to be holding it down, looking to gatekeep Loops, YKG as well. Alpha 7 barely starting to creak in that edge. You know, INCO, I said, one of those teams that I feel really need to start changing up their strategies, looking like they're just trying to do the same thing that they've done before.
Yeah. Alpha 7, they have edged into the zone on that southwest side. We see right here, next circle, it's going to be a big one. Tense game on the edge, Alpha 7 on the edge. Influence, a little bit more central influence can be seen right there west of Pachinki. Circle shift, Jukes. Where do you think this one's going to go?
That's towards Alpha 7. Never mind. Pachinki.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. Pachinki zone. That is going to spice things up a bit. Alpha 7 gonna have to make that rotation, possibly across that open field too. That's gonna be really interesting to watch. And Hyper already pushing their way in, and you got All Glory Gaming chilling at Pachinki.
I think Hyper's actually taking that road right beneath Pachinki Hill. Yeah, you see
Dangerous
right here.
road.
It is a dangerous road, but if they get here early enough, they could hunker down here. Or are they going into Pachinki? We'll see soon. QZZ trying to do a little bit more scouting. Realizes it might be taken already. What's their backup plan? They have some time to work with because, you know, with this type of circle, the teams on top of the hill create a buffer zone for them. They're kind of using the other teams to their advantage.
That's exactly what's happening here. The Panthers holding this warehouse, and the Chosen looking to fight them for it. Let's see if the Panthers can mount up a defense here. Uh-oh, Jaguar. Jaguar, Seba, I think it's just about to do an entire squad wipe onto INCO.
Ooh, the DBS coming in on the other fight right here. The Panthers mounting the push, I believe. No, Panthers defense. Any last one up. Oh no, he's got a teammate. DBS is coming through. The Panthers getting cut to shreds by these DBS. Is Stellar. He can't find it. Now it's down to the 1v1.
Chronix, can he do it? Anying has the advantage. TPP wise and gets him.
Nerf the DBS, man.
DBS used
Oh, and Hyper pushing.
Hyper with the push. Right onto Dope Slayers. Third party could be coming out any second too.
Yeah, no, third party's already there, Jukes.
It's already
Squad
there.
KG.
Just like that. You got to get that fight done quick. QZZ has to be able to clutch this up for his team. And Fears with that knock. Oh, it is not looking good for Hyper, and I think they're going to go ahead and tailor off. Yeah, Kindness is tucking tail. I'm not sure if that was the play.
Yeah, I don't know. That was... Like, I'm happy to see Hyper, you know, flip that aggression switch, because a lot of times they don't. But that one in particular, huge question mark for me. Might be the nerves, might be the pressure. INCO down to their last one. Nanabete, I think he's all but done for.
I think this is deserved, you know, for a team that is just kind of hoping for the luck of Alpha 7 doing bad. Yeah, it's going to be a tough bet for them. I think you got to really take that luck into your own hands, make your own, you know? Try to take them out early and make a play, but they went for what they've been doing and are going to get taken out here, most likely to Loops. Loops, the team that really is going to benefit from these points here, Nanabete. And that is the way a player goes out.
Burn to a crisp. INCO out. Next circle already about to pop out. ATON taking some shots at Flamingo. Next circle does shift down to southeast. Huge favorable shift for Loops now. They got a chance to put on some huge points right now because Loops do have 4 up. And Hyper down to 2. They get the zone, but they're down on the manpower.
Really down on manpower here. If they would have kind of stuck with that spot they had a little bit earlier, I think that would have been good. There's a huge dip on the other side of the hill of Pachinki. If they would have taken that and just hunkered down, they would have been set.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Flamengo instead take this spot here. And Aton, Zohan, that could be a good nade. A little bit off. Here come the buggy plays. Zohan's going to bust out that DBS. Can he hit the shots, though? Couldn't get it done. Uzi.
Haven't heard the Uzi in a while. That thing shoots so fast. And
oh, Alpha 7!
Alpha 7! That's not even in zone, Jukes. This is not even in zone. Alpha 7 just taking points, not even in circle.
Taking them to the bank, and now Influence Goski's going to have a good idea that that is where Alpha 7 is, and they have to get going into this next circle as well.
This is scary.
This is a tough shift for them.
I mean, the fact that they just finish a fight so quick, in a blink of an eye, and immediately they're all in their vehicles looking for the next fight. Influence CHEMIN, however, you said it, they got the info that this is Alpha 7. Influence CHEMIN think they have a chance here. They're pushing up.
I think they realize too where they're at on the leaderboards. They need to shut down Alpha 7. They have no choice. Here comes Federal. Oh, with the side shots. I thought he was going to get that run over, but now they're in big trouble. Federal actually does go down. The rest of Influence has to clutch this up if they want that first place. They got to shut down Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 not going out just yet.
This is Alpha 7 in their prime right now. Give us all the fights.
Oh my gosh.
Give it to us all. Not even in the circle. Look at that. Even got time to shoot out some BM shots. Intense game. Intense
and
game
they
is here as well. Oh my god, Jukes. I think this is
the angle. The angle. Shooting the boxes could have been their demise there. And that is ridiculous. Here comes Adrian, full sending it with the buggy. And the rest of Intense Game, they have to shut down Alpha 7 if they want to get first place, because they are on a rampage, and they're going to do just that. So finally, that Alpha 7 heat, that fire, stomped out by Intense Game. Only a little ember that is Mafioso up left.
Yeah, this ember could turn ablaze, though. You can't count Alpha 7 out until they're completely out of the lobby. Man, Jukes, this is Brazil. This is how the Brazilians get it done. We never see this in NA. NA teams, if they're near the top, oh, just play our own game. Not even a third party to be seen. That was wild to see. I mean, NA really has something to learn from this Brazilian region, how thirsty they are. Any opportunity, they will take it. Now Intense Game up next against YKG.
Joey, 5 eliminations on the side of on YKG, so that's a really good start for them here. But now they have to make the defense against Intense Game. Looking to shut them down here. You also got Mafioso keeping an eye, close eye, trying to see if he can pick up some stragglers, some more points for his squad, and make that lead just that much bigger.
Can't forget about Hyper, by the way. Next zone does shift right onto them, and they're in that road dip with 2 up still. So all that fighting, all that third party really working out for Hyper. They wish they still had 4 up at this point.
Mafioso steals another point and sees Chico. I mean, I talked about how it's just an ember left up for Alpha 7, but I'll tell you what, every single one of these players is just ridiculous. With this zone, he's going to have a tough time getting out of this one, but still, you never know. He might be able to steal another point as well.
Yeah, I think Intense Game are more focused right now on that position that YKG is holding, because if they get that hilltop position, they're in a great spot to close out the game. Adrian finding an off angle down to the northern side at the compound. YKG feeling the pressure. The nade doesn't hit. Ooh, doesn't do damage.
So close. So close right there. Let's see if Cielo can be able to get another one down range. Joey just holding this angle for now. 2 minutes left on the clock as this is starting to close. The pressure starting to mount against Intense Game. Oh, and from the back, Joey gets beat up, and beautifully timed there from Intense Game. YKG just waited a little too long.
Yeah, YKG getting outclassed right now. They do get a trade right there. 1 down for each. Fierce needs to hit that shot. He needs to get that knock. That was a huge blunder right there, but 12K will get that one. 24K, huge shots. 2 left for YKG now.
Rise from Overnight, making some nice little pop shots over here. This is going to be an interesting game to predict who's going to win this one. So many different teams still up, full squads as well. You got Loops over there down in the south. You got Overnight all the way down as well. All Glory Gaming up north. I think that's really interesting. And in Intense Game, if they're able to finish off YKG unscathed, of course, they're going to be super dangerous.
Yeah, Intense Game lost 1 player, unfortunately. 2 left for YKG. Nade's coming in. Nothing has found the mark yet. 24K in the front lines. Fierce in the back lines. They got to find the first opening. If one of YKG goes down first, I think it's all but done.
Let's see how YKG can time this with 2. 24K up front. Looking to use that nade, and he gets it. He's got the DBS now. He's going to pop up. Oh, he missed it. Mistimed here. The DBS is going to come out. Nice little gun switch. 24K is just stuck. Just trying to decide, who do I go for here? He's going to do the wrap. This could be huge. Secure the point. Oh, Fears! With the buggy, jumping right out like out of a movie. Making those DBS shots does go down. It's just 24K up, switches to FPP. He gets 1. Can he go for the double? Why, 24K! Shutting down Intense Game. That's huge.
That's a big win. Alpha 7 right there. Yeah, he's happy. Yeah, he's chuckling. Oh, look at this. In hyper. Get the zone again. I'm sorry, Jigs. I just kind of got to laugh at that because all the top 5 teams battling it out to the death. Meanwhile, in hyper, who made a blunder earlier, losing 2 of their players, it's just like, well, it's still working out for us.
Right? If they would have just stayed there, they would have been so fine. So that aggression, it was good to see, but at the same time, right, if they would have just been in that same spot, it would have worked out even better.
Yeah. Loops, the 5th place team, quite a ways away from 1st place now. They have 151, Alpha 7 with 185. Loops need to win this one, and they can with 4 up. All the other teams really battered and bruised right now, so Loops, now's the time to go a little bit aggressive.
Mafioso just going to go ahead and go out to the blue zone here, most likely. And Overnight finally started to make a little bit of a push in here. And I like to see a lot more aggression from them. I mean, they're so far down on the leaderboards, it doesn't hurt, I think. But maybe looking to do something different and instead getting punished big time by Loops.
Overnight's trying to survive the fire from 24K. More of the circles on the eastern side, though, so 24K will have to move. Same with Mafioso. This little ember is still burning, Jukes.
Little ember with the pink backpack. Look at that. Also got that beautiful ornament on his backpack here. Let's see, Overnight's fully smoking themselves out. They have 0 vision and have opened themselves up to an absolute barrage of utility.
A lot of util, no openings yet. Loops, I said they need to go aggressive. I like to see them commit 3 people here. They need to remove this team out their side. So that, oh, one of them got knocked actually. Loops, Mythic, knocked and finished. He was finding the off angle down far in the south. You don't need to do that. You have the advantage with that hilltop side. Just do a 3-1. Huge oversight from Loops.
Huge oversight here. And Hyper gonna shut down 24K. That's another point for Hyper. And Hyper creeping up the leaderboards, but Alpha 7 Mafioso still up with 8 and now collecting placement points by the second. Maybe it's that Itadori Yuji ornament on his backpack. So, yep, you see it right there.
Oh, yeah.
Hyping him up.
Overnight's doing what they can to survive right now. Loops, I feel like they fumbled it. I know they're still alive with 3, but man, should have 4 here, and they should have Overnights already taken out. That's 4 elimination points and more control of the zone. They're still trying, though. Chief putting in some shots. Get some shots in, but no knock, and it's a little bit too late. If you make too much noise now, you're getting third-partied. 2 minutes ago was the perfect time to do it, and they missed that window, in my opinion.
See what the play is going to be as Flamengo. This is 7WG's pick. Wow, Gigante with the DBS shots out the Bugatti. Absolutely insane, just collecting up some big points. I thought All Glory Gaming could have been a decent pick here, but they just got absolutely torn apart.
Man, DBS also meta out of a side of a car? Is it really?
You know what? Might as well do it from long range too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the next thing we need to see, like a 100-meter knock with the DBS, like a 6x on the DBS, pop some shots and you knock the player.
We need to just, make Car 98's ornamental at this point. I don't think I've seen one bolt action sniper in a Brazilian hand at all this tournament.
No.
That tells you something right there. Let's see Ayala. Just finally taking out Overnight. But here comes Flamengo. They've waited so long to finish this fight. They have opened up the door to third parties. And they lose a player? What?
Mafioso got one of the knocks onto Overnight still. So Mafioso's still putting up points.
What is this man on? Still alive? Collecting points? Yeah, that's 9 eliminations for Alpha 7. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So I was telling you, INCO, you cannot just give luck to these other players. You got to make your own luck. You can't just leave it to fate. You got to get it done yourself. Oh, he got the luckiest box right here. Special crate looking good. Look at that.
And Hyper was still 2 up. Imagine if they had 4. This would have been their. I mean, they could still win this. Like, honestly,
easily.
Flamingo only has 3, and they have to fight Loops more than likely. Well, I don't want to say more than likely, but there's a chance Flamingo might lose 1, making it like a 2v1v1 situation. Mafioso, by the way, he has not only picked up 2 elimination points for himself as a solo, the amount of placement points he got escaping the death grip of Intense Game is crazy.
Let's see here how this is going to end up. Who do you think's going to win this one, too? Looking at it right now.
It's with that new zone shift, Alpha
Mafioso?
7? Alpha 7? Yeah, no, he's in a great spot.
This is ridiculous, dude.
Flamingo's, I think Flamingo's going to come in. I think Flamingo's going to come in and fight in Hyper. Like, if they take down Cardozo early and just clear it out, Flamingo's going to have sightlines onto N Hyper. And, I mean, Mafioso's chilling right now. As long as he doesn't get spotted behind that bush, he is fine. And look, here it is already. They're looking at N Hyper.
I'm telling you, that is like the only zone that was going to work out for Mafioso. And he got it. It's crazy. Here goes Loops. All right. Taking out Gigante is going to be huge for them. It's just Cardozo left up for Loops.
Yeah, did they forget he was down there? Sent 1 player on his own.
But he has to cross the hill most likely. And I mean, it's really Flamengo's game here, actually, and
Not
Hypers
really.
or
It's tough.
Mafiosos or Cardozo's win. Like, who? Look, here comes Kindness, catches him at the perfect time. And Hyper.
shot.
Oh, he rode out of the open. He has to, I guess.
Wait, Mafioso? Does he have sightlines on this push onto
GK
that
first?
Hyper's making?
Oh, he's got the MG3, but Mafioso has been chilling this whole time. How has no one even looked in his direction? GK first needs this knock. He needs this knock. Oh,
I can't
Mafioso
tell.
has to be watching all this. He has to see these 2 people. He has to.
It looks like Mafio's looking in the blue. He's covering his back. Unless if that's a visual glitch.
Smart.
Oh, he's doing both.
Wow. Making sure his pink helmet is not in view.
He's getting all the info right now. Yeah.
GK first. Sneaky. Cardozo, jumpy. What is the play? This is the silence. Zip. He got him. Okay. GK first. Finally taking out Flamengo Esports. That one has got to hurt. Tell you what. 7WG kicking rocks at this point.
Moment of truth.
Kindness. He's got to hit these. Kindness. Oh, and the pressure. Cardozo down on the Mafioso. But how does Mafioso secure a top 3 finish?
It's not. And Hyper.
Kindness went down. Oh.
1v1. Cardozo
1v1.
and Hyper.
GK first. He actually got a shot here. This is going to be huge. GK first has the advantage. He should be able to win this. Who's going to win it?
HP advantage. GK first. Cardozo at half HP. Shots back and forth. GK first. He's going to peek his head out.
He got him!
Gets the shots in. I was saying Loops made a big mistake not taking out Overknights and losing a player, but they still get the. Oh wait, Loops didn't get the win. I'm sorry.
That's right.
It happened way too fast. In Hyper gets the win, so Loops do fumble the bag. In Hyper, hey, I was saying like they lost 2 players for no reason, but hey, they still got the chicken dinner. However, with an
Clutch it up.
with an asterisk, Alpha 7.
Oh.
First place, and they still got a whole lot of points. So, hey, maybe this works out. And Hyper don't take first place. That's what we all wanted. Or maybe they are first place. I don't know. I don't know, Jukes.
I doubt it. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they still got, what was it, 9 or 10 eliminations Mafioso got, and a 3rd place finish. It was ridiculous just to think about how that zone worked out, how he's able to still snake his way. We called it just a little ember, right? That's a full-fledged bonfire by himself. This Alpha 7 team is just doing the most ridiculous things right when it counts. Getting very fortunate zones, too, right there towards the end. I mean, everything just seems to be working out in their favor. All they got to do is just continue with what they've been doing, and they should be able to get the dub, because I don't see any team that is hunting them down at all, right? Or trying to disrupt.
No, they tried. They tried.
Who did?
Influence CHEMIN tried, and Intense
that's true.
Game tried.
Yeah.
And hey,
In the late game. In the late game. In the late game. All right, guys. So we still got 2 more games. All right. We're going to crown a champion at the end of this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I hope I'm not too harsh in saying this, but that last match was a bit of a dumpster fire for quite a few different reasons, and it came down to which team could salvage it the best, and somehow NHyper come out the best team there after losing to extremely early to YKG, and might have just put themselves potentially in first place, or at least close enough now to make Alpha 7 not feel confident whatsoever. Guys, that last match, it had so many different things happening, and I still don't even know how to really break that fully down with whatever all went down.
Where do we start?
I don't know. I don't know. As you said, it was salvage matches. We thought that like Loops had a really strong position, and to be fair, Cardozen did do some good salvaging on his own, but it was nothing compared to the run that NHyper and A7 had. It looked like halfway through that game that those two teams were out, but double-digit points for both of them. I mean, Loops as well, still trying to stay in the mix, but with the rate that NHyper and Alpha 7 are going, the fact that you can't even guarantee that they're going to go out early by taking a couple eliminations on them, this is looking like it might just be a two-horse race at this point.
I mean, and for Loops, it was a big question mark, right? Especially from you in the last second saying that you might have called them just saying they want to be able to challenge. That little push right there with 12 points, obviously Alpha 7 still able to get more points than NHyper able to get more points.
Yeah.
It's good for them to at least feel like, okay, we still have a chance, right? And that is a team that can do great performances, as we just saw, being able to salvage some of that stuff too. Going back to Alpha 7 though, what shocked me, man, is that Alpha 7, and the casters mentioned this too, they decided to shoot the boxes of Influence CHEMIN once they eliminated that team, and that gave just the right amount of time for Intense Game to push onto them and to end up eliminating 3 of their players.
I mean, who would have thought YKG would be the team to play spoiler this entire match? Because not only did they knock and finish 2 players from NHyper, they also finished off IG, who ended up third party in Alpha 7 and cleaning them up, except Mafioso, obviously. Like, YKG basically just took a spanner, threw it in the works.
You know what kind of hurt seeing that YKG performance too, that it was 24K clutching it up for his team as he was able to do previously in NA, in PMPL NA. It kind of leaves just some hopes. Hopefully this team comes back next season stronger. And I kind of wanted to mention 24K, great performances, man.
Yeah, 24K has always been the standout player for me. I know Joey is the more dramatic one, not only in just personality and notoriety, but even just inside the game itself, going for the big wide flanks, going for those roaming plays, sort of cracking open some of the opposing holds, but it's always based around 24K being able to deliver and being the sort of central rock hold of that team, which is why I was disappointed that he wasn't able to play all of the matches this weekend, that they had to have Fear stand in and the whole sort of rotating roster situation. But like 24K, that is the player on YKG that they need to put all of their force behind going forward.
Okay. Big statements. Obviously, another season PMPL coming up around the corner, so we will be able to have the opportunity to see if they do that. But let's take a look yet again here at our top 2 teams between NHyper and Alpha 7 in this last match, and a little bit of a head-to-head here, because this was extremely important. If I'm not mistaken, Mafioso, the last person alive for Alpha 7, was it 2 elims he got by himself, and then he knocks Kindness to allow potentially Loops to get the victory?
I know Alpha 7 didn't get the win. It was NHyper, but I'm actually more impressed with what Mafioso was able to do, because he was just alone by himself. He was able to position himself in great spots, and it kind of goes back to what we're saying with Alpha 7. It doesn't matter if the whole team gets eliminated, as long as one of them survives, they can definitely step up, and Mafioso was able to do that. And the fact that he was able to just willingly take on fights when he was on the backstep, like, that was just so impressive to me.
Yeah. No, like, honestly, again, and it's the fact that these teams are delivering when we are down to the wire and the pressure is at its greatest. Alpha 7 in the lead, as we expected, didn't collapse under that pressure, and then NHyper chasing. They're really good at doing that. They are really good at chasing. They're not giving up under the pressure at all. They know they need to make those final few steps, and at this rate, it is looking like it's going to be a head-to-head between these 2 teams until the very end.
And NHyper winning the match, not having all 4 players.
Yes.
Say it. Cameron, you have something you wanted to break down for us
Yes.
here with its illustration. What is it and why?
Yes, honestly, I'm just really happy that these teams at the top are going for the massive plays that they absolutely need to. So I just wanted to look at the fight that's, I guess, the engagement, the whatever you want to call it, that's happening around here. Whoop, a little bigger. Happening around there between Influence and A7 fighting each other out. And yeah, sure, you can criticize A7 for shooting the boxes of Influence. but they're going for the fights against the teams that they absolutely need to beat. This is high impact elimination points that they're getting because it's points for them and it's less points for their opponents. But the bigger thing is that IG up here at the top, they could have made a rotation to the east, but they saw that fight and they said that is an opponent that we want to take out. We are going to push onto them and then clear their chances, because A7 just recently overtook Intense Game on the overall leaderboards. Intense saw the opportunity for, if we take this team out right now, that's going to open us up to reclaiming the first spot, especially because Hyper had already lost a couple of members and they did a really good job. They almost took all of A7 out. It was Mafioso, the lone member, getting away and then pulling his own individual amazing maneuvers. But either way, this was a good play by Intense Game to go for this. The idea behind this
7
was absolutely clinical, great, and it's the playmaking that you want to do at the end of a tournament.
Let me ask you your opinion, right? Because we actually discussed this in the green room. Intense Game and Influence CHEMIN were basically right next to each other before Influence CHEMIN decided to rotate into Alpha 7. I'm assuming, and I want to know if you agree with this, that Intense Game kind of rotated into that fight, maybe expecting Alpha 7 to be wounded, but they actually weren't wounded. They didn't lose a single player. No one was knocked.
Yeah.
And I think they almost got a little bit lucky there that they were able to close those knocks so quickly.
So during that, by the way, if you saw, Intense Game actually had one player in a vehicle, and it seemed like he was scouting to go east, like you were mentioning. And as soon as Alpha 7 finished that elimination of Influence CHEMIN, you could see them. They all got into vehicles and they decided to push in for that. Whether it was weak or not, whether Alpha 7 was weak or not, it didn't matter to them. They knew that they needed to make a statement right there. They were able to at least get 3 players. And as I mentioned earlier, it kind of helped out Intense Game that Alpha 7 took a little bit longer and decided to shoot those boxes.
Yeah, let's take a look at our overalls here really quickly. But I do want to say this. I'm so impressed by Intense Game to make that decision and go, because I feel like most teams would have been like, oh, okay, well, let them get the elims. We're still going to play for the late game. We're still going to play for placements. But instead, Intense Game's like, no, we're going to put the future in our own hands, right?
Yeah.
And we went for the fight.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely why, because right now they're currently sitting 21 points behind Alpha 7 and Hyper, following them very, very close. As you were mentioning, Cam, I mean, Hyper's really, really good at following. Once again, I'm glad to not see them there in first place, and Alpha 7 being able to, at least Mafioso being able to clutch it up for his team there. Loops Esports being able to move up now from 5th place to 4th place, and this is what I was kind of talking about. The gap is increasing in a big, big way. If after this match they're not able to get at least 15 to 20 points from Loops Esports, I think it's time to actually, from my side, to count them out.
More than that, if they don't end this final game with a strong double-digit win, like over 20 points gained overall, there's no chance for them.
I'll take it even further. If Alpha 7 or Intense Game don't go out early, then Loops doesn't have a chance to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, because it's, what, 29 points or about 30 points for Loops below first place. Yeah, you can make 30 points. Loops can make 30 points in 3 games, but that's if the 3 teams above them make nothing 3 games in a row.
Exactly. Well, we're about to head into our next match, but I want to remind you guys once again to get your votes in of your favorite teams or who you think is going to win here over in the YouTube chat, because we love to see who you are supporting. I think there's a lot of A7 and Hyper supporters going on right now. But you know what? We're going to actually go support our commentators here to bring us our 4th match. We have 3 left to go. We're heading back to Miramar for the last time of this event. Take it away, boys.
Already?
Preach, Jason. Preach. I couldn't have said it better myself, right? If you want to get first place, you gotta stop Alpha 7. The gap is too thick right now. If you're Loops, you could decide to leave it up to fate and see if Alpha 7's gonna choke, right? I have a brain, Zute, so I would not put my money on that, right? If you want them to get out early, you're gonna have to do it yourself. Loops, what are you gonna do this game? That is my question. Zute, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to look at is actually, you said it, Loops. Loops are in a point position where they have to do something big for a chance at getting that first place, and that means taking out Alpha 7. But the problem is, Hyper is only 2 points behind Alpha 7. So it's not like you cut off the head of the giant and that's it. There's another one in the midst, right? Hyper. And Hyper, that's a team that's just playing so consistent today. It is tough for the teams that aren't in the top 2. Intense Game, they're falling a little ways behind. You see right there on the points, 170 right here. So, that's a 21-point difference.
That's too
first
big.
Place.
That is
that's
too big.
That's a big point difference as well.
Oh, man. Intense Game is probably the only squad that could just say to themselves right now, all right, all we got to do is just get a big chicken dinner right now. Like, okay, that's fine. But everybody else, you got to start knocking on the door about the 7. Oh, I see what you're circling here, Zute.
Yeah, the top 2 teams in Hyper, and Alpha 7 is going to go towards El Pozo. So I'm going to leave these circles up here for now, and we're going to see on the first circle that pops up what teams they have to watch out for on their rotation in. Particularly, you know, can Loops cause some trouble for them? Can Influence CHEMIN cause some trouble for them? And with this zone, oh man, it's pretty good for Alpha 7 and in Hyper, to be honest.
It really is. It really is, especially for Alpha 7. They're going to be able to get all the loot they want and more. So they're going to be pretty set up for this game. And once they take El Pozo, they're going to be tough to even deal with because they're going to be so set up. I see you're circling over here by Loops.
Yeah.
Hacienda. Intense game as well. Yeah.
So these are the 2 teams that need to take out, you know, either Alpha 7 or N Hyper. And both teams, you know, have one of those beasts to either side of them. N Hyper coming in on Loop's side. Alpha 7 will be coming in on Intense Game side.
All right, well, this is where champions are made, right? It all ends up right here towards the tail end of this tournament. Alpha 7 have proven that they can get it done regardless of the situation, you know? And they're super fortunate, right? They got some really blessed zones these past couple of matches, and they absolutely crushed it. Now, their Miramar stats, not too hot compared to their other maps, okay? But with the lead that they've given themselves, they only have a 2-point lead on NHyper, where I think NHyper has had a lot more success here. So Alpha 7's got to play this very diligently. They got a very good zone here, playing path, El Pozo all to themselves, so they're going to be looted out to the T. Yeah, you can see that NHyper definitely has a nice bump in stats to Miramar compared to them.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they stick to their play style, you know, coming in from the outside of the zone and fighting their way in. Miramar, definitely the hardest map to do that in, right? Sanhok, easy. Skirmishes, you got to be quick, and you just outgun them. Miramar, I mean, you can outgun a team, but you're taking casualties if they are in a stronger position, like a high ground position. And I don't know if Alpha 7 is going to switch it up on this Miramar. If they just go more central, right? In Hyper, that's what they do. They just go more central on the high ground. And, well, Miramar, there's a lot of high ground to be had.
All right, well, who's going to get that high ground first? Intense Game already centering up in the zone, getting ready for this one. And, man, they were really just in a solid position yesterday. And now they're about to lose this tournament if they do not plop out a good performance right here, right now, at least in my eyes. They're really close to Royals of War. And that's a team that has really struggled. They're in second to last place now. So if there's any team that you want to fight, it could be this one. But at the same time, they got nothing to lose right now. So they could be playing very, very loose. And it could be very unpredictable as well.
100%. NHyper, they're rotating in. Same with Loops. I don't see any traps being set up just yet. Of course, the circle being so big, you have to get, you know, set up at least before taking some engagements. I'm looking at the minimap, Jukes. Looks like everyone else just taking their time. No real fast rotations. INCO coming in from Picado ever so slowly. And we got teams looting up on the edges of the map still.
ATON Esports just getting looted up as well. Not really someone we need to be focusing on right now. Focus definitely on these top squads because that #1 position is what it is all about. And you see Intense Game right there on the minimap, everybody. INCO Gaming. I think it's toast for INCO at this point. Zoo, what do you think? Nail in the coffin?
Yeah, I think so. They're 137 versus 191 out of the first place team. So INCO's, for me, the contentions are for first place, NHyper, Intense Game, Loops, and Influence. If Influence pull off something big, they got a chance still.
Well, only this one and 2 more matches left to go. So with 3 games, you could still put up some good points, but with this point system and how all these teams are playing, it's going to be so hard. I think it's about that time, Zute, that we start talking about the final game shenanigans that we're going to see, okay? Last game of the day, of the tournament, right? Throughout history, we have seen almost like half the lobby gone super early on. I think we see some teams just fully give on up and just start full sending everybody. You think that's something we're going to see here in Americas?
I think so. I think so. It's quite obvious the Brazilian teams, it's first or nothing for them based on that last match, right? They went for Alpha 7's head when they got a chance to. So when it comes to the last game, you might see a team just hot drop Alpha 7 even, potentially, to try and, you know, deny the points and then get a huge game themselves and steal that first place away. That is if Alpha 7 is in first place coming into the last match. And Hyper, quick question for you. They're only 2 points away from first place. Do you want them to get first place, or do you want them to stay in second going into the last game?
Oh, I don't know. Oh man, go ahead. Oh, that's right, QZZ driving right into. I was looking at the mini map for a second, and Ed Hyper driving right into loops. This is dangerous.
Ooh.
You makes
Go
it
down
out.
the hillside. There you go. Get out of the sight lines.
All right, second place. Second place, the answer now. After that one right there, you know, just stay close in second. I think that's going to be the most important thing. But you know what? I want to say that, but my gut too at the same time is saying get into first, because with how lucky Alpha 7 has gotten so far in this last day with these zones, I just do not want to leave it up to them. You know, I think you want to be able to get some points just in case you get a really rough go at it in the last couple games.
We'll see. Next circle about to shift. Second circle, Miramar. This is going to be a huge shift, more than likely. I hope it doesn't center up. I want to see something interesting, because you do have, you know, 7 on the left side and Hyper on the right side. If we get a hard shift, it could be huge for one team and not the other coming into this circle shift, Jukes. This is going to be a big one.
Where is this circle going to go? Is it going to center on up, which we've seen pretty traditionally here in Miramar? Or will we see another lucky hard shift for Alpha 7 and we get an Oposo finish? Oh boy. All right. Well, that luck seems to have run a little bit thin here, Zute, as Alpha 7 going to have to make a very intense rotation.
Yeah, this Alpha 7 rotation, it's just all rough terrain going into the circle. Alpha 7, we could see them doing wrapping rotation, but any wraps to any side, right? Like if Alpha 7 comes down here, or even like around the top, the problem with that is this is all high ground. They got another mountaintop up here, and this is another high ground area. This is going to be a really tough one for Alpha 7 to figure out. Meanwhile, in Hyper, they get a good one. Intense game sitting right in front of Alpha 7 as well right there. And it looks like Alpha 7 is going to be charging into Intense game.
Alpha 7 cannot afford to go out early, and Intense game, I talked about it, right? I think Intense game need to take him out. They have to finish him out early here if they want to go in. The Panthers versus Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN need to have a monster game right now and cannot afford to go out to the Panthers here.
No, they cannot. Nade's going back and forth. No openings just yet. I did catch Hyper knocking a player just now, so maybe Hyper's already set up in a decent spot. This fight yet completely fully blow out. Quan coming in hot, wrapping around the backside. Kawiski, though, on the outside looking in.
Let's see what Quan's looking to do. Can he go ahead and get this initial knock on a Federal? He's starting to pre-fire. Oh, that DBS ever so deadly. Gotta watch out for that. Quan's gonna has a nade locked and loaded for him. And that knock from Federal is gonna open things up. We might start seeing Influence really start pressing this.
Yeah, the
Quan gets
Panthers
thirsted.
looking trapped right now with the side of Influence. Not able to do much. Not much room to move around because they have a player on the outside covering all the angles. Lil Boy taking a shot now at this weekend Panthers team. Nate, a lot of pre-fire catches the edge. That's huge.
Blows the arm off of Lil Boy there, and now Nate looking to take advantage of that knock. Federal gonna have to do some more work for his squad. Can he clutch this up for his team? He needs to. Little boy, Federal, trying to keep his team alive. Gets a huge knock right there on Azuko. And I believe it's only one player up left for the Panthers. Here's Chronix with the jump down.
Chronix making his return today. No shots hitting. Switches to the M4. 1v2 situation.
Oh, he's going to secure this point, though. He's going to secure this point. Yep.
Oh.
Definitely. Oh, and Law with a beautiful shot takes out Chronix, but Influence Gavin lose 2 in the process.
That's too much of a loss.
Too much of a loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before early game, we could talk about how 4 points is okay. It's not here. Like, they are too far down the leaderboards. They want first place. They need 20.
Loops taking a fight now with Royals of War. Loops, the 4th place team. They need to clean this one out without
Can't lose
losing
anybody.
a single player.
Yeah.
That circle has already popped up too. Alpha 7 on that southern side, and Hyperhard already made it onto that high ground. Intense game on that northwest edge. They just need to scooch in a little bit.
Let's see what Loops is going to do here. They get naded, Mythic. That is such a tough nade, Dreamsy. Oh, and a huge off-angle knock, Loops. Devastated. It's just Cardosen left up. He clutched it up for his team in the last game, Zute. This man, all by himself, was able to secure a 2nd place finish. But can he bust out a 20 elimination chicken dinner? No, he can't do it by himself.
The Royals of War, call them the Titan Slayers.
Dude, they are.
We wiped out
hurts.
Alpha 7. Oh, hold on. Alpha 7.
Joey,
What happened here?
why?
Alpha 7 down to 2.
KG knocking on the door of the great Alpha 7, and they are in big trouble now. Huge play from YKG, and look at this. Oh, actually, it was a tense game. Diego from the top, finishing Mafioso.
I mean, I showed it on the map feed earlier. No matter which way Alpha 7 goes, it is high ground. This was the toughest rotation for them to make. I'm not surprised they ended up losing 1 to 2 players. That was the worst circle shift for Alpha 7 possible. No matter how many plans they had, it is just high ground that they have to just bum rush into.
Goodness gracious here. Oh, Alpha 7 cut at the knees. And Hyper, they did lose a player early on too. So, and Hyper, this is their chance, right? Really their chance to put a monster game on the board and extend their lead into glory. Okay,
Oh, man.
Fears.
They'll get first place? They'll end up in first?
Place?
I don't know about that, Jukes.
Give it to them. Give it to them. Why
They're
not?
going to choke it. They're going to
They're not.
choking
They're
it.
not. They're not. In Hyper, you gotta believe. You gotta believe.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Let's see if they can do it here. Fears putting in some work against Dope. 2 teams super low on the leaderboards. YKG crippling Alpha 7. That's gotta hurt you. That's a nice nade down to Bray.
Oh, that's a self-nade.
That is. That is. Let's see. YKG with a monster game here. Yeah, they're not even gonna get back to 8th place. So I was trying to see if they can even get some more points. But hey, you never know. YKG could be going for the style points also. You never know what kind of statistics they have.
Oh, third party from Intense Game.
Oh, this is huge.
Knock onto Joey. Yeah, here comes Intense Game. They need these points. They want these points. And I'm pretty sure they have a laser eye focus on that elimination feed, and they know Alpha 7 is hurt here. Here comes Intense Game. These are the beasts you need to worry about.
2 points in total. Intense game, circling around like sharks. Looking, they smell that blood in the water, and it's opened up actually as Adrian gets finished too. That's really tough. Chico with the DBS. Man, it's so hard to push these players with these DBSs. Oh my gosh. Chico, the man, the myth, the legend, shutting down the dreams. Oh, bad animation. 24K.
Animation cancel. That's new. Another
Another
animation cancel fake. It is so close. It's so tight. Joey goes down.
24.
Both are reloading.
Bop, bop. Here goes. M4.
Oh, jump shot.
24K is
Wiggle out the
actually
side.
went for it.
Oh.
Wow. I'm surprised he didn't go for that DBS play.
Oh, it's not done yet.
It's not done yet.
Not
That's
done
right. Hayuya, 1 HP.
Nope, it's still here.
Half an HP. Pump shotgun.
Oh my
Jump
god.
shot. The jump shot. Intense.
Oh my
aim.
god.
7 eliminations. Where are they at? Okay, they had 100 and... Oh my goodness. They're creeping up. they are creeping up here, especially with Alpha 7 crippled like this. They're going to have the same amount of players, but a 7-point elimination advantage. If Hyper go out with a goose egg here, and so does Alpha 7, intense games in the mix.
The problem is, Jukes, and Hyper got a really good zone shift.
Yes, they did. Yes,
and Hyper
they did.
got another really good zone shift, and they still have 3 up. Oh, man. And Hyper is getting... they got blessed last game. And it looks like they're getting blessed this game. I mean, if it hard shifts to the west, then Hyper have a tough task for themselves. But Hyper's looking really good right now, as far as the position in the circle goes.
Oh, baby. All right. Well, let's see if Hyper can hold on just a little bit longer, because it's only this match and 2 more left, and we're crowning our America's champion right here. And so far, there's really... I mean, there's technically 5 squads, right? What's another team here that could possibly get it done? Loops is done for. That's gotta hurt. Flamengo, if they get a win here and another good game, they could be still in the fight.
Potential. Oh. Uh-oh. Diego. I don't think he has time to go for that revive. Oh, no. Diego.
That's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt. Intense game. Cielo, and that's the team you're gonna. Okay, I was about to say, if there's any team you do not want to feed points to, it's that one right there.
Cielo makes it in. He's not gonna get the next circle though. Alpha 7 still with 2, but in a terrible position if they don't get the circle. Same with intense game Cielo. Here comes that circle shift. We'll see where it goes. And Hyper chilling on the east side of that power grid. You can see right there to the right of the D. And they got that huge compound to work with too, so even if it hard shifts to the west, that compound might be in zone.
Let's see where it decides to pop on over to. Is he going to center up? Either pretty much, rock solid onto Hyper. This is their chance, right? Hey, you know what? The Alpha 7, they have gotten that luck early game, and Hyper finally getting a bone thrown their direction here, this one. But can they finish, Sute? That's the question, right? They got all the opportunity. They cannot make any complaints at all. It's their game to win.
Oh, here's that quick replay, man. This was
brutal.
Probably the most intense 1v1 that we've seen. The back-to-back 1v1 too, man.
I don't think I've
really
seen
clutching it out.
I don't think I've seen one player going left win a fight like that at this level. Like really, the right side lean peak is just so critical.
Yeah. INCO rotating in. INCO's still with 4, but yeah, they're pretty far down on that leaderboard now.
And by the way, for everybody hearing, when it comes to these TBP advantages, right? All the characters in this game, right? They're all right-handed. You can see everyone's holding that M4. So if you're sweeping to the right side and against another player that's sweeping to the left, your gun is going to be a couple frames ahead of that person sweeping left. So you're going to have a little bit of an advantage, and you can just see players just using that big time to get these dubs.
Yeah, right-hand peak advantage for sure. Every little advantage, you got to take it into account. INCO Gaming taking out Royals of War here pretty soon. I mean, they do have one player on the flank for Royals of War that could cause some issues. Yep. W or M2M. Can he make something happen? Loses sight, loses vision. And Alpha 7. Uh-oh. Down to Texa.
Okay. All right. Well, Texa, it's time to utilize some of that mafioso magic we saw. Can you do it, though? Can you do it? Can you be an America's champion all by yourself? It's going to be tough. ATON Esports applying a little bit of pressure here. 0 points so far. And I think if they go out here, it is going to be a goose egg for Alpha 7. But they do. Revo able to crawl his way to a nice res. That's going to help his team out so much here. All right. Let's take a look here at the rest of this match. INCO up on top with 4 points. I think it's a little too late. If they could bust out a 20-point chicken dinner and then repeat it in the next game, then we could see them fight for that top spot, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah. I can't see a team getting back-to-back chickens when it's getting this late in the tournament. I mean, everyone
That's
is
true.
just. It is so difficult at this point. Like I feel like everyone's playing at another level right now. So tough task. Yet 2 chickens in a row. Zone closing in, Jukes. N Hyper still just chilling. No elimination points really for the side of N Hyper. They're just playing that positional advantage for now, and we'll see how much more points they could get next circle.
About to pop. It's going to go right on the middle. Yep. Dead center circle. Nothing too unpredictable. I see that you picked All Glory Gaming, Zute. All right?
Yeah.
First of all, as an NA resident, how dare you? I'm kidding. Right? Second of all, right? What made you decide to pick All Glory Gaming compared to N Hyper? Everyone else has picked N Hyper. Why did you pick All Glory Gaming?
I mean, if they can hold a good defense, they're in a good spot. They have 4 up, and Hyper only has 3. And with the way this circle shifted, it's going to create like a little buffer for them too. I don't think anyone's going to manage to full smash into their compound. I think everyone around them is just going to get whittled down as the zones continue. INCO might try to do that. We'll see in a little bit though. And Hyper, they're in a great spot, don't get me wrong, but they only have 3, and there is a team, Overknights, that could push them and isolate them in a 4v3.
Zute, how could you lie to everybody watching straight to their face just like that? How could you do that to them? Because I know the truth. I know the answer, Zute. The reason why you pick All Glory Gaming is because you want N Hyper to stay in second place, right? Because you're low key rooting for them, right? You want them to stay in second place, so that way they can make first place later on. I see you. I see what you're doing.
Okay, you caught me. You caught me. It's in the grand scheme of things, right?
Right.
And Alpha 7's still alive, man. If Alpha 7 gets that crazy
gosh.
zone shift.
This would be ridiculous. Alpha 7 gets this shift again, right? 3 zone shifts back to back. I am eating my shirt. That is crazy.
I mean, no, they're having to rotate every zone shift.
I mean, they are. But I mean, I'm talking about
next
three games, right? With the final circle.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see if that ends up happening as INCO getting shredded by FLAMENGO. This is the team right above them. This is a big fight here because these are 2 teams desperate to try and have a crazy game here and try to get in the run of that top 3. I mean, heck, even if you get second place, that's still big money here, Zute.
Casualties going both ways, though. FLAMENGO lost 1. GC got knocked. This should be a clean one. Oh, Jaguar coming in from another angle. That is INCO out. Alpha 7? Did he get that knock? He did?
Oh my gosh, he caught
Points?
Triple C, and he's gonna get the secure. Oh, he goes down!
You see how desperate he is for points.
That's kindness. That was kindness from N Hyper. That knocks Rebel there. But I do believe that he might have gotten that finish onto that player from Jaguar. Yes, I believe. No, actually, I don't.
No, it's still 0 points.
Yeah, it's still 0 points. So what a shot from kindness saying, N Hyper. We're staying in second place for now, you know?
Oh, GK first knock. GK first finished off.
Oh, brutal. That's from ATON Esports. So N Hyper getting picked apart down to 2 players left. And with this zone, how many players are up? It's going to be tough. A lot of teams are pretty much beat up right now. Except for, ATON, All Glory Gaming, still rocking all 4. Next zone about to pop on over. Will it go to Alpha 7? Will we see a hard shift to the southwest? Is it possible? It centers up.
Oh, I think Alpha 7's done. There's not a dip that they could really use in the next zone. They're just going to be exposed here.
And they realize it.
That boulder not in the zone. ATON looking their way. It is done for Alpha 7. And Hyper's going to keep surviving, though, unless Overknights pushes and takes them out.
This is why we stress so often, right? When you do get that final circle, you have to get a chicken dinner and get a ton of eliminations as well. You have to fully maximize it because the times you don't, it's going to be difficult. And you can see Alpha 7 still hunting down, trying to make something happen, get some points on the board here desperately because there's still 8 teams alive, Zute. And if my memory serves me correctly, I mean, this is, what, 1 point total if they go out now?
I almost want to see Alpha 7 just send 1 player for a huge spoiler roll position. Like, keep him out even towards the blue and get a knock onto ATON on the back in a point. A two-man push right out in the open. I mean, you're both just asking to get cut down. There's already one. Revo already getting tagged up hard to the likes of Hyper, no less. And is that a rock that he found that Revo's behind?
I think he did.
Oh, is it in
Only
zone though?
rock.
It's not in zone. It's not in zone though.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. You can see him just hunting. This is desperation. You see that? Just left to right seeking. He's like a heat-seeking missile trying to find a knock player, anything he can get so he can steal a point. Oh, and he might have found, never mind, going right back on over. And here's a big battle. Here goes FLAMENGO starting to push All Glory Gaming. This was your pick, Zute. FLAMENGO taking out Jaguar. That's some good points for them. But here come the nades raining out from All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, only 2 up for FLAMENGO.
That's off.
4 up
gone.
for the side of All Glory Gaming. Alpha 7 out. I don't think they managed to get a point. They didn't get that desperate point they were looking for. Not in the form of elimination points anyways. We're down to the final few teams. 5 teams left. Hyper, ATON, and Overknights on the eastern side. Trying to battle for King of the Hill now. Hyper, they could have 3 up here. I don't know how GK first got knocked and thirsted, but that is a huge member down for the team.
Brutal loss. They do still have that highest of high grounds, and like you said, 99% victory chance. But is that apply when they only have 2 players, Zute?
I don't think so, no. They get the zone again.
What's
So
the
they just need
percentage
a defense. Right now, if Ren gets this first knock, 80% chance of winning.
There's one.
Okay. Here we go.
All right. Reload. Gets caught. Oh, the reload too. Oh, kindness.
The trade. Oh, ATON
no,
has 3
a third
down.
party. A third party, though, is brutal. Overnight shutting down Hyper. And I don't know how many points. Yeah, not too. Only 2 eliminations there. 5th place finish. That's going to be brutal. It's really All Glory Gaming have a huge chance here to put up some big points.
Yeah, Overknights finishing up the fight here. And I think they will. Yeah, ATON down to 1. It's going to be a 4v4 to close off the game. Quick knock, though, onto All Glory Gaming, but I think Overknights are going to take a little bit of a chill pill. Both teams are going to reset here. 4v4 situation. And we are going into stage 9 after this. So who's got more control of the center zone? I think Overknights have more positional power for sure.
Yeah, this is a tough finish for All Glory Gaming regardless. They only ended up with 2 eliminations here. They really need to take every single point away onto Overnight. And if they're able to do so, that'll bring them up to 16 total points. Overnight with 11 eliminations. So a good game for them, but too little too late.
Yeah, definitely so. And, ooh, okay. Risky run back. He makes it in. No knock. Oh, All Glory Gaming. Strap with the UMP from distance. Gets one onto Rise. And Strap's looking for more.
Oh,
a bit overzealous, but a
knock.
trade. Yeah, that's huge.
That was massive. All right, now Overnight in big trouble. Oh, that knock again. Making All Glory Gaming onto their back kills. This is a 2v2 right here. Rojas full sending it on up. He's got the AK. Oh, he's going to catch his back. Wow. Bad body awareness from All Glory Gaming, or actually from Overnight there. Voodoo able to get a res off. And Rojas is securing those desperate points that All Glory Gaming needs.
So back to a 2v2. All Glory Gaming gets a revive. That nade did not land close enough. 2v3 and All Glory Gaming with a huge hustle to take control of the center. Overknights, I feel like they kind of threw this one.
They're gonna
not done yet, though. They can still win this. All Glory Game waiting for the Overknights to expose himself.
It's over. Yeah, I think this is 100% an All Glory Gaming win. Right on time. I mean, actually, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because they are in a pretty tough spot positionally on the leaderboards. They need this win, and I think they're going to need one more. And so far, only one more player left, and they secure it. So All Glory Gaming getting a chicken dinner right when they needed it, but they're not done yet. There's still 2 more games left to go. They're going to have to put on their clutch badges and get it done.
Yeah, they're going to need the back-to-back chicken dinner just for a chance in the last game to have another huge game to maybe take that first place. What I'm curious about, Jukes, though, is Alpha 7 went out 0 points. I think like maybe 1 to 2 placement points. And Hyper got more points than that, I believe. Does that put Hyper in first? The choke position? Like you, Jukes, you said if they're in first place, you want them in first place by a mile.
I know. I know.
They're in first place, Jukes, by like a point or 2 points. That is the prime position for ultimate choke factor. And in Hyper, they've choked hard before. Oh, man.
It's not feeling good. It's not feeling good. I'm gonna tell you.
Would you rather them be in first place or second place? First place or second place? Would you rather,
You know what? First, why not? Give them confidence. Light that fire in them. And Hyper, please, right? Do it for North America. We'll be right back, guys.
All Glory Gaming making a push when they need it here. It might not put them into the top 3 for a chance at PMWI, but at least it looks like they could potentially earn some more money here and, of course, some more fame. Gentlemen, Seven and Cameron, that was a tough match to watch if you're a fan of Alpha 7 and Hyper or Intense Game.
It really was. I mean, Hyper had the perfect chance to take advantage of Alpha 7 getting eliminated early too.
Yeah.
You were able to mention this to me too, Cam. Alpha 7 ended up getting 0 LM, so that was like the perfect moment for Hyper, but they only exit with just 5 points.
Yeah, but listen, you got to go out early sometimes. To expect these teams at the top to be at the top of every single match is absolutely ridiculous. So if Hyper were going to have a bad game, it's good that it was the same round that A7 was going to have a bad game, and same thing vice versa. Intense Game doing a little better, only 7 points themselves, but I still think that's not enough to really put them back into contesting because we have only 2 rounds left. I think if Intense Game come out in Vikendi and Erangel with like 2 banger of matches with like double-digit elimination wins, then they could potentially take this one away, but it's neck and neck for Alpha 7 and Hyper at this point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be between those two. And the reason why I was mentioning I was hoping Hyper would be able to take advantage of Alpha 7 kind of exiting early is because now we're going to be going into Vikendi, and from what we've been able to see, Alpha 7 tends to perform better than Hyper when we end up going to Vikendi.
You can see a little comparison of Hyper and Alpha 7 just to kind of show both teams really not having that much success here.
Yeah,
in this last match.
I mean, the damage is good from Hyper, but this is even worse damage to elimination conversion from the first Miramar. So they had high ground once again. They were sort of peppering teams at range once again, but it wasn't quite so oppressive of a high ground. And you saw what happened when they got pushed by 2 teams at once. And that was even after they had lost a couple of players up to that point. I mean, it was a hard position to try and hold in the first place, so I appreciate the fact that they went for a move like that. Get on the high ground, get a bunch of eliminations if you can, but it just didn't, it just didn't work out for them.
And for Alpha 7, I thought they were actually able to kind of make up really good points there when it came to just placement points, because they were able to survive for a very long time when they had a lot of teams hunting them down.
I almost expected Intense Game to be here in our top 5 just because of watching Cielo clutch out in a 1v2 against YKG and then a 1v1 up against Dope, which is probably one of the most awkward 1v1s we had happen here in PM.
Well, there wasn't that much damage that he needed to deal to get those final eliminations, so didn't rack up those damage points for that chart.
But it was definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, when you have a player just jumping and then backing off and then jumping and backing
5
off.
HP.
Engage, boys.
I like the animation cancel, just didn't work out for them, unfortunately, in the end. But gentlemen, we know Alpha 7 was in the lead going into this match. and Hyper caught up a bit, will it be enough for them to actually overtake them into first place? Let's take a look at our overalls.
Ooh, 1 point.
They actually overtook them, and Hyper overtook Alpha 7.
I was thinking it was going to be by 2, but it's by 1. Yeah, it's close, guys. It's really, really close. Even if one of these two teams wins the next round, it's not going to be said and done. This is going to go down to the wire for the very final round on to Erangel.
I think this is pretty much a 3-team race now, right? Would you count out Influence CHEMIN?
Influence CHEMIN?
No.
Really? You wouldn't count them out? They're like 29 points behind.
No, I would count them out. Yeah, I've been counting them out. Yeah. They've been out. They've been out for a while. They did not show up today. That spike chart that we saw at the start of them ramping up day by day by day plummeted back down to 0. It feels like, because they just made almost 0 impact so far.
By the way, with the next 2 matches coming up, I feel like Hyper actually needs to win more than Alpha 7 because of what we've seen previously. Some teams being able to go to that tiebreaker, and right now, let's say something happened in Erangel, they end up tied. Alpha 7 would end up winning that because they have 3 chicken dinners.
Yeah. And if Hyper get a chicken dinner, then they should be ahead in placement, so they would actually win out on that tiebreaker. If it obviously does go to that. But as you take a look at the second page here, I mean, not really much movement. I mean, obviously our combined 6 eyes are all focused on the top at the moment, because again, it's the $25,000. It's the honor of being called the best team in Americas, and it's the honor of representing the region at PMWI as well. But 2 matches, man. I mean, if we compare, let's be blunt here, Hyper and Alpha 7, let's just focus on these 2 teams. Alpha 7 have way more experience in situations like this with the pressure being insurmountable than I would say Hyper has.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, if I had to put all my UC on one team, it would definitely have to be Alpha 7, just because of what we've been able to see in the past. Also, as I mentioned, with Vikendi coming up, I expect them to have a good match here in Vikendi. And with what we've seen out of Hyper before, I mean, Hyper doesn't usually end up clutching out, and this is something you and I were actually talking about, right? We're not used to seeing Hyper being able to be that team that clutches it out, unless this is maybe a switch to Hyper. This is the time where they actually are going to end up clutching it out.
What's weird, right, Cameron, is that you have YKG not performing this event, Hyper got 2nd place in PMPL NA. So what happened to Hyper from now till then, or from then till now, that they all sort of start to rise up? And as we focus on Vikendi, are Hyper even going to be on the radar of teams as we take a look at the stats here?
Ooh, they are. Okay. We knew that Alpha 7 would be good on Vikendi, but this is not so far away for Hyper that we can completely count them out. There's still a real chance that Alpha 7 is going to be even remaining in 2nd place after this match. But to answer your question, though, I mean, I was saying this from the very beginning. YKG, their playstyle was basically feasting on, I'll be honest, the weaker teams from North America. Hyper, they did the same thing as well, right? But their fundamentals were so much stronger, and I expected that to translate into this series a lot stronger. And I mean, it has.
Okay, well, we're about to head into our penultimate match here of the entire event, but we still have our all-star vote going on in the client. Make sure you guys get in there and vote, because your teams are going to need your support to be locking up very soon as well. You can see PMPL starting off in July 11th, so it's just right, or sorry, PMWI starting off in July 11th. It's pretty much right around the corner, but it is time. Let's head into our penultimate match. I don't want to wait anymore. I don't want to keep you guys waiting.
Go in.
Hey, just take us into it. Let's go.
Right around the corner. Okay, May, June, July, 2 months. Okay, and then there's 2 games left. All right, Zute? 2 games left to decide who's going to be going on that nice trip, right? With their teammates, meeting them, right? Hugging them and say, hey, we're going to make some more money today or not. And it all comes down to this, Zute. Is it going to be Alpha 7? Is it going to be Hyper? Is it going to be one of the teams right below them? If it is going to be one of those teams right below them, this is the match. Vikendi, the Icy Tundra. You got to do it, and you got to do it now, Zute. No time left to waste.
No time left to waste, and Hyper sitting in 1st place by just a point. Alpha 7 looking hungry right behind. And there's got to be some crazy shenanigans here to set up, you know, something even crazier in the last and final match. Immediately right out the bat, I mean, I know their color by heart right now. Alpha 7 already jumping out. So let's take a look at where they're heading towards. I think that's Mafioso right there going towards the eastern side. And I think they're going to head over to Trevno.
Okay.
where we saw them before. So that might be a Trevno. I'll remove the arrows for now so we can see where in Hyper is going. Yeah, Alpha 7 will be in Trevno, so we could drop a circle right there. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you guys.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Yeah, let's make that really big. So Alpha 7 to the far northeast in Hyper down towards Winery. First place and second place team right there on your screens.
Where is that zone going to go? That's going to be the big question, right? This Vikendi, we've seen it plenty of times where these zones like to do a nice shift into the water. If it goes to the north or to the south, it's going to be a huge advantage for one of these teams, and it's going to actually center up. All right, Zute.
That's good for both teams, I'd say.
I got to agree. What are you really looking at when it comes to this kind of rotation for them?
As far as rotations, I know that, I mean, I think I've seen in Hyper just really favor Mount Kresnik, obviously, because it's center zone and it's the high ground. But from memory, I recall in Hyper being up on Mount Kresnik on a couple of Vikendi games. So I think they have a rotational pathing there. As far as Alpha 7 is concerned, I mean, they have a lot of options, right? They like to take in from the edge side. They like to take those fights. They don't really go dead center. So I think it comes down to the future circles as far as what Alpha 7's going to do.
Alrighty. Well, you know, Alpha 7, they thrive so many times, right? Playing that edge style. And can they continue it here, right? Are they going to be the team to choke? That's going to be the question, because it's only this game and one more. If they have a rough one here and Hyper pops off, they're going to be behind the 8 ball. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, Zute. Last game, okay? How many times have we seen the last game just be absolute chaos, where teams just go crazy? And, oh, INCO feeding off the Chosen.
Yeah.
Where's INCO at on the leaderboards? INCO's in a little bit of a yeah, they're pretty tough. So
they're going to need a lot more.
Yeah. And they need to hope that these top 2 teams do nothing.
Mm-hmm. Alpha 7 and in Hyper. Those are the 2 teams to keep an eye out for. I mean, one of them has to get a huge goose egg, right? And then another team has to have a huge chicken dinner for a chance at taking first place. Because right now, you're not just targeting one team or looking at one team. You're looking at both Alpha 7 and in Hyper, because there's only a point difference between those 2.
Oh, goodness. Intense game in the mix of it. Alrighty, Zute. Well, this is going to be an absolute battle right here between these teams. Intense game. How do you feel about intense games play so far going into this last couple?
Oh, I mean, they haven't been doing bad. It's just Alpha 7 and Hyper, if it's not one or the other, they just don't go down, right? We saw that Erangel game 2 games ago, both in Hyper and Alpha 7, even though they lost players early, made it all the way to the end. And it's just like, I can't even blame Intense Game. They're playing pretty decent, and it's just like the other teams are just playing even better.
That's always the tough part, and that's what happens at this tournament, and it's only going to get more intense as we keep leveling up stage after stage. The battle of attrition is just ridiculous, you know. In NA, PMPL North America, there's usually a few squads, and I will admit there was less this season as compared to the past, right? Where they're just kind of feeder teams, where they're just struggling. Absolute, just, you know what, if you realize it's them, you just full send them. That's not the case here in this particular tournament. But come PMWI, there's going to be even less squads like that, right? Like the Chosen, they went out early. They happened to kind of rock that title for this tournament here. But, oh my gosh, PMWI, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens in PMWI. You're going to get the best teams out in the east side, right? The Asia side of things. And Asia, well, that's a different powerhouse entirely.
Europe, too.
Contend with.
There's some monster teams across the pond. We're about to find out who's going to be the best in the West here. As right now, it's looking like Hyper and Alpha 7. So those are going to be the 2 teams we're obviously keeping a very close eye on. I mean, we could see something crazy and a team come out of nowhere and make it happen. There's only a few of those names, you know, and I'm looking at you, Intense Game. You need to make something happen crazy this match here if you want that to be the case. Intense Game, they had 177 points, so yeah, that's a good little difference. Just, they definitely need double-digit points here. Loops.
INCO. DBS's 2 openings for the side of INCO. Loops down to just 2
Becker's on
players
fire.
already.
Becker on fire. That is tough for them. INCO with 6 points. So INCO having a kind of a dream run of it when it comes to points at the end, but they can't even afford to lose Becker, and he might just go down here. Yep, that nade's going to confirm him.
And another one of them gets knocked. Oh,
all 3?
Benebente's already knocked in the backline. It's a 1v2, 1v1.
Goodbye, INCO. Better luck next time.
Yeah. Loops needed, you know, more than just that, too. They needed to not lose any players, and it looks like they're about to get third-partied by
Jaguar. Oh, my gosh.
Tough.
This is the worst-case scenario. Here comes Jaguar. Soak up some easy points. They are getting shot at, though, on top of the hill. And Victex just spotted them out. Oh, the animation! The jumping animation! This is why you gotta split. You have to split that jump versus launch yourself over. That's, yeah, jump vault buttons, if they're not split, that's gonna happen every time.
Next circle shifted, by the way, Jukes, and Hyper's not center, but I think that's because we don't know if it's going to the east side or the west side of the map. Alpha 7 sticking hard to the edge. Like, they're all the way to the east, touching the blue still. They're really waiting to see where they need to strike. And Hyper moving a little bit closer, deeper into the zone. Intense Game, they're on top of Mount Kresnik, but it shifted a little bit to the east of Mount Kresnik as far as the center zone is concerned.
Yeah, I really can't blame Alpha 7 here in this particular situation because I think they're trying to avoid all early engagements because they realize that, you know, in this map, Vikendi, if you do, you're going to get third-partied. So I can't blame them at all. Here come the Panthers. Panthers, man, having a great show out at the end of PMPL North America and just having a big learning experience here in the Americas Championship. I mean, this is one heck of a lobby to go against.
Definitely so. Panthers right now find themselves in front of Influence CHEMIN. Influence, the desk already has counted them out. You know, they had a huge comeback on day 3. A miracle run. They finished second, first in the first 3 games, and then they won the very last match of yesterday as well. But today, no luck. Haven't seen too much of them whatsoever.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. Next zone about to pop here in the next few minutes. Absolute battle going down in the south. You can even see Dope just saying, we're going to head out of the zone to hunt down some nice elimination points. Here we go. Influence CHEMIN versus the Panthers. Nate leading the charge for his team. Oh, and it looks like Quan. Oh, actually, the Panthers getting a huge advantage. Oh, but that DBS from Kahovsky shuts down Nate. Man, the DBS is just so brutal here.
Yeah, he peeked out for less than half a second and just instantly went down. Quick gun switch and then
crazy
DBS to the face. It's not over yet. Quan is still up. The Panthers were winning this fight in the beginning. I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw 2 of Influence knocked, and the Panthers still had 3 up.
Both teams are trying to get that right side advantage. Influence got it onto Quan, and that's it.
Influence CHEMIN do lose 1, though. You want to keep all 4 up if you're one of the teams not in the top 2 to gun for that first place. Intense Game, one of those teams gunning for that first place, trying to make something happen. They still have 4 up, 0 points, though, 0 elimination points. So they have the manpowers to make something happen, but they got to do it. Start doing it soon. Alpha 7 up on that northeastern side and Hyper on the southern side. The big thing for both of those teams, though, is that they're trying to control a bridge to look in case they need to cross to the east or vice versa to the west.
Here we go. Next zone popping on up. Center's up very beautifully. Great zone, of course, for Alpha 7 and Hyper. Now
Are they making a deep rotation?
They could be. This is going to be a bold one here. I'd really like to get eyes on them to see how they rotate.
Yeah. If we could
Don't need to be looking at Rules of War.
Here we go. In Hyper. Here we go. Yeah, they're making that deep rotation. They're going center right now. Risky. It's another Hail Mary rotation, but if any team's good at doing those, it is in Hyper. We've seen them do it time and time again, and bam! Touchdown right into center zone, and they have visuals on the eastern side in case of shifts, but it puts them in sight lines of Alpha 7. They are next to each other, Jukes. Alpha 7 and Hyper pretty much in the same position, east versus west.
That's right. One bridge or the other. An icy lake separating the two. And I really like how Hyper's being extra careful to secure these vehicles because they know if that zone hard shifts away, they're going to need them. So GK first. Yep, parking it beautifully. So, man, this is getting intense, Sute. These two teams want it bad.
Yeah, attention to detail. When he was parking that, the other player, his teammate, was out in the, not in the open, but he was ready to throw a smoke in case his teammate got sprayed through the smoke. So it's just, they are set up and ready. By the way, they are playing a split. QZZ, once again, the lead player, separated from the rest of the team. They are sticking true to their little splits. They definitely condensed it a lot coming into, you know, the Americas. It's not as big as it used to, so adjustments are made, but they're sticking true to their split style.
Senatex looking, trying to see if he can spot something out there. This is just all about information here. QZZ's got to be really careful. He just has to get on that tower because he could not get knocked.
Oh, no, this is how safe he's playing. He's not even
look at him
running around. His car is parked and ready to jet right back to his teammates.
I think his foot is on the pedal right now. Like,
yeah,
it's just hovering. It's just right. I know it's touching the pedal, like ready to just engage those quads straight down to the floor the second he hears a gunshot. And I don't think he really, I don't think he really has to worry about a bolt action hitting his head because no one's using them.
Mm-hmm. This is just, it goes to show how much adjustments Hyper has made. You know, NA, they play huge 1-1-1 splits. Here, they condense it down, but they take it a step further. The player that is split, not even leaving the car, right? All he needs to do is be there to use his third eye button and move it around. You don't even need to take a shot. And QZZ, he's moving around. He's getting ready to rotate. Car's already moving. And it goes over to Alpha 7.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's going to lean more towards the north, so we could still even see a shift headed in that northern direction. If it does, it's going to be a pretty interesting rotate from Hyper. But they're going to have to watch out because Hyper is going to have to deal with all these teams on the way in. Alpha 7, not really.
Mm-hmm. And Hyper's rotating, by the way. QZZ is going across. My big question was, like, are they going to sit or rotate? It's pretty scary to rotate with Alpha 7 right in front of you. Royals of War rotating right into Influence CHEMIN. Huge opening for Federal. Can he get a second one? Oh, it looks like he was going to. And his teammate finds the second one. Royals of War getting cut down.
Federal getting popped, though, from that side. Influence CHEMIN not trying to lose any players. Little boy, full setting it on in. Gonna go ahead and secure those points. Yep. Oh, actually, he's not gonna have a chance to. Getting shot from the back. Oh, that's Overknight that stole the points away. I'm surprised the boy didn't try to get that confirmation. And, oh, we just missed that shotgun shot. Here comes Jaguar.
Oh,
that's it for Influence. That's it.
Third party, fourth party, all the parties are here. Everybody getting involved. Intense game, by the way. Still hasn't really made a move. They still have 4 up. If they decide to, you know, sweep in here, this could be a lot of points for them. And it does look like they're coming this way. There's still a lot of fighting to be had here. Overknights versus Jaguar now.
Two teams, pretty relevant fights on the leaderboards. I am currently looking over at these rotations, trying to see who is still up. Intense Game is still alive. They're going to be pushing on to Overknight here in the next few seconds. And then you have, of course, Hyper and Alpha 7 just deadlocked, just waiting for anybody to push against them.
Yeah, and Hyper QZZ was scouting a potential rotation across the river, but then he decided to come right back. So they're locked in the same position as we saw previous. The big fight happening here. It's more important to see if Intense Game will push depending on how this fight goes out. Intense Game, they're a little bit away, I'd say. It doesn't look like they're poised to look for a third party, but more poised for a rotation in case the circle shifts to the east side of that river, which we will see very soon where it goes to.
This next zone is going to be intense, especially if it... Oh my gosh. Why did I jinx it? The zone goes up to Cosmodrome. What do you think about this one?
Make a move. And Hyper's got to make a move. Alpha 7, that puts them right on the edge, pretty much where they want to be, on the edge of zones, it feels like. Overknights, Intense Game, and Hyper on the southwest, they're all looking at that same bridge, because if they don't take that bridge, they're in the sight lines of Alpha 7. So 3 teams looking to control that bridge now.
Oh, goodness gracious. This zone has spiced this game up big time. This is the second to last game of this tournament, everybody. You can just see Hyper, on the icy lake. Their vehicles now super beat up. They're on foot. They got the thick tread, and they are full sending it, trying to find a good spot into this next zone. But they have to really watch for those oversights, because Overknight can really make things difficult for them.
Oh, man. And Hyper. Oh, no. I was going to say they gave up their vehicles, so they can't rotate anywhere. They still try on foot.
Kindness with some decent shots, but it's just brutal. Talk to me.
This is what you get for Hyper coming in first place.
No, don't say it.
That's a choke right there.
Don't say it.
Intense Game could save them, though.
Intense Game.
Then they have to worry about Intense Game afterwards.
The magic. Intense Game helping out Hyper big time, allowing them a little bit of breathing room. They have to get on the move here. This zone is just so brutal. And Intense Game battling it out with Overknight. They need a whole bunch of points. You can see who's going to win this map. Alpha 7 all over the board. I'm going to go with YKG on this one. Let's see how Intense Game's going to take this fight. DBS shot. Got him. Oh,
not
GK
good. Oh my God.
Do not go out to Overknight and Hyper.
Overknight.
Not like this.
Oh.
Not like this. They're scared. You can just see it in Hyper. You can see their movement, their rotation. It's nervous.
And Hyper in first place?
What have you done,
versus
Zute?
Hyper in second place. I told you, Jukes. If they're in first place, their mindset is like, oh my God, we can't mess up. We can't make any mistakes. And of course, with that kind of pressure, mistakes are made. Ren trying to salvage things.
Never mind, he's not.
Yeah. Oh, the circle goes that way.
It helps him. It helps Ren. It helps Ren big time. Alpha 7 are refusing to get into any engagement right now. They're just watching the feed and watching Hyper go out. And they're like, you know what? Let's just chill, baby. Let's just try to get any points now at this point. Leave it to the last game.
The problem is Intense Game needs points, so they're hungry to finish this fight.
Oh, Ren is spot. Oh,
he didn't see him?
How did you not see him?
Oh, I think he saw him.
A Gremlin.
No, yes.
Oh, and Hyper. Goodbye. Ren, it's been
I think that smoke covers him for now.
Ren, throw one more smoke. No, the nades are bouncing off perfectly. Ren, survive. Ren, running right into the shots of a Gremlin. There's no way. Oh, he found another rock.
Nice adjustment.
He found another rock. Oh, he's going to throw a nade in that direction? Interesting. Oh, Ren got spotted. Oh! Watch your toes, Ren. Watch your toes.
All in due time. No one's going to even contest Intense Gaming, by the way, because this is the hardship side. Yep, it's over. 1 point? 1 point.
And now, here comes Alpha 7.
But, Jukes, this will put Hyper right where I need them, right? They'll be second place going into the last game.
Oh, goodness.
So it works out, I guess.
By how many points?
Yeah, we'll see.
By how many points?
We'll see how big Alpha 7 comes up. An Intense Game. If they win this match, if they can take out Alpha 7, Intense Game all of a sudden could be a #1 as well. You know, fighting for that first place in the very last game. So it's a three-way brawl.
I'm glad I picked out YKG. They just got destroyed by Dope Slayers. So GG YKG.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, good job. We'll see how the rest of these teams are looking to fare, though. Alpha 7 is who we got our eyes on. Intense game as well, right? Intense game.
Yes.
If they're able to shut down Alpha 7 very early. Like, honestly, this is a big fight. They need to go against each other. Intense game needs to take out Alpha 7, shut down their opportunity to get points, and then win the game.
It's going to be tough because Alpha 7 still has 4 players up. It depends on where this next circle goes. It'll be a huge determining factor. Obviously, Intense Game have whole control on the west side. They only have 1 player on the edge, so if Alpha 7 can find that opening on the south side, at least take 1 member of Intense Game down, Alpha 7's going to have a much easier time dealing with Intense Game, and then they control pretty much the entire zone.
Bray. Nope, Slayers, 24K. Jump shot, got him. Secure the point. Even though they went out completely to Dope Slayers. GG on the pick. Dope Slayers still alive. Next zone pops out of dead at center. This is a huge favor for Intense Game.
It is. It helps out Alpha 7 too, though, I might argue. Because they don't have to fully push.
The reverse rotation. You like that?
Yeah. Does Alpha 7 have vehicles? They must have, because they came out of the compound, so they should have all vehicles up for an execution of some sort. They're just looking for that opening right now. I don't know if they'll be in the zone. Yeah, I think they'll be in the zone on next zone as well without having to contest Intense Game. That hilltop, just barely in the edge of zone. And that might be where they're looking towards, because they're just going to farm everyone on the east side. They're going to take all the points away from Intense Game here.
Flamengo trying to get something going, but man, Alpha 7 just too deadly with these shots. 24K. Looking at, he smells something. Oh, nice little bounce. He didn't cook it at all, though. Don't think it's going to matter. Yep, not going to hit the mark there. How about that one? Bray not coming up. Nesquik goes out to the play zone.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Easy point for 24K. And Bray, yeah, Bray ain't going to make it out either. This zone is just chunky. He's going to make the run quick. DBS shot. Oh, does he have it? No.
Yeah. He had to hit it.
Nice revenge for 24K.
All right. Intense Game versus Alpha 7. I mean, Flamingo still has 3 up. Flamingo could do something as well. And Flamingo are in the zone, gatekeeping kind of Alpha 7. Intense Game on the off angle. YKG still has 1 that could play spoiler onto Intense Game, but Intense Game are so focused. They're picking up these points. They know they need the points. That is 2 knocked. Not 2 confirmed just yet, though.
But they're helping out Alpha 7. They're allowing Alpha 7 to score more points, so they need to focus on... Oh, what a nade!
Nading Alpha 7.
That's huge. Carrillo down to 1 HP, and that's it. They're gone.
Intense Game is just sweeping the entire lobby all in one swell stroke. This is what they needed to do, and they're doing it, Jukes.
I'll tell you what. I knew YKG was going to outperform Alpha 7. That is why I picked him, okay?
Okay, Jukes.
I knew it was going to happen. And
Another point.
What can I say? Too good. And there we go. Second place finish from YKG. YKG 24K about to wipe the entire lobby by himself. Psych, it's Intense Games. Game to win. 9 elimination points and make that 10 with the chicken dinner right when it counted the most. Intense Game now in the fight.
That's 30 points. No? Wait, no, that's not 30
20.
points. That's 20 points. 10 placement points, 10 elimination points. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a 3-way fight now for first place.
Dude.
And is Hyper in second place or third place?
This is getting intense.
That was a huge
Intense game.
That was a huge game for Intense Game.
Oh man, Intense Game could have asked for a better time to really clutch it up. I mean, well, could have asked for it a little bit earlier, but getting a chicken dinner here with 10 eliminations is huge. Now, they were able to shut down Alpha 7
Yeah.
in a pretty perfect time, right? It's not like A7 got a ton of eliminations. Now, that's also going to hurt in Hyper. We know for a fact that Hyper didn't put enough points to really maintain that first place position. But that's what you wanted to do, right? You wanted to see them in second place until the last game. This is your fairy tale, Zute, right? Can you give us a little prediction of the ending?
No, I can't. It's like, I predicted, though, if they were in first place coming into this game, they're going to choke. And that was the worst decision-making I've seen from them.
Oh, no.
All tournament long,
no.
and it's the second they touch first place, right? I'm telling you, Jukes, they can't. They're not good. They're not good under pressure. But now, they're not in first place. One game left, Jukes. One game left.
One game left. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
IG will not go quietly into this night. They are living for another match here and trying to keep themselves in that running for first place for Alpha 7. And NHyper are trying to secure the wins, but NHyper getting caught on that rotate there out in the open. I think all three of us at the same time are like, what are they doing there?
I agree with Zoo. That was a choke. I don't know what they were doing. I understand that they were in a very difficult position to have to cross that cavern, that ravine, whatever you call it. But thankfully for them, Alpha 7 also weren't able to get much out of this round. They at least got 6 points, but it was an intense game with 20 points overall, potentially putting them back into the mix. I told you, if they can get double-digit elimination wins twice in a row, they could potentially get back up to first place at the end of this entire tournament.
Yeah, what was actually surprised at is the way Alpha 7 decided to play that Vikendi. They decided to be super, super patient once they realized that they had the circle up north, and they didn't want to spread out how we've been able to see them. So I hope it wasn't Alpha 7 maybe switching things up because they were kind of wanting those extra placement points, because that was so not like them. And same with NHyper. I mean, Sute said it best, right? They just completely choked.
Yeah, but for Alpha 7 though, we saw what the ending of that round looked like. There wasn't much room to even spread out too.
No, there was. Way before that, there was, if they would have decided to go up north, there was a lot of room.
Yeah, a lot of room to like try and cross over, and then what, taking control in the...
No, they were already, they didn't have to cross over. They were already on the circle. They were just on the south. They had a clear path to just go up north.
Maybe it was like a scouting, because YKG...
Yeah, because usually they tend to scout. Usually they tend to just spread out. This time they decided to just all pack up in a compound.
Okay, we're seeing intense game stats here. McGrellin, not really seeing him normally towards the top. Usually it's Adrian and Diego. But 3 eliminations apiece for those 3 players. That's a lot of elims, 10 coming through. And at the perfect time, as you mentioned before, Cameron, I'm really curious to see where they're going to be in our overalls, if that was enough to catch up. I mean, there's 1 game left to go. And if you're in Hyper, if you're in Intense Game, if you're Alpha 7, and you don't get the start you want, if you lose a player early, that could be your hopes going out the window.
what's actually shocking about these numbers in front of us is not only is it Mag in the lead, of course, but it's the damage received being so low. Not a single one of them received 100 points of damage. That just shows how efficient they were with taking the space to then execute on the eliminations to get.
What's impressive too is just it's not Adrian anymore, right? Now we're seeing McGrellan as well. We saw Cielo, what he's been able to do today. He's been able to clutch up big for his team, and that's what you want to be able to see out of this team, especially going into the last match.
Well, seeing our top damages from the last match influence CHEMIN. I mean, we're seeing them with a really high damage and decent eliminations, but obviously not the finish they wanted. And OK being the spoiler, actually. Unknown was the one that really screwed up NHyper, catching, I believe, 2 players as they were trying to transcend that hill.
No. If you are running out in the open, downhill like that, you don't put that on the person getting the easiest kills imaginable. That was on NHyper for making the run like that. Like, I'm actually just shocked. Like, did they not have vehicles? Why did they wait so long to make... It's just, nothing made sense about that to me. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah.
But
I'm surprised they weren't just hugging that wall, man. I'm surprised they weren't
doing
hugging
literally anything else.
Yeah. Out in the open say, hey, you know what? Hey, you guys want to shoot me? Unknown did it, though.
He did. He very did. And he punished them for it, and they might actually come back to bite them in the butt. But let's see IG up against Alpha 7. Their stats in a little bit of a head-to-head here over the course of today, because I'm curious, how have these two teams been performing? Ooh. Wow. Okay, Alpha 7. Lose on the limbs, but just cranking it in damage.
But damage doesn't give you points, limbs do, and it's more limbs for Intense Game. That's a bit of a shock. I guess it just must be from the previous round that really put Intense Game over the line.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, they're at 17 before this last match, and now they're at 20.
Yeah, but this makes me really curious on where Intense Game are on the leaderboard. I thought after that round, you know, without doing the math in my head, because I just don't bother, that they would be still in 3rd place, but a very close 3rd place. But the fact that their points are above Alpha 7, and we know that NHyper aren't going to be too far away from Alpha 7's numbers either. That's
2 games too. I mean, from Alpha 7 and NHyper that they haven't been able to put up a lot of numbers in Miramar and now in Vikendi as well. So they should have allowed Intense Game to push up and maybe catch up to one of them.
Well, we can actually see that if you guys want to.
Ooh!
Wait, finish!
Points.
They are dead center in the middle of the mix. It's back to a 3-horse race, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. This means that this final round is going to have a lot at stake. And with the gap from 3rd to 4th, NHyper, Intense Game, Alpha 7, they don't have to worry really about any other team other than each other. But because it's 3 of them, there's no excuse, there's no reason to go for a hot drop, because like if NHyper, realistically, they couldn't fall down to 4th, but even if they do decide to hot drop on Alpha 7, that just gives the game to Intense Game. So, like...
Yeah. None of them are going to be hot dropping. I think they're going to be trying to play their game, and I think they might actually be trying to mix things up because, as you can see here, everybody in the first page is super close in regards to being able to move up or catch up the person above them, except for 3rd and 4th, obviously. I'm wondering what the other teams on the 2nd page are going to be doing. We're already seeing YK. No, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there yet.
But you did 7.
But I was going to say, like, we already seen YKG being able to put a lot of damage and actually eliminate teams that are fighting for those points, right? We see Overnight, what they just did to NHyper as well. And every once in a while, on the final match, somebody decides to chase one of the top teams.
So there's something interesting happening here, actually. Okay, well, first of all, Intense Game win in the tiebreaker right now with 4 chicken dinners. That's the first thing I wanted to mention. Second thing is, if you're one of those bottom eight teams, we've seen this happen in the past. Why don't you just hot drop Alpha 7? Why don't you hot drop NHyper? Depends what region you're from, potentially. Maybe you want to support your countrymen. If you're one of those top 3 teams, you better have like a 3rd drop spot to go to right now, because I don't think you should feel safe. I don't think you should ever drop right now where you would normally drop, because you know teams could hot drop because they have nothing to lose, and you can ruin your entire chance.
Yeah, I mean, these players know each other, so they should know the sort of like vibe of the room. Like, say you're NHyper, I'm Overnights, like how I'm looking at you, right? Like you should be able to tell like if I'm about to hot drop you or not, or what, like, you know, so they communicate and stuff, right? Like, it's a community, right? But you're right, they should absolutely have at least 1 backup, if not 2.
Well, I mean, if I'm an NA team and I see NHyper in 3rd place, I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna try to help you out. I'm gonna try to hot drop Alpha 7.
It's NA. It's NA. They might actually end up dropping on NHyper.
That's actually a bad example of a region, to be fair. Yeah, you're completely right. Okay, if you're Alpha 7, you're like, okay, I'm going to support my Brazilian brothers. I'm going to go drop one of those teams. But yeah, this is going to be tough, though. But NHyper have been the best performing team on Erangel. And remember, we've had 7 played so far, so this is the most data we have out of any of the other map performances.
This is really good for NHyper. But the fact that Alpha 7 and
IG
Game
as
are
well.
still on the mix, they're still on the board. It is not assured. This is honestly, this is the closest we've seen any of these tournaments go, be in a long while.
It is.
Wait, finish. Final match.
I know.
All right, well, Hot Jukes, I'm gonna throw it over to you and Zute with one final thing that you would say. Let's go!
Let's go, baby! One final match. Here we go.
Man.
Zute, you said you wanted to see NHyper in 2nd place. Okay.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah,
3rd
third.
place, bro?
I don't know, man.
What about 3rd place?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just not gonna say anything just because I'm not gonna say anything. We're gonna let the players speak for themselves. We'll see how this first match goes, Jukes. Alpha 7, intense game, and NHyper. All eyes on them.
Oh my goodness,
All
babe! Bring me my blood pressure cuff. I'm going to need it. I need to check it right now because I know it's an all-time high, baby. This is too exciting. A 3-way battle for 1st place. 1 ticket to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. You can see Zute already circling, right? Where he knows some of these teams are going to go. And talk to me. Talk to me.
NHyper always goes for farm. It's a stretch, but they can make it. And we know Alpha 7 intense game. They share North George Pool and South George Pool. Is there going to be any change-ups? The desk was saying, these teams got to be wary. Might need to pull in a backup.
But they're doing it, and Hyper's going the same way. They're going the same
Hyper's
place.
already going down there.
And so
Luke's
is
going down there
YKG.
as well. But Luke goes to military base, so I don't think they're looking to drop on NHyper. Keep a close eye on that right now. And Loops dropping around here. Probably just going to swing in down to military base. You see intense game. We see Alpha 7.
No one's landing with them. Wow, I am so shocked. We're not seeing any hot drops from anybody. Nothing out of the norm, except for NHyper and Loops being very close together. But look at this. It's Alpha 7 intense game. All to the lonesome.
Yeah, Loops might, we might see something happen here, Jukes. Loops going for a vehicle. That might have them fight against one of NHyper's player, or NHyper's probably just going to give it up. I have my eyes locked in there. Yeah, okay, they're a bit separated. So no shenanigans. As far as this circle goes, I mean, Alpha 7, easy rotation in. If they wanted to rotate, right, they always stay on the edge. Same for intense game. NHyper, very close to center zone, but with the circle like this, you don't know what that prime power position is yet. If it goes to the east, whole separate playing field. Goes to west, whole separate playing field. So NHyper, even though they're central, you got to look to the 2nd circle if they want to secure that, classic NHyper rotation to the middle.
Wow, and they do it. So NHyper getting their 4 vehicles, except for GK first as he's looting up. And they are setting up themselves to try and take this tournament. Oh my goodness. The pressure's at an all-time high. The nervousness. You got to remember, everybody, these players, they play with gyroscope. So they reduce that recoil by leaning that phone forwardly just ever so gently. And I'll tell you what, it's not easy to do when your hands are shaking because you're nervous.
Yeah. Oh, Loops running into a quick bridge camp setup by Jaguar.
There you go, Jaguar. Show him who's boss. Show him who's boss. That's right. That's what you guys get. That's what you get for not dropping in a different location. Why would you do that? It's the last game. Do something different. Instead, you just do the old predictable, and Jaguar takes it down.
Yep. They were slow to rotate too, because they kind of landed really close next to NHyper. Hold on. NHyper adjusted, by the way, Jukes. They moved even further to the west of farm, but that's in the pathing of YKG. There might be something happening there. NA versus NA.
YKG
just
hunting them
rotating
down?
by. No. I think YKG just rotating to Fairy Pier to do their loot, but they might run into some of the NHyper players here. We'll see in a second. Yeah, right on screen. YKG just trying to mind their own business, and Hyper definitely being very careful here. And yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen, Jukes. False alarm.
False alarm indeed. And oh my goodness, right? My lives are locked on the screen, locked on the mini map as well. And you can see QZZ heard something and he's going to let him sneak on by. Definitely does not want to get caught doing engagement right now. That'll make things so dangerous. Yeah, take that loot, get in that buggy, get out of there.
Yeah, I think this compound is one of YKG's like split loot drops. Like the second they finish Fairy Pier, that's the next compound they go to, right, to pick up some extra loot. So QZZ, very smart, realizes that, leaves the compound immediately, and I think Hyper's done looting. They're all four in a vehicle rotating together now, so they're not going to have much loot to work with. That's very scrappy loot, but I think that's what Hyper's been doing a lot, so maybe they're very comfortable with that type of loot already.
Oh, let's see. Let us see what the play is gonna be as we take a look here. Nothing standing out too crazy. Alpha 7 doing their beautiful split loot all up on, you got Cinetex all the way in Zarky right now. Getting looted up. Not a worry in the world. No, I am shocked that we're not seeing a team actually try and gatekeep their rotation into this next zone. It's so predictable. I mean, I even know where it would be if I was in this game. I mean, you just camp that bridge or just take that little hill near shooting range. You know they're going to possibly head through that direction. But instead, you know, teams opting to kind of just do what they've been doing. And, I mean, to me, that just shows that those teams below the bottom three, I don't know, they just wave the white flag at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge point gap between them. And then also you have 3 different teams that you have to target. It's just like a little bit too late.
Yeah, but I don't know. Never give up, never surrender. That's the motto. And I hate to see some teams just not have that same mindset. But who knows? Maybe we could start seeing them gain that, you know, over time here, as there are some future tournaments coming up. Another season as well. You got Intense Game. Rocket launched their way up to 2nd place. This team has that clutch factor, right?
They do.
Can they continue here and seal the deal? Oh, okay. Driving right by Bray. Bray being very careful not to let his position known. Is he going to go for the shots or tire shots even? Nope. Just getting from some information. And that's really good because Dope Slayers should be playing very careful right now, right? Because it's very important for how they act on the leaderboards, right, Zute?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have nothing to lose. But I will say he's passing that info to his teammates. Maybe they're setting a trap further down here. Yeah, some shots coming out finally, but not much. And, ooh, Intense Game. Maybe they could tell it's a split-up team. Turning around, maybe looking for a fight. No, they're going to keep rotating here as we head into the 2nd circle very soon. And Hyper, you see, right next to the Chosen, that is dead center. Might pick up some extra loot from that position as well. And uh-oh, Intense Game. One of their vehicles gets shots out, so they lose a buggy. Luckily for them, they don't lose any players.
Oh, wow, a couple of shots actually tapped that beautiful McLaren. And Robert GG is going to take his little drink and ride on over. He's just said, my job here's done.
Influence CHEMIN, Royals of War, that's the northern side right there. 2nd circle, GK first smack dab in the center, sticking true to their play style. And we see Intense Game rotating to the east of Dope on that bottom, somewhat bottom left side, just southwest of Hyper. Alpha 7, sticking true to the edge, playing the option route. North wrap, south wrap, it's all in their playbook.
Oh boy, all right. We are going to possibly get a Rozhawk finish here. This is a very, very well-known circle to these teams. So, oh my gosh, we could even have a nice battle in that open field. That would be ridiculous, but hopefully we don't see that zone shift up north and split with the water. That'll make things much more difficult. Here comes Alpha 7.
Yeah, you say much more difficult, and it will be very difficult for all three of the top three teams. Right now, Intense Game in Hyper and Alpha 7, as we're following along the rotation, all three are committing to the southern side of that river. And for good reason, right? Most of the zone is on that south side. Of course, in Hyper will be much more closer to the center than the other two, and we are getting fights already. ATON versus the Panthers.
Yep, a little battle early on here. I'm surprised we're not seeing more, because usually, you know, the trend is last game, we'll just see sign of just craziness. Teams push each other, just have some fun. But it looks like everyone's taking this very seriously here. And ATON. Oh, Quan! Driving up with the Lambo. Trying to make a crazy run over play. He's going to go ahead and set it on down. The turn! Almost good. A little off the mark. Gonna get taken out there.
The Panthers getting cut down to 2. ATON picking up 2 quick points for themselves. Not too bad. I'm looking at my minimap to see where A7 and Hyper and Intense Game have set up. See Alpha 7 next to 2 different teams. This might be a third-party attempt for Alpha 7 coming out. It's YKG and Dope right on top of each other with Alpha 7 very close by. YKG, they're fighting. Yeah, we need to go over there quick. YKG's winning that fight with Dope pretty single-handedly, but Alpha 7, they're right in the midst of things.
Definitely need to keep an eye on that, as these guys are just playing clown cars right here. But here comes Alpha 7. Now starting to take a look. Maybe just a little bit late to the party. They definitely have their eyes locked on YKG, though.
Yeah, Dope jetted out of there quick. They wanted nothing to do with that. If Dope stayed a little bit longer to fight YKG, we might have seen that third party.
Here we go. There goes Simple C. Oh, Chosen actually took that one. There go the Panthers. So Jaguar got 5 eliminations. Wow, and they are already out. There go the Panthers as well. And as I look here, I'm trying to see for anything that's standing out with this zone. We're starting to see Alpha 7 rotate up north. Here's Intense Game, right? Second place. Holding it down all the way down south. There it is. Right there towards Pachinki. Zute, what do you see?
Oh, man. I want to say Alpha 7 on that western side, as we can see right here. They have a much easier way into the center of the zone. Because
Watertown.
Yeah, Watertown. It's not fully occupied. Circle shifts. I mean, it doesn't shift. It centers up. That does mean Intense Game on the south side, and Pachinki do have to push up. N-Hyper's already found a position in the zone. You can see right there, N-Hyper is struggling to decide. Do they play split here, or do they stick together? That's a really tricky spot to play split.
It really is. It really is. I think they need to just group up, play together, and try to get it done in the end game here, the final hours. But you could just see, yeah, the indecision, just trying to figure out where do we want to go? Where do we want to camp our own? I think QZZ is going to secure that spot right there. And that is where N-Hyper will sit. Position. This is a very strong position. Even the dip right next to it is extremely strong. So N-Hyper holding it out right here. They have the
Alpha 7.
Oh, Alpha 7 and Dope going at it.
Luckily for Alpha 7, Dope is already down to only 2. If this was a 4-man team, this breach into Watertown would be much more difficult. However, Carrillo, he needs to be careful supporting fire instantly from the Alpha 7 team. And this should be Alpha 7's fight clean and done. They shouldn't lose a single member here and pick up 2 points for themselves. And this puts them in a strong position to play the rest of the map, too.
See how this nade works out. Senatexa not able to hit the mark. Huge nades here, everybody. We cannot stress the importance of every single point here, especially, like Jason mentioned a little bit earlier, Intense Game has 4 chicken dinners. So if it ends up being a tiebreak, Intense Game is going to be your PMPL Americas champions. Alpha 7 knows this. They have to win with more points.
Alpha 7 also very isolated in this fight. There's no potential third parties within earshot of this noise. So it is fine that they're taking their time and not finding a quick opening. They got to be careful, though, man. If Dope gets even a single knock on them, they still got to be careful. Not going to lie. You don't want to get a player knocked and then thirsted. That would be the worst thing to happen for the Alpha 7 team. And there's a lot of smokes down.
They're going to pre-fire this. No way they don't. The shots come out. Oh, Hayuya trying to pull off some magic here towards the end. Not going to be able to do so. That is Dope's tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And Alpha 7 rack up 2 critical points. And Rebel's going to pick up both of those right here. Very, very interesting to see. I mean, my goodness. I mean, these points are critical. Alpha 7's with 2. Intense Game with 1. And Hyper with the goose egg so far. But they do have a really good position in the zone.
Yeah. Not surprising, right? And Hyper with no points, but the best position in the zone. That is true to their MO. We'll see where this next circle shifts. I mean, Alpha 7, they're not near center, but they have a lot of different entryways in, and that's a team specialized in fighting. Circle centers up once again. And Hyper in the zone. Alpha 7 in Intense Game, not in this new circle shift. Both teams will have to find a way in, maybe fight their way in. And Hyper in their cars. Are they looking to center up once again? They are.
That's going to be risky.
Across the road.
Yeah, across the road. Interesting decision for them.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yep, INCO on the drive over. Looking to pop some people out with the DBS loops. Full sending it on over to School. Getting knocked out. Beautifully done for them. So, but my eyes are all on this leaderboard. I'm looking right now at these major squads. INCO Gaming leaving their tournament life up to fate, as this point gap is just way too thick for them. They're just trying to secure as many points as they can. Oh, Squash getting alive. I'm
looking at Intense Game right now. They are wrapping a little bit to the south side and might run into ATON on top of the Potato Hill. Looks like Intense Game isn't going to be too greedy, though. They're not going to try and fight upwards into a strong position. They're going to lay low, just edging into the zone, while ATON is dealing with Influence CHEMIN on the other side of things.
Yeah, you know, I think we're starting to finally see that end game shenanigans little by little, because look how many teams are already out, Dute.
Oh, yeah.
So we're starting to see a lot of teams go out, just pushing, having fun. And because of that, that's going to reduce the amount of elimination points available. So it's really going to come down to who gets that chicken dinner here. If it's going to be Hyper, Intense, or Alpha 7.
All that noise, all that fighting. I think Intense Game, you know, with their map knowledge and knowing where teams are playing, that is so beautiful to see. They were ready for a third party if more of ATON got knocked. But unfortunately, no such opening. Looks like they're going to swing back, though, and try and take a 4v4. They're playing it safe, looking to see if they could find an opening. If not, they could reset. And this is definitely a stronger position that both teams want.
I'm really nervous for Hyper right now. Hyper has been extremely quiet. And we've seen when you add a whole bunch of nerves and a very slow first start of the game, when the fighting starts happening, your body is just not primed and ready to fight. And you can have a little half-second late reaction time, and that could be the end of it. So I hope Hyper is, you know, still doing some jiggle peaks right now, warming up those thumbs and getting ready for that fight, because it's coming to them.
It's definitely going to happen. Intense Game, forced to back off from this position. Definitely playing very comfortable, I'd say. They're looking for opportunities still, and they're in just as much as a tight position as Hyper is on the leaderboards, right? So they're hands are loose. They're ready to fight Hyper, just continuing to hunker it down. Alpha 7, I mean, they already took their fight, and they picked up their 2 points. So Alpha 7 is always ready for a fight.
Yes, indeed. Next zone about to pop. Critical zone here. If it goes south, Intense Game is going to be smiling. If it goes pretty much anywhere else, Hyper and Alpha 7 most likely going to be in a good spot here. All Glory Gaming starting to push up onto INCO. It's going to make things interesting. But right now, laser focus on these teams. Look at Alpha 7 spot. Next zone does pop, and it does go south. That's going to help out Intense Game big time.
Yeah, it helps out Alpha 7 as well, because all they need to do is move from that dip into the compounds, because Hyper, you know, you can't hold that split 2-2 across the road. So Alpha 7 are going to be neighbors with Hyper. Rose of War in the distance, popping some shots. YKG getting cut down. The top 3 teams are going to be sitting pretty in the zone, and I don't see any of them really going out here in this zone shift.
Well, let's see. Right now, my eyes are locked on Hyper and Alpha 7, so close together. And we've seen battles like this, but the thing is that even if Alpha 7 gets a knock on Hyper, it's going to be so risky to cross that street. That is a death street, if I've ever seen it before.
Yeah.
So
and they have Royals of War behind them. A third party could happen too. So caught in a tough position.
intense game. Going to be able to move through this side and have a lot of real estate in order to do so. They got to keep an eye out, though, for ATON up top. ATON can, if they start heading this way, yep, they are. So ATON is starting to make some shots down and really applying the pressure to intense game.
Yeah, intense game. Getting pinned in right now. They're just desperately trying to fend off YKG to make YKG not try and execute a play onto them. And that's so smart and heads up from intense game. But ATON is going to execute a play onto intense game regardless. Getting very close. This could be the end of intense game if they make some mistakes. They get a crucial knock onto Choco. Diogo cannot go down. He does, though. At least they got one in return. Adrian needs to stay up and alive. This nade could end it all.
Adrian forced to hit the laydown, and that nade's looking pretty good. Does it hit? I think it just misses the mark. Battles coming out from all over the place. Shots from across the field. It's YKG trying to shut down the dream, and they do it. Intense game is out. It is a battle between Alpha 7 and NHyper. NHyper cannot go out with the goose egg here.
That is so tragic for intense game. They are kicking themselves right now because 2 minutes ago, they wanted to take that fight with ATON, but they backed off, and that just put them in a pickle. Now it's NHyper and Alpha 7, and they are staring each other down right now.
I don't even think they are. Honestly, I think they are very comfortable sharing this piece of real estate for now. Just saying, hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take the fight whenever we need to. Can't afford losing players early on, and especially risk a third party happening. Royals of War are starting to creep up behind Alpha 7, though. That could definitely make things interesting. If they get a few knocks on them, who knows what NHyper decides to do. I doubt they're going to want to risk pushing it across that street. But still, we already see one of the members from Alpha 7 hop in their vehicle, get ready to fight. And this next circle is going to be critical for these two teams.
Very critical. NHyper with a slight advantage, right? Because they don't have Royals of War on their backside. Alpha 7 is a little bit sandwiched here. If the next circle shifts off Royals of War, I mean, they could be looking to press into Alpha 7 depending on the circle shift. NHyper chilling right now.
My eyes are focused on NHyper.
Oh, what a zone.
Here we go. Oh, this zone. Okay, this zone.
It works for both Alpha 7 and NHyper.
It does. It does. Big time. So right now you have NHyper trying to play this extremely safe. They cannot afford to have one player get knocked, especially with how they're split. Because if one gets knocked, it's going to be very difficult to pick them back up. And things are really starting to intensify here. Every second counting big time. You can see Mafioso desperately just trying to steal some points. QZ trying to do the same. That's a risky spot for him, but he needs to try and get some of these elimination points.
Yeah. ATON and YKG on the south side, they're going to be busy fighting each other, so I don't think NHyper has to worry about a crash, you know, coming from the uphill position. Meanwhile, I think Alpha 7, a little bit tougher spot, right? Royals of War, they're going to stay alive here. Potentially, actually. No, with that zone, Royals of War has to go onto the flatlands. So they might get cut down for free, whereas Alpha 7 don't have to deal with them in a tough engagement.
And I'll tell you what, Alpha 7 is foaming at the mouth, looking for those points. Oh, QCZ catches Royals of War, and now Royals of War circumvented them and went on towards NHyper. NHyper need these points, and they get some of them.
I think Alpha 7 stole one. Alpha 7 picked up one of those.
They did. That's 4 for Alpha 7.
Oh, no, man. NHyper is falling behind in these elimination points.
There's QZZ. There he goes. Gets a big one right there. Down. Here comes the push. QZZ's the only one pushing, though. He cannot afford to go down.
Is Alpha 7 ready to strike? If one player of NHyper goes down, QZZ goes down.
He Molotoved himself. So desperate. Skeller's got a DBS and the angle.
Oh, you see it. Alpha 7's ready to strike.
Here comes Alpha 7.
Oh my gosh, Alpha 7's so scary right now. They're crossing the road. They're going for the killing blow. NHyper is split. Kindness
by himself.
He's on a 1v2 defense. This could go either way still.
Red Eye Volt clearing the building with his DBS. Full send. Kindness forced to go back off into the building. And NHyper needs to focus on one team at a time. They have to take out Royals of War here and then focus on Alpha 7 behind them. Here we go.
Oh,
Kindness.
Kindness almost goes down.
GK first, needs to get this done. He does.
Royals of War.
Oh, that knock is critical. Red goes down. QZZ's got to clutch this up. The shots from the back save him. They're going to go for the reses.
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. Alpha 7 is so ready for this opportunity right now. They are pushing in. Kindness needs a double knock here to stall.
It's all up to Kindness. It really is. Kindness has to be the hero for his squad. This is the difference between the ticket to PMWI, the ticket to glory, or going down. He cannot afford to get naded here. You can see him just trying to buy time. That's really what it's all about. Do not get knocked by time. But this nade, it looked too good. And he catches Kindness. Alpha 7 clutching it up when they need. I don't think they realize which team this is, but now they know. Now they know that it is in Hyper. They're going to push him. Yep.
How aggressive they are?
The second they realized. Yep.
4v3 though, Jukes. 4v3.
QZZ. Gonna have to make a play here. Carrillo, he just doesn't get it done.
Rin?
It's all up. It's up to Rin, and it's not looking good. It is not looking good. YKG trying to help out their North American brothers all the way down there. Can Rin do it? Can Rin pull out the hero play?
Oh, no ammo.
Jump shot. He gets him.
That's one. He needs two more.
The DP reload. He's got the info. Jump shot again. Not gonna do it. Alpha 7 knocking out and Hyper right when they needed to. 9 elimination points, and here comes YKG.
All too late for YKG to try and save the North American brethren. Alpha 7. This is a different breed. Brazil taking things into their own hand. Alpha 7 did not need a third party that whatsoever, but they went for it so fast. YKG could still take out Alpha 7 here. It's all down to Senna Texa, but I think Alpha 7 already knows this game, this tournament is in the bag for them.
Yes, sir, indeed. Alpha 7, you know that they're cheering at the top of their lungs because they didn't do it the easy way. They did it the hard way. That is how you put the crown of the PUBG Mobile North American Championships, the American Championships, the Brazilian Championships. You are crowned above all of them, and look at that. Now they're just finishing it off with style.
They might still win this match even, Jukes. They're still 4 up. They're still 4 up after all of that.
Goodness gracious.
I mean,
Alpha 7 is just on another level here. Ridiculous. I mean, and Hyper had the opportunity. They had the chance. Just could not mount it up in time. Too many different decisions, right? They split themselves up between Royals of War and Alpha 7. And that little hesitation is all it took. And Alpha 7 didn't hesitate and took advantage.
No, not at all. Not even one of Hyper was knocked, and Alpha 7 was already trying to gun through for that third party. So that is confidence out of Alpha 7. In other regions, you wait for at least 1 knock, maybe even 2 before third party. Alpha 7, they don't need that knock to third party. They will just take the fight straight up.
And now it comes down to this. Alpha 7 and All Glory Gaming battling it out right here. 11 eliminations on the side of Alpha 7. Revel with 5 to himself. I mean, this squad
MVP
is just on another level.
Yeah, while we're here celebrating Alpha 7, for a quick reminder for everyone, this is the team that finished 3rd place in PMGC Grand Finals, and you see why. You see why this team is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, man. Alpha 7.
And this is a title that they've already had. They've already been crowned America's Championships before. So they're going to take this belt home, back to their home country of Brazil. Very, very excited. And you know that this is going to be one of those teams that's going to be a huge threat in PMWI. So all the PMWI squads now just looking at the ceiling because this is a monster team they're going to have to face against.
Yeah, I'm sure this was a huge game for the other regions to look at too. Honestly, Jukes, they're probably hoping Alpha 7 doesn't make it through because they've probably felt, you know, their force in PMGC, and now they're going to have to deal with them once again in PMWI. Let's see who wins this match, though. All Glory.
Take it to the bank. Punch it down. Alpha 7. Do it in style. Here they go. Wide open in the field. Carrillo full sending it. Gonna go ahead and hit it with this rock. I mean, look at the confidence here.
Yeah.
Just applying so much pressure. Those smokes from All Glory Gaming allowed this push up for free. Just a nice knock against Mafioso right there to kind of help him shut it down. But
It's a 1-1 right now. 1-1 trade. But look at the real estate Alpha 7 has with Carrillo pushing up. They have All Glory Gaming pinned.
Carrillo trying to take these shots, and Revo just says, don't worry about it, I got him for you. Sena Dexa getting another knock as well. Alpha 7 doing it with absolute class. One player left. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do it. This is how you crown yourself the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship. Carrillo getting it done right there at the
blowing
end.
up the vehicle.
That is how you do it. Zute, any final thoughts?
Oh, man. What a tournament. Keep in mind, Alpha 7 at day 1 and at the end of day 2, so far behind, but look at them now, Jukes.
Wow, well, way to get it done, Alpha 7. Let's take it on over to the studio to crown your champions.
What a way to finish things off as well here for Alpha 7, taking down Hyper with the help of Royals of War, able to close things out as Rin could not survive long enough. They started off horribly in day 1, but they improved every single day.
Yep.
That's how they brought it home to Brazil. And they should be proud. Not only have they won here at the Americas Championship Spring 2023, they're already at the moment through to the vote as well for All-Stars. So they're going to be played in the All-Stars and in the main event. They have an opportunity to win so much money and bring extra pride to not only their team, but their region.
I can't wait to see what this team is going to be able to do in PMWI, and I hope it's a little bit different than what we saw on day 1, obviously. But the way that they were able to just bounce back from that day 1, that I guess in the spectrum of things wasn't really that bad. It just shows how much they are improving and being able to win it by 22 points and then being able to close it out with the win too, sending a statement then to some of the PMWI teams. This is just so impressive by Alpha 7.
Man, 1,200 average damage, almost 6 average eliminations every single round. And with the number of like early exits they've had from a couple of these rounds, the fact that their average survival time is still above 20 minutes just shows that when they've had the good rounds, and they've had a lot of them, they've definitely had a lot more good rounds than bad rounds for sure. They've committed full stop to them.
And 7, as we were just talking before we came back on air here, this is an Alpha 7 that I think we all can agree on is not at full power yet. Carrillo, this is not the Carrillo we normally see when it comes to him as a player and him within Alpha 7. We know they have much more strength that we still have yet to see here in this event.
Yeah, not to take away from their championship that they just got right in Americas, but Carrillo definitely underperformed to what we expect out of him. Luckily, though, I felt like he gave a chance to some of the other players to start even outshining what they've done in the past. Senna, I mean, the performance that we saw out of him yesterday, and then Mafioso, what he was able to do earlier 100%. In the day as well, which, you know what, by the way,
yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Like, never been washed, by the way, still smells like him.
It really does.
But, like, but to that point, though, like, sure, Carrillo might not be putting up the numbers, but with the arrival of all the other players to sort of pick up the slack, not everyone can perform and get like double-digit eliminations every single round. There's roles within the team, and I think Carrillo with his experience, whether this is a conscious decision or not of him to sort of take more of a back seat, play a more of supporting role, he has the knowledge to be able to do that, even if his, say, hypothetically, his mechanical ability is falling off, because he has the teammates to step up, as we've seen, to cover those bases.
Well, Alpha 7, I think what we're seeing here is the epitome of what we've been talking about for, I'd say, the last year.
Yep.
Is that you can't have a team, you can't have a roster with 1, 2 star players. Everyone has to be a star player. Carrillo can be that star player, but even when he's lacking, you have Revo, you have Mafiosa, you have Senna who can step up. And I think when all 4 of them are firing on all cylinders, this is a team who could take home a PMGC title.
Oh, PMGC, and I think they're definitely one of the favorite ones going into PMWI. Especially what we were able to see here and what you were saying. Yeah, Carrillo didn't perform, but with the performance of all the other players and Revo as well, I mean, I can't wait to see who's going to end up being MVP. I don't know if it's going to be somebody from Alpha 7, but they're definitely favorites going into PMWI.
I mean, it's got to be Alpha 7, right? They were really close on the... Well, actually, no. Senna was 5th going into the day, even though they were 2nd place, because the team was so strong across the board. I don't know. The over 20 point lead makes me think that it is still going to be someone from Alpha 7.
Could be. I mean, it's extra $1,000, but I mean, while we obviously are talking about Alpha 7, we got to give a little bit of credit to some other teams. I'm going to actually jump straight into... Actually, I want to jump into both, but we'll start with Hyper, right? Like, we talk about with the Knights leaving who is going to pick up that crown for NA and be the kings. And Hyper, I know we discussed this, they didn't look that strong when it came to the PMPL America or North America's finals, but they've proven to be an extremely strong team here when it comes to more of the international play.
Yeah, they really have it. I mean, I think you mentioned it perfect too. North America needed somebody to step up, especially in this Americas event, since the Knights wasn't going to be here. I feel like Hyper was able to fit in that slot right there perfect with what they were able to showcase here. Now, I hope in the future, when we go back to PMPL NA, we start seeing a bit more of dominance. Yeah, they end up showing a nice dominance throughout the league stage in PMPL NA, but when it came to the finals, they kind of shine away. So I'm hoping we start seeing more of this Hyper because they definitely have the skill for it. It's something you've been mentioning, Cam.
Yeah, well, actually, what they have more than the skill is the foundation, is the strategy, is the game plan. So if you're talking about teams that are yet at full power, Hyper is much more of that than Alpha 7. Their game plan going into this, their understanding of how to position yourselves, especially when they have 4 members remaining to take control of an entire zone. We've seen it in North America. We've seen it here that it's really, really good. If they can then get their individual mechanics up to that world-beating level, they could be yet another incredibly scary team. I think this is not even close to the most we're going to be seeing from Hyper going forward.
I would love to see all the Hyper players in NA. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, lower ping, right? But I mean, we have to remember as well that this is the first season of GK First being on the team.
Yeah,
it is.
We can't forget that. And we talk about, Senna coming back in Alpha 7, stuff like that. Like, this is a team who's been able to perform on a really high level with having a new addition. And GK First is a star player. He was in EU, and he is here in NA now. And I'm just curious, like, what's the limit for Hyper? How much better can they get when we come back into PMPL next season?
I think they can get a lot better, just because if you look at that final round, the way that they handled the having to push Royals of War while Kindness trying to just solo hold off Alpha 7, I think Kindness did a really good job. The disappointing thing was how long it took Hyper to remove Royals of War. And we saw that happen a lot of times when the pressure was at its maximum. The Vikendi round, I think, is the perfect example of that as well. Yeah, their cars might have been beat up, but to take an open run like that was just, that was one of those plays that the pressure is so high that your mind just goes blank and you say, cross your fingers, just try and send it, right? There are a lot more things that you can do if you can keep calm and stay like focused on the round and like what's our actual win condition. And so, yeah, I think that, yeah, I actually totally forgot what was like.
I mean, we said it best throughout the whole day, right? We didn't want Hyper to be going into the last match in first place because they had that choke factor that we had seen from there previously. Yeah. And going back to what you said in regards to GK First, yeah, this is their first, I guess, main event being together as a team. And I felt like this event, especially after I believe it was day 3 yesterday, we saw him starting to perform to what we expected. I think I even told you, I think GK First is underperforming from everything that I have heard out of him, and to see how they're performing now, I can't wait to see what they're going to be looking like in the future.
Real quick, just to cap the point onto Hyper, I think Kindness is the absolute star of that team. I know that a lot of times we're talking about GK First, we're talking about QZZ because they're making very impactful, very dramatic plays with their, their roams, going out on scouting missions and just sort of being that crowbar to break open the fight. But all of that only works when it's Kindness there in a very similar fashion to talk about another North American team, YKG, with Joey versus 24K. Kindness is the 24K analogy here, where he is like the foundation of that team, whereas if he is struggling, if he is off his game, it doesn't matter what GK First or QZZ try and do, the whole sort of ship tips over without him.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to stop talking about Hyper for now. And 7, I'm going to put you pretty much on the spot. Now, the last time during the regionals, we've had an interview with a Spanish-speaking player. Well, the person doing the interview didn't really know much Spanish, but we do have someone who does speak Spanish. And we also have Rebel coming in here for an interview. Ooh. So, 7, if you can do the translations, I feel like that would actually help out quite a bit. Or maybe it's not needed. Who knows? So, Rebel, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel, man, to be crowned the champions and to get that slot into PMWI?
Revo, felicitaciones. Oh, he speaks
It's a really good sensation.
What?
It's a really good, como é que fala? Good sensation. Good sensation. And yeah, it's good. I just need to thank you, God, because that. And yeah, I'm so much happy. let's go to PMPL.
We are so
Man, I didn't even know you speak English. Man, that's awesome. All right, go ahead, Seven. What do you want to ask him?
Rebel, my
Yeah,
question.
it's not too good, but I can talk.
Oh, man, it's good.
Hey,
Trust me.
we understand it perfectly. After the first day, you guys had a very, very slow start. What was the feeling going into day 2 to kind of not continue on with that slow start and switch it up?
Yeah, we have so many problems, but God is so good, and we can. Como é que fala?
O que você quer falar?
Quero falar, tipo, mesmo com esses problemas.
Even with these problems,
Even with these problems, we can get the championship.
we did it.
Right on.
All right. And listen, I mean, you recovered from a bad day 1, but to talk about being at the very end, the final round especially, even these last few rounds to end out this 4th day, how close it was with you and Hyper, and then even intense game. Was there a lot of pressure going into the final Erangel, it being that close? Because the way that you guys played it out, it didn't look like there was any pressure at all.
Yeah, I think the pressure we can fix with the experience we have, and we don't feel so much pressure because that we have so much experience in PMGC, in PMWI, so much PMPL Americas, and is that we don't feel that.
I got one more. Going into PMWI, I think you guys are one of the favorites to end up pretty much winning a lot of the stuff going on over there, whether it's All-Star or just the main. How are you feeling going into, what are your expectations going into PMWI? Are you feeling like you can definitely go in there and win everything?
Yeah, we want to go to win, but everything can happen. But see that we're gonna go to win, and I hope to God help us.
Right on.
Okay, well, Revo, I don't want to keep you too much longer because I am almost certain you guys want to go and celebrate. So congratulations once again, man, and hopefully relay the congratulations from us as well here to the rest of your team. And I can't wait to see you guys at PMWI.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Oh, man. That completely caught me off guard. I did not know he can speak English. And then when he's like answering back to me, I was like, yes, I'm going to translate. He starts speaking English. I'm like, what the hell?
I thought it was going to be
going on?
Mafioso. Mafioso is the one that speaks Spanish, so that's why it's a little bit surprised.
Well, you know what? It was great to hear that like they knew they could recover. Pressure's not a big thing for them. PMWI is going to be interesting because I feel like, and maybe I'm being too critical, I feel like Alpha 7 has still yet to like fully prove on a global scale that they can win events. Because they can win regionals, they can win PMPLs, but can they win like a major event? For me, I think that's still the trophy that they're currently lacking in their trophy case.
Yeah, and listen, if you're talking about how hard events get, I think the spike from this event, from Americas to any sort of global event, whether it's PMWI, whether it's PMGC, is that much more dramatic. So even if, let's just say that they won this event by like 50 points, 100 points, nothing would be guaranteed going into the globals. But as we talked about, A7 still hasn't been the best that we know that they can be. And so if they can somehow like figure out how to have the stars align perfectly, how to peak at the right time at these events, you know, maybe even use the All-Star event, assuming that they will qualify to that, be voted into that, which they will, but assuming, hypothetically, they can use that as sort of more of a warm-up and try not to like peak at that time to peak at the main event, then I think it is very, very possible, but it's gonna be really, really hard.
Yeah, but the good thing about Alpha 7 so far, that at least we have seen from the previous 2 global events, is that they have been improving. They showed that in the previous PMWI, they show it in PMGC as well too. And I feel like one of the big factors now too is that they have a set team with Senna, right? They have Mafioso, they have Rivo, Carrillo, and Senna. Before they had to worry between subs, between Mythic or Swagwin. Now that's not a thing. I feel like now with this major event with Americas, them feeling like champions, they're going to be coming in super confident, and I hope that they bring that confidence. I hope that they bring that aggressiveness style that they're known for.
Well, we're going to find out. Obviously, that's going to be kicking off on July 11th. But before we can even get to that, before we can end off the show here, we still have to talk about who's the MVP of the event. It's $1,000 in the pocket for the player. Though, in my opinion, he probably share it with the team because you can't be an MVP without the support of your team.
Keep the money.
I'm curious if you guys have predictions of who you think the MVP is.
Revo?
I think it's still Adrian.
Think it's still Adrian?
Yeah.
Revo?
I'll say Revo just because we got a chance to talk to him.
I think it's still Adrian.
Okay, let's take a look. Who's our MVP here of PMPL Americas?
Let's go!
Nice.
God, I'm killing
sense.
predictions. Ah, so smart.
Adrian, though, Adrian had a great
wrinkly.
performance, being able to put up 9,000 damage, 47 elims. By the way, Adrian, remember, this team was a team that barely qualified to this Americas. And for this players to be able to put up that kind of great performance, for Adrian to be able to pop off like this, I think this is going to be even better when we go into the fall season, because now a lot of people are going to be looking at Adrian and they know that he can definitely pop off. And I hope, something that I was kind of hoping that Intense Game will realize during this tournament too, is realize the star power that Adrian has now that he has been able to cement that star power with this MVP. Hopefully they'll be able to set up more stuff to set him up so he can frag out.
The only question is, will he get stolen by a different team with the sort of, shall we say, like lackluster performance by Loops or Influence CHEMIN? Do they perhaps try and look at Adrian to bolster up their own roster?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's always the risk. That's always the risk, especially because, I mean, I think Intense Game performed well as a team overall, but Adrian was definitely like the standout player by, you know, a marked margin. It's always possible that someone's like, we want him, we want that. We're going to steal that away from you guys.
I think the scariest thing is that, like you said, Seven, they came in as 6th place in the finals, right?
Yeah.
And yet they placed 2nd overall. Like, for me, that actually 2nd or 3rd, they placed top 3. Let's just say that. Ridiculous out of a team like that. And that just, I think, is a testament to how strong Brazil is as a region.
It really is. I mean, we expected Brazil to be dominant.
Yeah.
They definitely showed up. We saw it, I think, at one point after day 2, the comparison in regions and how much better Brazil has been. I feel like they established their dominance once again. And I feel like it's a big message to Latin, man, and North America. I feel like it's time for those teams to, in a way, take it a little bit more serious. I'm talking especially to you, North America. Take it a little bit more serious. Maybe we see some teams that could definitely challenge. Maybe we don't see players that are trying to quit halfway through the event and then end up coming back, because if this continues, the gap between North America and Brazil is just going to be increasing more and more.
The only things that are true in life is death, taxes, and North American esports players taking the game less seriously than any other global region. It's across the board. It's a thing that I've learned to deal with in any title, in any game, esports history.
Yeah, it's also like some orgs out there, you know, just support your players.
It's not okay, but what do the orgs do if the players can't even take it seriously?
Well, if they provide the money, the players
the players need to get to this point in the first place. The players need to take it more seriously. The players can't be so weak that they leave an event in the middle.
I got a better idea. Why don't you guys let us know your thoughts over on social media? You can see all the channels here behind me on the screen, or obviously down below on the screen in just a second. You have Instagram, you have Twitter, you have YouTube, you have Discord. Let us know your thoughts of what you think NA is going to be doing in the future. And also, while you're doing that, make sure you're chugging down a delicious Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. But before we can end out the show, before we can do that, you know what's going to happen? I haven't told you guys about this special thing that's going to happen at the end of the show. Are you ready for it?
Oh, no.
What's your final thoughts, Seven?
Oh.
My final thoughts, man, I mean, I'm impressed that Brazil was able to live up to the hype that we've been seeing out of them, right? I'm impressed at what NHyper was able to do. That I wasn't actually expecting them to even end up in a top 5 situation. And with what I was just mentioning, I really hope NA, especially NA, because that's just a region that I've been following for so long in PUBG Mobile Esports. I hope we start seeing a little bit of greatness out of NA. I hope we start seeing players taking a little bit more serious, and I hope orgs start providing the funding for those players so they can actually take it serious.
Yeah, I mean, with the performance of NHyper, the hope is that even any subconscious excuse that a North American player might have of like, oh, you know, the cards are stacked against me, or the infrastructure or whatever, or the usual catchphrases are gone out the window, because it's shown that you can deliver at it's not a global level necessarily, but a super regional level coming out of North America. And we saw some good things by a couple of the North American teams, right? We saw a couple of good rounds from YKG once they got their stuff together. We saw a couple of good maneuvers by Dope. Didn't really see anything from Chosen or Panthers, but...
Is that your final thoughts, by the way?
Also, just A7 are really, really scary, and the fact that they won with such a wide lead after being in 7th place for half the event, that's, I mean, PNWI, I hope that everyone else there is just watching that, watching A7 and just being prepared for them.
Yeah, make sure you guys tune in as well, because that's going to be kicking off on July 11th, and you're not going to want to miss it because it's honestly going to be ridiculous. But before I get out of the show, I want to give a big shout out to obviously you two gentlemen here for joining me on the desk, putting up with me, to Hot Jukes Zute as well for bringing us all the action these last 4 days. And of course, our production here in the ESL studios in Poland for putting on such an amazing show. But last but not least, you viewers at home making this all possible by tuning in, supporting your teams, and watching these matches. But remember, July 11th, you're going to see Alpha 7 here with a chance to take home a trophy on a global scale. Make sure you guys tune in, and we'll see you then for some more PUBG Mobile action.